Good morning. Dobro jutro.
Dobro jutro.
Welcome and good morning to the third day of our conference, Building Europe, towards a culture of high-quality architecture and built environment for everyone. We're here in Maribor, and we have been moderating this conference for 2 days, and we arrived here yesterday, Mateusz, and I was in Maribor the last time when it was European Capital of Culture in 2012, and many things have changed ever since then. The city changed a lot, but yesterday at dinner we were talking about the city, and a colleague of mine said maybe you would say a few words about the place where we are in, where we are today, and that place within the city.
Yes, we are in Maribor, which is the second largest city of Slovenia. It has 115,000 inhabitants. It is the center of the region, a place of many companies where people come and are employed. It's a city that dates back to early medieval times, and as I said yesterday, this is the oldest part of the city, where the city started. It started because there is a river, because there was a passage across the river, because they were flooding woods down the river to the Black Sea, and this was a point where they stopped and had a rest. And like in Graz, there is land, and in Maribor there is land as well. And now it's the most popular part of the city to go out and stay along the river, waiting for renovation that is happening around this building right now. This used to be a Mennonite monastery, also dating back to 11th century, and when they renovated the building, they found some Roman excavations, some Roman archaeological findings on the site as well. The monastery took many different shapes during the history. There was a Gothic church, then there was a Baroque church, but during the Josephine reforms, it was abandoned like many other monasteries, and it was converted into a military barrack that stood here until the beginning of the 20th century, when it was abandoned as well. Then the monastery was inhabited with a few residents, but in the 90s it was empty already, and it was a part of the city that was in ruin and not accessible, and then the renovation started. There was a competition to create a cultural center, similar than Jože Plečnik did in Ljubljana in the Križanke monastery, with an outdoor auditorium with several venues in the spaces of the monastery. This is just one, the theater. If we open the stage here, the stage can play also to the outer part of the monastery. There is another auditorium where you can have a summer cinema or summer theater. And there is a church which serves to concerts or also as a conference venue. But if we continue with the history of Maribor, Maribor remained within its walls for a long time, quite a small city. But then in 1850s, the railway came, the Südbahn, between Vienna and Trieste, and Maribor was just in the middle between Vienna and Trieste, and was a point where they also repaired the cars and locomotives, and they built all the services for the railway. And it became an important city. And it grew. There was industry, and in Yugoslavia, Maribor was one of the most important industrial cities, with textile factories, with automotive factories, cars, buses, and in the 90s, most of this crumbled, But many small companies emerge from that, and the city is struggling that this economic growth. But of course, it's betting a lot now also on tourism, because there's a beautiful river, there are beautiful forests on the Pohorje mountain, and there are beautiful vineyards on the other side of the city. That was in short about the history. So I hope you will find some time to go around the city when you walk between the venue and your hotels and explore it a little bit as well.
For those of you who don't know this guy yet, who's moderating with me, it's Mateusz Schelek, and he is supporting emerging talents in architecture, but I'm sure you all know him. We've heard a lot about this great city. We might hear a bit more, because we have welcoming words from the mayor of Maribor now. May I welcome Sasha Arzenovic.
So, welcome to our city. I'm really happy to host you here, to see you here. Special thanks to representative of ministries from Austria and from Slovenia. Thank you also for all sponsor. Thank you to Tomáš Krištof, and thank you for all of you which came to the city from 20 countries, and I'm really happy that you are right in our city. You can see that this is the best city for this conference, because we are talking about rehabilitation, and I hope you saw a lot of works on the streets, on the squares, and this is okay, let's go with English forward. Ich wollte auch sagen, guten Tag zu allen Gästen aus Österreich. So we are talking about our homes, and we don't have our homes just in our houses and apartments, and our home is also our city, the region, and as for every parent, his child is the most beautiful child, is also for every, I think, mayor, his city the most beautiful city, or the mayor would like that this city would be the best city. And we are not talking in Maribor about the most beautiful city. We try to be the best city in terms of quality of life. And one of very important things are, of course, our buildings and homes in other way, as I said. So, what is our vision? Our vision is, of course, to increase the population and to have better loans in this area. We fight against brain drain. About 20,000 people from this region drives almost every day to Austria, 10,000 to Ljubljana, and we have to do our work very, very good if we would like to that our kids stays here and that our university is not producing people to work in other cities. So we said, let's do our work as much as possible, and we are really happy that we have this beautiful city surrounded by Pohorje and with all those small hills, and that also vineyards comes into the city center. And one of our small goals is, of course, to connect the area around the Ravad River, where we are building 15 kilometers of lines for pedestrians and for bikes, over the medieval center with park and hills on the northern side. Of course, it should be more green. Of course, it should be without cars. And of course, it should be with all reconstructed buildings and squares and romantical streets in which you cannot walk nowadays, and I'm happy about it because next year it will be better, and I hope you will have a nice symposium here, that you will do some good job for your future, and I hope see you in next year and in 23. So every year will be Maribor better, and the quality of life for our citizens and for visitors will be better. So I hope see you back soon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now may I welcome on stage our next welcoming speaker. It's Saša Galonia, who is head of Spatial Planning and Construction Division at the Ministry of Environment and Spatial Planning of Slovenia.
Hello, everybody. Unfortunately, it's not Mr. Bangiev who is speaking to you, but Saša Galonia, our director, is ill, so he asked me to welcome you here. I am honored not to be like in Graz sitting over there, but to be able to speak to you from here. This part of the conference dealing with single-family houses is something that in Slovenia is a really big topic, always has been. We like to live in one-family house, probably with all possible infrastructures, with all possible comfort, but at the same time, as far as possible from our neighbor. We don't like to be surrounded by others unless we go to a city and enjoy Ljubljana, Maribor, and other Slovenian places. During the pandemics, our homes have become our working places and our learning places. And I have a colleague saying, I just built a new house, but I did it completely wrong. It should be a college and a working space at the same time. I didn't provide for that in my house. Maybe in future, if this happens a lot, we will have to think about our single-family houses as totally different type of machines. In our ministry, we are preparing, or we have prepared some documents that already tackle this topic that it's today's theme of this symposium seminar. And we have a lot of these single-family houses that were built, especially after the Second World War. There was a sort of policy that allowed us to build not very high quality buildings and not in a very structural way anyway. And with the policies that European Commission is proposing, and we also, that means that with these buildings we will have to live for, hopefully not for decades, for centuries. That means that we will have to rethink them, revise them, reconstruct them, refurbish them every now and then to make them suitable for our needs. Our housing program is already dealing with that problem, with this initiative, and our coming strategy of spatial planning for Slovenia for the next 30 years is also dealing with, and there are other programs, among which we have been asked by our parliament to propose a resolution on how to tackle with buildings that are not suitable or not adequate or are seismically problematic. and we hope to propose a program in this December. In Graz, I have heard many times the aesthetic part, the beautiful ugliness and aspects, and can we deal with it, or should we, shouldn't we? And I was thinking that the Baukultur idea, the proposal, is something that I think was missing in our European approach to getting ready for the future, when we know we have many policies, energy efficiency, renewables in-house, no new land take, plus we added, of course, structural stability, and then whole Europe is speaking, okay, we need to provide for better fire prevention and all the technical aspects. And these are simple things because we can measure them. When we come to the pure quality or aesthetic quality of the building, this is much more difficult to measure. And this, I think, was or is the reason why this hasn't been addressed in our regulations, because it's very simple to read, let's build beautiful houses. But how you define that, how you measure it, and so probably for every one of us dealing with the regulation, with the legal framework, it was much simpler just to avoid this very, very, very difficult question. Baukultur and today's program is addressing exactly that, and I will be very carefully listening for what you have to say to give us some idea if we need and we ought to do something in our regulatory frame to assist this big change in how we deal with buildings, especially today with one-family houses. I wish you a nice day, even though these 3 days we were so unlucky with weather, but never mind. I hope we will learn a lot, and since I'm here instead of my director, I also wish you that we remain all safe and not get ill. Thank you.
And our next welcoming speaker, please, Mr. Slobodan Šešum, Acting Director General of Director of Economic and Public Diplomacy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Slovenia. Welcome.
Spoštovani gospod župan, drage obiskovalke, dragi obiskovalci, dear participants, dear organizers. The Slovenia's big satisfaction of our presidency of the EU Council coincides with the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development. This topic has been at the forefront of our agenda for years, notably through the interdisciplinary platform creativeforum.si, which builds bridges between creatives and government representatives from the EU, the Western Balkans, and the Southern Mediterranean. In ambition to make culture and creativity a vehicle of sustainable regional development, in this, the Slovenian Ministry of Foreign Affairs gladly joins hands with the participants of this conference. We strongly welcome the exchange made in the past 2 days and the joint engagement to empower creativity in the construction of the new normal. Building is obviously not just about the buildings, as we heard. It influences how we feel, how we think, how we deal with the environment and each other, both locally and internationally. The title of the conference could not be better. The space we build is the Europe we build. And it goes even further. the EU, with its own cultural diversity and openness, is ideally placed to take the lead in this respect in the international level. Slovenia is very pleased that the new European Bauhaus movement is set to become a growing global movement. Culture and creativity are not only at the heart of the European Green Deal, but of our global commitment to Agenda 2030. The power of the new European Bauhaus lies in combining the core European values with concrete changes on the ground in our daily life, changes which people can touch and feel. The Slovenian EU presidency's flagship project, Europe Reader, is built on a similar premise, linking creativity, sustainability and social inclusion. Day by day, Europe Reader pavilions are propping up around the world, bringing culture and sustainability to the center of the public space. From Tokyo to Beirut, from Helsinki to Belgrade, the project unites young people not only in the reflection about the world we live in, but its direct creation. We warmly invite you to visit the project's website. The exhibition, The Future Living, which is turning the world during our presidency, presenting sustainable Slovenian design, bears the similar messages on the central law of creativity for a sustainable future. It has visited more than 20 countries already and continues its path. These projects, and so many others, they all have in common a spark for rethinking the world and constructing alternative futures. 3 weeks ago, our EU Council presidency hosted a conference, Future Unlocked, in Ljubljana, and on the Slovenian coast, focusing on the international cultural relations. One of the main appeals made repeatedly was to strengthen the position of cultural aspects in the implementation of 2030 Agenda and to mainstream them in the initiatives concerned with peace, stability and development. I hope that this conference will manage to unlock the future a little bit further. Big thanks and congratulations to the organizers. Organizing a live conference in COVID times is a bold venture, as we know, but also the best way to showing how highly we value this topic. The year 2020 was a year of neighborhood dialogue between Austria and Slovenia. Due to COVID, we extended it into this year. This conference is surely one of the best possible displays of the great cooperation between our two countries and of our strong engagement towards a stronger Europe. Thank you. Najlepša hvala.
Thanks a lot for those words. And the last welcome speaker, I ask Elsa Brunner from the Austrian Federal Ministry of Arts, Culture, Civil Service and Sports on stage.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Director General, experts, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to welcome you on behalf of Austria to the main day of the Slovenian part of the conference here at the Maribor Puppet Theatre. Please permit me to say a few personal words at the start. This is a premiere for me. It is the first time I speak in English in front of a big audience. As a result, I'm suffering very much from stage fright. On the internet, I found 6 tips on how to overcome stage fright. First, plan ahead. Second, familiarize yourself with the environment. Use the Bravo method, meaning moving around, resting, affirmation, visualization, and going on the offensive. Fourth, find allies. Fifth, start talking instead of presenting. And sixth, practice again and again. Don't you think that those tips would be excellent instructions for the field of Baukultur too? We all know that phase 0, the beginning of a construction project, is highly important. It is also clear to all of us that it makes a difference how big a town is or in which environment a building project is planned. Walking around in the course of site visits helps you to familiarize with the place. A resting phase before the next steps are taken is always a good idea. Saying to yourself that you can make it generates the self-motivation required. Visualizing solutions and getting the timing right for publishing a plan, a concept or a proposal forms part of our day-to-day toolkit. Cooperation and active networking are a feature of Baukultur guidelines. Storytelling is undeniably tried and tested in communicating complex facts, also in the field of Baukultur. And who has not experienced this? By practicing more, you get more and more confident. Well, now I have combined two things: overcome my stage fright and talking about Baukultur. This is another special feature of Baukultur. It is important to link diverse sectors, such as spatial planning, construction, it ultimately comes down to making yourself understood and to wanting to be understood. Not least, this applies to the term Baukultur itself, which I didn't translate, and still I believe that everybody understood it. And perhaps Baukultur takes root as a German term in English on the European level. On this note, I wish all of us an interesting and enriching day at this conference.
Thank you, Ms. Brunner, also for exposing all the important features of the building culture that I'm sure we will talk about today as well. And now I would like to invite Aleš Vrhovec to tell us what is going to go on here today, what we are going to discuss about on the final day of the conference.
Thank you. I would really like to thank Mayor of Maribor for having us here, for being hospitable to all of us, all the members of let's say, many countries from Europe. I would also like to thank Mr. Sheshum also for being with us, also for very kind and inspirative words. I would also like to thank Sasha Galonia, dear friend and representative of Ministry, and also Elsa Brunner, also for the very, very inspiring and to-the-point words that we just heard. I will start, if that will... Excuse me? Okay. Just technician, sorry.
It's there.
Okay. No, just give me a second. Okay. problem, a little bit of a problem, but I will read it from here. So I will, maybe during this time, we will come to the right slides. I would just like to cite a few paragraphs from the second draft of the Council conclusions, which is still not an, let's say, open and available document, but I think it's already, very promising, especially, of course, for all of us and also for the topics of this conference. It's the paragraph 2b. The new European Bauhaus initiative is essentially a cultural and creative project bringing together three interlinked dimensions: aesthetics, sustainability, and inclusion. So it has a lot of things about that were said, but I think this is really okay. Still, excuse me, Matt. And maybe to go to the paragraph 8b, focus on the existing housing stock. And of course some other things, but this one is crucial to our conference. So focus on the existing housing stock. This is the thing that we find it's crucial to do in this moment, because we are in the past there were big projects. It was the idea was to build something new. Maybe we should introduce the idea of rebuild or rehabilitate as the big project for this generation. And then the paragraph 15, set up and support at the appropriate governance levels advisory expert groups composed by architects and other relevant professionals. So I think this is also these expert groups and also the combined work of architects in a, let's say, in a role as motors of this, let's say, movement and things that are going on, together interdisciplinary with other relevant professionals. We, as we saw yesterday, we would like to shift with the rehabilitation project. We would like to shift the attitude from a typical Slovene problem of too many of houses that are old, in a poor state, and with a lot of problems, created either to, let's say, in a spatial manner, or in a, to the, let's say, to the environment. And on the other hand, those houses are creating problems to each individual because, in fact, it's as we already said, there are a lot of problems created in a sense of a house poor, owning the house but not being able to heat it and so on. So this, and we would like to this problem and problematic features of these houses to become the big opportunity. This opportunity is meant also in a sense as a business opportunity. So that's why we're going to introduce also our partners and sponsors in this project. The definition of the title, rehabilitation, is sort of a bit of a play with words. We have, as you see, IL in parentheses, because we are speaking about rehabilitation, which is a medical term. Because let's say, the environment, the landscape is somehow suffering, and also the people are suffering with those houses. Nobody is really happy with it. So we do need to somehow heal them. And on the other hand, we are talking about rehabilitation, what also Mayor said, that is important, that we make those places attractive again. The questions we pose is, of course, the decarbonization. It's, of course, climate creating places of climate excellence, at least on this particular field of individual housing. Then what we would like to speak about is affordable housing, because it's, Slovenia does have a big problem with affordable housing, and the different types of housings addressing different type of population. So neither young nor old are somehow properly accommodated, and we do see this type of scenarios that we propose, that you will see later on, as one part, of course, not the general, but one part of the solution. And then, what I already mentioned, we try to create opportunities for economy, because we sincerely believe that this is the big possibility. It's opening the chance for, let's say, economy which is sustainable, local, and maybe even orientated to the craftsmanship, because it's speaking about rehabilitation, those houses, this is not big business. This is, it would become big if we somehow pack those big number of houses into one package, let's say in a project. So we are following basic principles. We would prefer that we would somehow foster reuse other than building new houses. We would like to broaden the notion of heritage, and we are just somehow putting in front of you the idea to somehow think about expansion of the notion, because the heritage is not only monuments. The heritage is all the building stock, everything what has been built. And then what we are speaking about is a sort of simple equation. 1:2. So each and every one of those houses that are big, what you spoke about, they are about approximately 250 square meters. They are somehow in a poor shape and so on. So they need to do, they need this refurbishment. And in these steps of refurbishing, we can somehow make every house, or at least one part of them, that there are 2 units. So that would be also addressing the problem of affordable housing. What we would like to present is another book like this. This is the book that is already here. I hope it's available also at the desk in front. This is the rehabilitation. And then there's going to be another book which is going to be called Manual Rehabilitation to 212. It's the sort of obligation we took on ourselves for the next year, and hopefully by the end of the year we will be able to present it. And it's going to be tackling that issue of rehabilitation with the help of 4 pillars. First one is what to do, so to point out scenarios of the rehabilitation, how to do it, with professional help, to maybe with the possibility to somehow establish regional offices of professional help. And of course, one of the main issues, how to finance that rehabilitation, the restoration of those houses, which is in fact for an owner of the house is in fact the main question. And we do see, let's say, at least 3 scenarios about that. Of course, there are quite normal banking solutions with loans. Then maybe with some European funds could be somehow canalized to that and those types of projects, of course with the recovery and resilience funds. And of course there should be also maybe a fund which would be an investment fund for the rehabilitation. And the last question, the fourth pillar, is who could do such a rehabilitation, who could help to rehabilitate those houses. And this is the, let's say, this is the, what we would like to create is a pool of excellence of businesses and also of supporters who are also present here. They somehow realize that the concept is interesting. So I'd really like to thank and to mention our sponsors, Porsche, Slovenia, Chronoterm, Bosplast, Wienerberger, Geni, and Velox. Because this is exactly what it is about. Those businesses are excellent, they are sustainable, and they are local. And also, to finish, we would also like to address municipalities, because we firmly believe that, of course, with the support, help, and all the other structure that the government can do about it, the main target for that are municipalities, and they should be the driving force of the rehabilitation. So thank you very much, and enjoy the second part of the conference in Maribor. Thank you.
Thank you, Aleš, for introducing the topic again. And introduction is my keyword. I have to excuse myself. I'm talking to you, but I didn't introduce myself. My name is Elisabeth Leitner. I'm chairwoman of Landluft. We are an association promoting Baukultur for the rural areas, exactly our topic. And we are also known that we like to activate people to talk about Baukultur. And those of you who have been part of the conference for the third day today might know what's going to happen now. I always want you all to get to know each other because, as Mr. Sheshum said, we're really, really happy to have a live conference, not on Zoom anymore. So we should use the chance to network. And we will do that again. For those of you who haven't been at this conference the last 2 days, you have about 45 to 60 seconds. I will ask you not to turn to your left or right neighbor, because I assume you know those. Turn to your back and talk to that person for 60 seconds. And maybe introduce yourself, talk about Baukultur, high-quality architecture, or I give you a question to start the talking. Did you grow up on the countryside in a single-family home, or did you grow up somewhere else? You can start right now. We'll get you back later.
Where is the girl who spoke yesterday?
Okay. So I assume, or I hope you found a new person to talk to. You seem to still enjoy this, don't you? I hope you found a new person to talk to. Actually, the last 2-3 days when we were like in breaks talking to colleagues, we said that it's kind of unusual, this like thing to meet people again on a conference and do the conference things. So you did the networking. Now for the third time I have a new challenge for you. Did you bring your business cards? Maybe you don't even have business cards anymore because we have Zoom conferences and we only copy paste our contacts in the chat. Did you bring a business card with you? For all of you, I mean, we go to conferences to get to know new people and get in touch and stay in touch. And maybe it has become kind of weird to like hand over business cards. We don't do that anymore. I just encourage you in the break, give your business card to a person that you would like to stay in contact with because they said something really smart up here or you heard something in the coffee breaks. I will start right there. I'll give you my business card. I would like to stay in touch with you after the conference. So if somebody comes up to you giving you a business card, it's just because I told them to, okay? So another thing that we talked about yesterday at dinner was that we want people to go to rural areas, but then there was one saying, but we need the jobs there. And then it was, okay, if we wait for the jobs to be on the countryside, nobody might go there. So actually what we do is we need people that invent their own jobs, which is actually the topic of our first panel, isn't it, Mateusz?
Absolutely. We are going to talk about sustainable entrepreneurship in the countryside. And we are going to see some examples that will show us how we could work on the ecological transition in the economical field.
And he is already diving in. I will help him now because he's been moderating with me. And in Austria, in German, we have a saying that sometimes if you have to change roles, you put on another hat. Mateusz will put on another hat now because he's the host of the first panel and he will introduce it. Enjoy it.
Thank you. So we know that small and middle-sized and micro companies are the drivers of the economic growth and the development on the countryside. That's quite clear. And that's very important because you need players in the economic field on the countryside if you want to transform it. They have to be locally rooted to understand and why they need a good environment to thrive. It's important for their competitiveness and success, and that's why the sustainability of their business model depends on their local environment. That's why they tend to care more about the environment and the cultural environment as well. For a start, we are going to watch now a video by Anna Roš, who is a winner of Numenor Awards. A famous Slovenian chef. Anna was invited to cook all over the world, but mostly she is aware that the future of her business depends on the local environment and the local resources. And one of the biggest steps in the gastronomy that we also experienced yesterday when visiting Hiša-Deng was the move towards the territory, towards the local, towards the nature, and that was super important also for Anna Roš. Now at the foot of the hills along the river Soča, Anna Roš develops the cuisine that is offered basically by the surrounding nature. Let's watch the video.
Hello, my name is Ana Rocha. I'm a chef of Hisha Franco and co-owner of the house together with Walter Kramer. Hisha Franco is a project that is in our hands since 20 years when we took over as a second generation. Before Hisha Franco has been a simple gostilna, trattoria, or a simple restaurant on Slovenia far west, where Walter's parents have been cooking food that was coming from the local area, but of course on a lot simpler basis. The house has a lot of Slovenian houses, has gardens on the back of the house. They have even built a small pool for a pond for the trout that is sourced by a source water that is born just like a few meters behind the house and has 6 degrees throughout the year. The house has a very, very interesting history. It has been built in 1860 in different parts. It is a typical house for this area. Roof is pretty flat. It means it has never been largely snowing here. It looks a little bit more as the houses across the border in Friuli, Venezia Giulia than a typical Slovenian house. The house has a history that is really, really interesting, from being like a side road restaurant and a kind of a place where traders would sleep over. During the First World War has been a hospital, and the legend says that Ernest Hemingway has been passing his time when he was wounded on his own front. I say the legend because nobody ever really confirmed it, but it's beautiful to say that maybe some chapters of Farewell to the Arms have been written in the house. Later on, it was a mill because we have our own water. It was a farmhouse. Then it has been closed for a long period after the Second World War because of the nationalization. The family that was owning the house needed to leave. And then the house, until 1970, when Walter's father bought it, was practically abandoned. Walter's father was working in Udine, across the border, where he made enough money to buy this huge property. The 2 houses are on its property. And in 1973, 21st July, that's the day of Walter's birthday, they opened so-called Gostilna pri Franku. And then the second generation came in 2000. You can imagine that the period for Walter's parents were very difficult because they've been through 2 huge earthquakes, the famous ones in 1976 and 1978, where Valley was pretty destroyed, and they needed a lot of time to recover. Italian has been crossing the border, and they stopped crossing the border. So I believe the times for them were pretty turbulent. In 2000, when we took the restaurant, we had a vision to realize a dream of somehow connecting through our vision in the restaurant, the whole area, people, faces, producers. That wasn't so much a vision of an intelligent person, but it was a need, because the dream that we had, a good restaurant on a countryside that is reflecting traditions and at the same time talking about the future of these places, wasn't realizable without locals, since Hisha Franco is a remote place, far away from practically everything, not only in Italy, in Slovenia, but also to reach us from Udine. It's actually a mountain road which is icy in the winter, so a lot of suppliers would never, because of one restaurant or one order, actually leave from Ljubljana or Slovenian coast to Italian cities to supply us. Therefore, we had a need to knock on the doors of locals and somehow make them become our partners in this project. It wasn't easy because mountain people lack of, I would say, ambition of having more, what they really need for everyday's life. So to convince them to share their products with us was quite a project. We were all learning on this road. You know, to work with a restaurant or for us to work with a farmer is completely different than having, you know, a partner, a supplier that has always been working in this field. We had to teach farmers, you know, how to properly kill a lamb, how to properly store a lamb, hang it, and then bring it in the right time. When it's the right time to seed things and to harvest later on. I believe we are still in a learning process, but every day we have more and more people working with us. I call them faces of Hisha Franco. Our last baby is our project of a farm on 900 meters, where we are collaborating with a young couple, Jeanne and Matteo. Jeanne is French-Canadian and Matteo is Italian, and they moved to Srednje, a small village on Kolowrat Mountain, on one side overlooking the Julian Alps, on the other it's open to the sea breeze of the Mediterranean Sea, of the Adriatic, where we are having 12 hectares of completely biodynamically worked landscape. All the greens, or practically all the plants, vegetables, in autumn even like fruits coming from ancient trees are coming from that farm. And we actually understood at one point how much we depend on hard work of people around us, because the kitchen of Hisha Franco is not comparable to anything in the world. We don't work with foie gras or caviar to be, you know, to have the 2 stars or to aim for 3 maybe. We work with the farmers, and I believe that the lettuce or the plant that needs to fight this pretty demanding nature in our surrounding has a much higher value than maybe the most prestigious oyster or caviar on the table of the fine dining restaurant. That is why the menu of Hisha Franco is unique and different, because even if you travel from whichever part around the world and you come here, you can understand that we became somehow ambassadors of our land, because the wine card is mostly Slovenian and biodynamic, but especially because you see in my food not only the old-fashioned traditions, which of course are completely reviewed, but you can see and recognize stories, faces, original products. That's fermented cottage cheese, the taste of the lamb of Drežnica or goat kid from Drežnica, the trout, the cheeses, the butter, the cottage cheeses. And I think that Hisha Franco is not only economically important for the valley, which of course she is, because we have more than 100 people working with us in partnership for the project called Hisha Franco, but it also has a very strong social impact. We are role models for a lot of young people, proving and showcasing that you can survive in this poor environment, making big stories, you can write big futures. And I believe that more and more young people are deciding not to leave the farms because they know they have already a partner on this trip, and that is us. My son, when he finished primary school, it was very, very interesting and touching. On the final presentation of the class that was leaving the primary school, there was the mayor, there was so many people listening to us. And so he first got a prize for the best sportsman of the school and for the best football player and the best athlete and the best everything. And then they asked him, so what are you gonna be as a grown-up? And like he said, I would like to be a farmer. And then there was like a silence, because a lot of us, people from the valley who have been listening to this, maybe went through times when I was a kid. Like there were different classes of people. There was a farmer and there were other people. And I believe that difference, or the way we appreciate our work of the land today, is somehow has somehow changed also because of our evaluation and our effort to make a farmer be probably the first partner of the house who can live very well out of his work. The project of Hisha Franco is not only the farmers or the producers, it's also the architecture. So when we took over the house in 2000, we had straight away an investment of something like a good €1 million because the house, we needed to change the roof. The house is under the cultural protection, so we needed to practically remove everything down and respect the traditions of making the roof, which was a little bit higher than precisely as it was, using the same material. It was a painful process because we were young, we were completely broken. I still don't know how the banks financed us, but they believed somehow maybe in our strength, in our vision. But slowly we brought the house to, let's say, to a showcase how you can transform an old house, an old farmhouse, to something really elegant. In the last years, we are working closely with Renzo Rucli, a local architect. I really love his vision of the houses of Venetia, Slavia Veneta, and this part of Slovenia, because he totally respects the way the houses are, but giving them that beautiful freshness, that beautiful touch of wood, of lightness, of lighting. And sometimes when I travel around the world and I get back home, I can't stop saying how beautiful this house is. The outside is somehow entering inside, and inside is entering outside. I am also coming from a family that my father and mother have had a dream, a weird dream. They first wanted to, to move from Tolmin, from a town, to a place where they could live the nature, and then they found that amazing spot which is called Nebesa, but then they realized that actually the whole, if they buy a place, the whole place is dedicated for the touristic purposes. So, well, they said, okay, let's make an extra room and try to rent it out, and that's touristic purposes. But then, fortunately or unfortunately, they contacted Rok Kleinšček, a young architect who is from our places. He's from Kobarid, from the Socha Valley, and we all knew the place where Nebesa are, because that was an old ski place, and to ski in Livek was something we would be doing in the afternoons or spending weekends there. So of course Rok knew very well that place, and so he presented to my father a project of Nebesa. And my father as a doctor, my mother as a journalist, I don't know if they knew in what kind of shoes they're gonna step in. But my father, as an ambitious man and a good friend of Rok, was like, let's do it. So, and this is how Nebesa happened. My mother stopped working as a journalist to take over it. My father continued working as a doctor because, well, not that in Slovenia a doctor and a journalist ever have enough money to invest into a project like that. So we needed some extra money for it. And here it is. Nebesa are now, I think, 20 years old. My sister moved from Ljubljana. She's an ex-journalist of Pop TV. And she decided to quit the job and move her family to the top of the mountain, where she took over Nebesa, taking care of clients that come from all around the world, and started living a kind of a weird life on the top of the mountain. And this is a story of a family, it's a Roche family, together with Walter's family, of course, the family Kramer, that really believed that it is possible to have a quality life and to realize your dreams in a valley that is full of bad stories. There has been like still so many memories of the First World War. The valley that doesn't have good road connections, the valley that has no touristic infrastructure. When I started cooking in Hisza Franco, there was an Austrian guest. There were not a lot of guests. One of them said to me, "You are crazy, you can't make it. I mean, you look very ambitious, your cooking is ambitious, but you need a huge infrastructure to make this kind of dream realize. You need more good restaurants around, you need more amazing hotels around to have enough guests around you to make these dreams realizable." But I was stubborn and I said, you know what? I mean, I'll try. And here it is. Hisza Franco is listed on top 50 restaurants in the world since 3 years. It's the only Slovenian restaurant with 2 Michelin stars. And we got the 2 stars from scratch, so from 0 to 2, which is very rare for Michelin. I think there is maybe 5 cases in the world, all over. I was awarded Best Female Chef in 2017 on the world. And Netflix has pictured the whole episode about my work, about my life, about Hisza in 2016. And we still have a lot of dreams. We just realized the last one, which is together with Mattea Benedetti, a Slovenian fashion designer. We created a line of front house costumes that are all made out of completely natural materials as wood fibers, apple fibers, organic cottons, completely vegan. And we actually printed them. It's an ecological print with the images of the nature of the surrounding environment. So Hisza Franco this year became a catwalk, became a performance of the nature in the middle of the dining rooms. This is us. We still have a lot of dreams, but you have to come and see to understand what's going to happen next. Thank you so much.
Thank you to Anna Roche, the ambassador of Sustainable Countryside. And now we are going to hear 2, let's say, emerging ambassadors of the Sustainable Countryside who built resources. I would like to invite Andrej Fideršek and Jona Rak-Koceli up here on the stage. They are already coming. They are going to present us their project, Zero Waste House. They submitted the project to the new European Bauhaus open call, and they won one of the prizes. So I think they deserve an applause. Andrej is a member of the Zero Waste Committee in the municipality of Žalec, and he's a co-founder of Zero Waste Žalec. And Jona is an architect who worked together on the project with him. And let's hear about it.
Thank you. He's going to start.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. So, first off, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting us here. It's going to be a nice learning curve, for it's our first time to speak in a conference at all. So please bear with us if you make any small mistakes. Anyway, we are Andrej and Jona, and we are actually cousins. So it's like an extended family project, and which is also very common for Slovenia.
Weekend project.
Yeah. So today's presentation, you have already been shortly familiarized with our slide. And I will begin by briefly describing the new European Bauhaus. Afterwards, I will leave the stage to Jona, and she will talk a bit about our winning idea, the Zero Waste House. And then afterwards, I will conclude by outlining the potential for construction sector within the framework of circular economy, and provide several talking points for further discussion. So, the new European Bauhaus is an, sorry, I just need a bit taller person. Anyway, the new European Bauhaus is an official initiative of the European Commission, which is intrinsically connected to the Green Deal. It's a creative and interdisciplinary approach, actually a movement in the making. It's personally supported by the President of the European Commission, Ms. Ursula von der Leyen, and among the ambassadors of the project are big names such as Bjarke Ingels and Shigeru Ban, as well as artists such as Olafur Eliasson. So, but the entire movement is still in a very nascent stage. It only began a year ago, and it was co-designed through public consultation and high-level roundtables with various distinguished thinkers and practitioners as well. And they shared their initial vision as a contribution to the first design phase. And during this phase, they collected almost 2,000 examples, ideas, and challenges. And many conversations were organized locally, as well as like outside of the EU, with a variety of stakeholders. So, the NEB is a sort of like an inverted technocratic approach to the problems posed by the ecological crisis. However, it's very community-centered and echoes the needs and desires of local contexts. And it calls on all of us, like literally everyone can participate. Like I'm not even an architect, I won a prize with Jona together, you know. So everyone can really participate as much as possible. And it calls on us to imagine and build together a sustainable and inclusive future that is beautiful for our eyes, minds, and souls. And the new European Bauhaus wants to build a sustainable future through creativity, innovation, and imagination, to enable experimental places and spaces for us to reimagine how to live better together after the pandemic. So yeah, this like last sentence was quite rhymey, and I think it shows the cultural dimension as well in the approach. But in my opinion, from like what I experienced at the NEB Awards, that it's an approach similar to the ideals of social ecology. Some elements of the new European Bauhaus stem from the ideas that were first introduced to academia by Dubois, Mumford, and Bookchin. And the movement seems to be designed as very democratic, based on local issues but with a cosmolocal outlook. And it brings ecology from the periphery into the center of the built environment design. As such, the nature and community are not a mere feature of like various projects, they are its essence. And I think this is like very important for our future. And the best answer to what is the new European Bauhaus is that only time will tell. What it will become, it depends on us, of our initiative, of our involvement and effort in the entire movement. So, officially, the new European Bauhaus is a think, do, tank, a design lab, accelerator, and network at the same time. So it's really like a comprehensive approach to make a visible and tangible change in our built environment and beyond. It's a creative and interdisciplinary movement convening a space of encounter to recuperate and revisit sustainable design of the past, empower the most inspiring practices of today, and design future ways of living at the crossroads between arts, culture, and science. And the following paragraph, I will literally quoted this email. We received this email on the day of the awards, and this paragraph really caught my eye. So I think it's quite important. The new European Bauhaus brings a cultural and creative dimension to the European Green Deal, aiming to demonstrate how sustainable innovation offers tangible, positive experiences in our daily life. For the funding, there will be 85 million euros dedicated to the new European Bauhaus from EU programs from 21 to 22. And many other EU programs will integrate it as an element or context of priority without a predefined dedicated budget. So, I mean, these are like big numbers, you know, and we have to ask ourselves why. Is this an initiative gaining so much traction in the upper echelons of the EU? And I think the answer is simple but very depressing. We live in the times of the sixth mass extinction. The ecological crisis is here, and we have to redesign everything in order to sustain our quality of life. So the resilient design of built environment, taking into account the well-being of both human and non-human lives, is of key importance in the context of the entire ecological crisis and the near future times of material shortages. So there are several next steps. From September 2021 onwards, the initiatives aims to start the setup and implementation of the new European Bauhaus pilots, supported by specific calls for proposals. This is the so-called delivery phase. And the first part we are already doing now. We are like talking about it, discussing it. The third part includes the dissemination phase. Focus will be on diffusing good ideas across Europe and beyond. So through networking, knowledge sharing, it will try to identify open and replicable methods, as well as solutions and prototypes to make them available to all the stakeholders, cities, localities, architects, engineers, everyone who wants to be involved. And there will be like various flanking initiatives as well, and policy instruments beyond the calls for proposals. So if anything interesting comes up, they will try to help it to facilitate its implementation. Anyway, as I mentioned, the new European Bauhaus lab will get bigger and work with the growing numbers of communities to co-create, prototype and test the tools, solutions and policy actions. This will allow visibility for everyone who is included, for all the change makers. And they also plan to have a new European Bauhaus festival each year to promote the idea and all the projects even further. So now we're like going from the relative abstractness of the NEB towards our specific project. I know the central theme is like maintain the existing houses. However, I tried to do that, but I was advised against because the house is without foundation. It's like literally crumbling, there's mold inside, the roof is leaking, like just yesterday my roof was leaking actually. So yeah, we took a bit of a different approach. Here you can see the definition expanded by Mait Kripsalu. And I'd like to emphasize that zero waste is a path. We cannot become zero waste from like today till tomorrow, it's impossible. And our project is an experiment. And we know that we won't be able to reuse everything. We won't be able to recycle everything, and construction won't be without waste. However, we will strive to document everything and find ways how to do it wasteless the next time. We could try to build a cob house or a rammed earth house, which would be more aligned to the principles of the zero waste. However, we opted for wood because it's abundant here, and the production and construction methods are already well developed. So, now I will pass the word to my cousin Jona, who will talk a bit more about the architectural part of you.
Yeah, I see we're in a hurry, so I'll explain it quick. Zero Waste House is the name of the project that we submitted to the competition of the New European Bauhaus. We were in the category the Rising Star, and we won the first prize. So the project is located in Jalec. It's an old house where Andrei is right now living. He bought this house a few years ago. It's a 130 years old house, which was never really renovated or updated, so it's in a pretty bad shape. And because his wish is to have a functional and a sustainable home, we decided to build a new one to replace this old house. but also because he's very environmentally conscious, as you could see. We'll try to recycle and reuse as much as of the existing materials as possible. So the zero waste house will become like an ideal test ground for two main phases, for selective demolition and design for disassembly. We'll try to demolish the house carefully and really gradually, starting with the roof and making our way down to the non-existing foundations. So because nobody knows how the house was built, we really do not know the complexity or the quality of the existing materials. So at this point, we do not know how much of the materials will be actually able to reuse. So this phase could potentially be very costly and will surely be really time-consuming. So on the other hand, we will try to design the new building with the future demolition in mind. Meaning that we'll try to design it in modules, separating the components, while documenting, as Andrei said, every material used. In this way, we hope to prevent future waste, actually. So the construction of the new house will be from so-called virgin materials. It will have a wooden frame construction. We will create sets of data describing the materials used and their characteristics. So the data will be stored in the cloud for possible future changes. So each material will get like its own passport, which will increase its recycling quality. So the recycled materials, on the other hand, the reused materials, such as bricks, rafters, beams, stone, concrete, and so on, will be cleaned, inspected, and then used for building a tool shed, a tool library, garden beds for the community garden, and a greenhouse, or maybe a canopy. Other non-toxic materials will be ground and used for backfilling. So the other part is interior design. So the other parts of the old house, such as doors, windows, flooring, and so on, we'll try to repurpose for furnishing. So we'll use only recycled or second-hand furniture. For example, we'll try to make cupboards from window shutters, a door will make a coffee table, a doorknob will become a hanger, and so on. So by creating recycled objects, we close the recycling loop of the material, and by using the second-hand furniture, we actually prolong furniture's lifespan. So these were the main themes that we'll try to tackle in a concrete project.
Okay, now this is my field, circular economy. Anyway, in the red, I marked all the concepts which are applicable to the construction sector. And we will try to touch this during our project as well. Like eco-design, so the house could be disassembled. We try to look 200 years into the future, what this house will be then. Will it be just pieces of wood, or will it still be habitable, or whatever? We'll try to reduce as much as possible, prevent disposal of materials and so on. And of course, a very important thing is that the house must interact with the elements. It's not an alien in our environment. It will harvest water, it will harvest solar power, and we will also expand the circular economy into the field of the commons. Like right now I have a community garden where my elderly neighbors, they work there and we exchange our produce and so on, and it works very well. So this feature will stay. And I also want to expand it by introducing a library for the tools, so the local community could borrow tools instead of buying new tools. And these tool sheds will be hopefully made from the reused materials. Also, the house will produce food. We aim to have a solar passive greenhouse with an integrated aquaponics system. Aquaponics is something that I already work on for the last 3 years, and I really want to integrate it into the house because we are living in these times where systems are collapsing, but I will not go into that. Anyway, as you're aware, the EU is is almost completely reliant on the import of critical raw materials from abroad. Therefore, this circular package, this economy, is like one of the top priorities. And although a lot of C&D waste is already recycled, but usually it's like downgraded. It's for like low-grade applications such as backfill, or just ground up and used as like for roads or something. And whereas we try to design waste out of existence and reuse it as much as possible once it expires its life cycle. There are several drawbacks. It's like expensive, they're like labor intensive, there's lack of infrastructure and lack of markets. However, all of these drawbacks fade in comparison to the mammoth challenge of overcoming the ecological crisis. And accordingly to the scale of this challenge, the European Union is like devoting around 1 trillion euros for circular economy and other similar projects. Therefore, the money is not an issue, time is the issue. And this brings me to our last slide. We want to introduce some talking points for the future of the built environment. For example, now that we try to selectively demolish the house, we don't know what's inside, and also there are no standards for C&D waste. I mean, I don't know if the paint has lead in it or not. We don't know what materials are inside at all. And also, like byproduct legislation, if you like legislate something as waste, it will not be used. If you legislate it as byproduct, it might be used in the future. Which brings us to the market of reusables. There is no market outside of like rare anecdotal examples. And yeah, so basically, but our main idea is to provide zero waste certification. We already have energy efficiency certificates. Why not also have certification of how easy it is to disassemble a house, of how the materials can be still used afterwards, and the entire like how much energy was put into the construction of the house and how much it will release during its entire life cycle. And so I think these are like some important points which could be used for further discussion amongst you who are all well versed in the world of architecture and design. So but the most important thing, yeah, is that we should share the knowledge, the know-how, the experience with each other freely, so we can really make an effective change soon. Take some pictures if you want, and now I will change to our last slide. Just some final words to conclude the presentation. I'm not an architect, so I have this freedom to say as like a small child, you know, the emperor is indeed naked. And that big changes will have to come in our mode of production and of our mode of consumption to avert the worst consequences of the ecological crisis. However, I believe that the greatest innovation arises when we are imposed, when there are limits imposed on us. So at this point, I would just like to appeal to each of you to think of the why. Like, why do we need all of these massive changes? And how can we construct a new perspective and approach to design in times of climate change? So we want this prize, but we don't want no praise because we haven't done anything tangible yet. But we do want to talk business after. And so also invite you to follow our project and cooperate if you'd like, as well as engage with the new European Bauhaus. It's a beautiful initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Jona and Andrei. And let's move to our next speaker, who is Andrei Detela. Andrei Detela is a researcher in theoretical physics, an inventor, a philosopher, a scientist, also a writer and a poet. His main interest lies in the new theory of syntropy, the self-organizing ability of nature that transcends the laws of entropy and gives deeper meaning to our lives. He's active in ecology and has invented several new types of electric motors that are now finding their way into the next generation of smart electrical vehicles. Andrei, welcome, and the stage is yours.
Good morning to everyone. Today I shall speak about the new concepts of transportation. So we know quite well that the present cars are quite obsolete. They are heavy, they are noisy, they are polluting, they are not efficient in energy, and most of us use cars practically every day. And so our cities, our villages are stuffed with cars that are not adapted to modern society. So these cars are still following the same ideas as 100 years ago, when there was the beginning of the transportation as we know it today. Well, it's not necessary to go like this, because today, as all of us know, electric cars offer us quite different possibility of transportation. Electric cars are much more efficient in energy in comparison to gasoline or diesel cars, because gasoline or diesel cars, they have efficiency of about 25%. Electric cars, they have efficiency of more than 90%. They are silent, they are not polluting. But there is one problem. They still follow the concept of the classical car. They have a central motor. They are not very skillful, not very flexible. So if one uses these cars in towns, we have always problems with parking, with moving here and there and so on, and especially these cars are too heavy. The batteries in electric cars, they weight approximately 400 or 500 kilos. So this is practically 1/2 of the weight of the car. An average electric car weighs 1,500 kilograms. So this is not what we want, because it's not only to put down the use of energy, you must also diminish the use of materials. A modern car, like we can imagine, is very lightweight, about 400 or 500 kilograms, and not with a central electric motor. It has electric motors implanted into the wheels, into the front 2 wheels, maybe also in the rear wheels, with 2 or 4 electric motors. Such cars are much lighter because there is no classical transmission system. There is no gear, no differential, no clutch, no homokinetic joints. And I shall show you, such car has additional possibilities in movement. Well, 15 years ago, on basis of this idea, the company Elafe was founded in Ljubljana. We did this together with Goras Lampic, who is now the CEO of the company. The company now has more than 100 people employed. And here I shall show you 5 short films about the concept of electric motors implanted into the wheels, and in addition, the picture that is here. Well, let's start with the general presentation. Yes. So we must look deep into the nature to understand what changes are necessary. So we put propulsion inside the wheel into the touch with the road. So this is the stator of the this is the rotor, and each wheel has such a propulsion system. So this is infotainment system, inverter. This is the inverter is in the Well, you see the comparison with classical car, the central motor and all this mechanical system with the differential gear and so on, and modern car with 4 motors implanted into the wheels, so we have much more of space in the car, and the cabin of the car can be adapted to people, not to mechanics. So this is maybe the main shift in thinking. So this is the stator. This is the stator of the electric motor. This is the rotor with many magnets arranged all around the circumference. We don't see the magnets. We could see them from another side, and all this is implanted into the rim of the wheel. The classical brake and so on. So. There was a lot of work necessary to develop this concept because the motor must have very great torque because we don't have gears. The first gear and the fifth gear are the same one. And in the same time, the wheel must be very lightweight. The wheel should not be heavy. So there should... had to attain very great specific torque. So this was the main challenge in development of these motors. So this is a short presentation of the concept. Well, everything is inside the wheel. Again, this is the stator of the motor. And such wheels with motors inside are a part of the electric car. So maybe this short video promotion is a little bit crazy, but we had to make such films in order to attract partners. It was not easy to attract partners because there was very great misunderstanding. People did not believe that putting propulsion into the wheels is possible at all. But we had to prove that this is feasible, and we succeeded. So there are many projects, many cooperations. So our motors are today implanted into many different vehicles, but all these examples are still on the stage of development. So they are not yet in mass production, but we are approaching mass production of this concept. So now I shall show you a short film with an example of this kind. this is the American company Aptera that implemented our motors into their own vehicle. Their vehicle is very lightweight. It weighs only about 4,000 or 5,000 kilograms, but it has an enormous energy efficiency because they did very great work to diminish to improve the aerodynamics of the vehicle. And they even put the solar cells on the roof of the vehicle. So this succeeded to the range of that electric vehicle with one charge of batteries 1,000 miles. That is 1,600 kilometers. So this is the vehicle Aptera. It has 3 wheels, and it has very improved aerodynamic system. Classical vehicles they lose a lot of energy with air friction. Well, there is not sound here, but there should be sound. Well, here you see the wheel expanded. And, well, there was a misunderstanding. People said that such a vehicle is not safe, but it's very, very safe. With modern materials, it's possible to manufacture a vehicle that is even safer than a classical vehicle. So, well, so this is the modern steering concept. If all the wheels, if the motors are implanted into the wheels, then the wheels can turn for 90 degrees, and we have possibilities like, for instance, parking to the side and so on. And another. Another example is the new possibilities in parking again. So the white vehicle is a vehicle with motors in the wheels, and the black vehicle is a classical one. So you see that the new concept affords much better abilities in urban transportation. So the most difficult challenge was not to develop such a motor. Well, it was a hard work to develop a motor that is that makes very great specific torque, and a motor that is totally well, these motors have gone through many severe tests, like, if the motor is in the wheel, then the whole wheel must be waterproofed. The whole wheel must be very, should not suffer if there are some bumps and so on. But well, there was a lot of work in this, but even more difficult was to convince partners all around the world that this concept is feasible. But just from beginning, we knew that that this is possible. Because why? Why we knew this? Every animal has moving systems inside every limb. Animals don't have a central motor. They have these moving parts spread all around the body. And this similar concept should be used also with vehicles. Classical transportation with gasoline or diesel motors could not afford this because the mechanics was too simple. But with electricity and with modern electronics, all this is quite possible. So the vehicle Aptera that I have shown before is a good example of modern vehicle that could be used in urban transportation, but probably also on larger distances. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrei. Thank you, Andrei Detela. And now, if we are staying in the field of entrepreneurship, I should introduce Mateusz Granda, who is now our next speaker, as an entrepreneur. He develops his business model around the magazine Outsider. But if he knows how to sell his pages well, basically he is an architect and he is a writer about architecture. And if we now heard about how we are going to produce food on the countryside, how we are going to move around the countryside, he will tell us about what role architecture could have in all that through examples of contemporary Slovenian architecture in a really, really short presentation. Thank you, Mateusz.
Thank you, Mateusz. Yeah, Mateusz just told me before the presentation that I don't have 30 minutes, but 15 minutes. So I will take this as a challenge, and this is also what I usually say as an editor to our writers, put it on half and it will be more interesting. So let me try. If you try to imagine what is a high quality architecture and built environment for everyone, you wouldn't probably imagine something like this. But a lot of people imagine this house like a high-quality architecture for them. It is a house with a garden. It's not too big, it's not too small. It has also this wild color, which represents their identity. But it is not what should represent the high-quality architecture and built environment. Architects would imagine something like this, or this is a cliche. I use this as a cliche, but to understand these two different ideas, two different imaginations that are usually understood as a high-quality architecture or a high-quality place to live between the architects or everyone would understand. So this is also the question that we are often facing at our Outsider magazine. Yeah, I'm also co-founder of this magazine together with my wife Nina Granda. And when we founded this magazine, our main idea was that we would like to open the discussion about architecture, about living quality, about space that we are all living in, not only to the circles of the architects, but to open those circles to everyone, literally. So this is our goal, but in our core, we are still architectural magazine. We print it 4 times per year, 200 pages around each time. Started in 2015, 2017 we received a Plečnik's medal, which is one of the most important medals, prizes for architecture in Slovenia. Then 2018 we are part of the group for Slovenian presentation at La Biennale di Venezia. And then 2019 we became a part of Future Architecture Platform, and in the same year partners of Center for Creativity. We did some nice projects together, and I will come back to these projects later. And this year we started Erasmus Plus program, which allows us to have workshops for young people, which I will also present later. Outsider is not only a magazine, it's also a web page. Web page is very important for us because we can react to new buildings, to problems in the space, in the environment we are living in. But we also are publishing new architectural projects and interior designs and interesting text and so on. From this year on, we are also running this small kiosk. It is in the center of Ljubljana, in front of the National Library, which was built by architect Jože Plečnik, and also our little kiosk was built by him. It has 2 square meters. We, of course, sell our magazine there, but we also understand it as a micro-cultural center. And here on the picture, on the image, you can see our event, one of our events we started this year. And this is Nina, who has a talk with architect Matej Gašparić. And we had the same idea, to open this discussion about architecture into public space, to invite people that are passing by the street to listen about architecture, what is a good quality of life of architecture. And when we started running this kiosk, we also started to print a new newspaper, which is a monthly newspaper, with the same goal as the kiosk. And as I mentioned, Erasmus Plus, we started doing workshops. And here on the image are the partners of the project, and we did this first workshop this summer. We did a floor built from clay in abandoned cow stall in southeast Slovenia countryside. We will also come back to this image on the end of the presentation. So the question is how to provide a culture of high-quality architecture and a built environment for everyone. And if we first look at the statistics, this is Eurostat statistic of where do Europeans live. And if we check Slovenia, 67% of population live in detached house, which is high above the European average. And another statistic data says that we have 850,000 dwellings, but 18% of those are empty. But even though that we are facing in Slovenia with a lack of flats, especially in urban areas, we have 150,000 empty dwellings in Slovenia. The next data shows us that the concentration shows the prices of the real estate, and the highest prices are concentrated in the urban areas, Ljubljana, Maribor, Celje, this northwestern part and coastal part. And it shows that people are gravitating to urban centers, and we also made a research a few years ago with the magazine, and this research showed us that people would like to live in the city centers, but they usually don't because they cannot afford, so they have to find another solutions. So if you now look at what we are building in the last few decades in Slovenia, one thing that was built from top-down public institutions were neighborhoods. These neighborhoods are still they were built as a social housing, but they still represent a high quality built space for many people. And if you want, for example, now to buy a flat in one of those neighborhoods, the prices are above the average. And they also provide very good quality of open spaces and facilities around. But also, good top-down public projects are built now. This is one example that was finished a few months ago. It's a public housing found in Ljubljana. Nava architects were designing this, and it has also the qualities of that we could describe as a high culture of architecture and built space. And the same location in few months will be finished a new, I don't know, maybe 200 flats. The Kleva Gregoric architects are designing this project, and this public top-down project can provide good architecture. And then on the other side, we have private initiatives. These are big investors which are building now in Ljubljana huge housings, and municipalities provide them urban plans and conditions to build this. And this one will be finished in the beginning of next year. And we could describe these projects more or less as a high quality architecture and built environment, but it is not for everyone. On one hand, because there are not enough public projects for everyone, but on the other hand, private projects are too expensive and not affordable for everyone. And mostly they are built as investments, not as living dwellings. And now back to our houses. This is private bottom-up initiative, because people cannot afford this high-quality architecture. They solve their problems by themselves. And so we have our countryside built very. It's not. I mean, we have this kind of architecture. Of course, we have also very good architecture in this part of area, but it's not the rule. It's more the exception. And what would be public bottom up? I choose this project, this kind of buildings, which were built from 70s on and were encouraged by the government at that time and economical situations at that time. There were few plans that were circling around, and everyone personalized those plans and started to build this DIY way of building houses for themselves. And those houses are all around Slovenia, and a lot of them are empty or half empty. So this is for everyone, but it's not a culture of high quality architecture and built environment. So prices in city centers are high, and on countryside could be much lower. But if we move to countryside, we face the high costs for mobility. And not only that, we face also traffic jams, and we could spend a lot of time in traffic jams. But because of this data that we have 150,000 empty dwellings somewhere on the countryside or suburbs, this area attracted us as a magazine, and we organized in 2016 one competition. It's very often that we organize competitions because on this way we are including the readers and public to participate in our projects, and in that way to popularize some problems in the public. So this competition has two phases. In first phase, we are looking for a house that would be the object of the architectural competitions, and then we got, I don't know, 20 proposals, and we choose this one. And the brief was very simple, to renovate this house into the modern house which could house a family or two families and new ways of living of sharing, co-working, and so on. And this was the winning project. The authors decided to make an empty void of one of the third house, and on the rest part they provide 2 flats. So there are many combinations. How could people live here? And here are the images of outside, inside, and then the second prize was somehow trying to search the inspiration in the traditional architecture of hierarchy in Slovenia, and it has 2 phases. One is rural and other urban, but this project shows us a lot of possibilities that this simple floor plan can be used on. These are many different combinations, and this was somehow the goal of our competition, to open, to encourage people that they can rebuild, renovate their existing buildings, and they can get qualities out of it. Like this third prize shows that it can be really high cultural architecture. So, and the honorable mention, it is just, you know, this normal renovation that could really change the landscape and also these little towns. And of course, it has a big car in front, because this shows the problem of the living on the countryside. So the first question, how to provide a more culture of a high quality architecture and built environment, would be reconstruction of existing dwellings. And if we return to this diagram, in this epidemic, we find one thing, that many jobs could be done remotely, and that a lot of people can work online. Probably a lot of you experienced this kind of work in the past year, and with this we can reduce costs of mobility, because we don't have to fly every time somewhere or drive or so on, but we can do a lot of meetings online. And the other thing that also was already mentioned before, the electrification of the transportation is in the phase, in the beginning of development. In the next 2 years, I believe, the electrification will develop so much that the costs of mobility will fall drastically. Now the cars are expensive, but in a few years they won't probably be expensive so much. So this focused us on countryside even more. So more and more, if the countryside now is the solution, because we don't have other options, the countryside could be a solution which people will choose, because a lot of people like to live in nature, because they want to grow their own food, have animals, have a lot of space, but also that doesn't mean that they are disconnected to the social life which city can provide. So I will shortly present our second competition. We did together with the Center for Creativity, and it was the title Rammed Earth House. Rammed earth technique is very antique technique, and it's very simple. You need a mold, and you put earth and stones inside, and then you compress it, and you get a strong structure. This technique is coming back into the architecture. So we had this location. It's a nice farm east-south of Slovenia, and this farm has a little forest on the west side, and this was the location for this competition. And the winning competition, the winning proposal, it was an international competition, and we received 469 projects from all around the world, which was really a huge number. And we needed then 3 months to choose the winning project. And this is the winning project. It has 4 cubes. Each house is a different function. First one is kitchen, toilet, living room, sleeping room. And it's very practical for us, because our intention is to build this object in next year or 2, and each object could be one workshop with exchange of knowledge and so on. So this is the floor plan, and interior, and then this is the second. This project got second prize. It's and it shows how many possibilities can be built with rammed earth. This is the third prize, and 3 honorable mentions. Yeah, because moving to countryside doesn't mean only renovation, but also building new houses. And we know that we have a big problem with building new houses, but we cannot say stop building. Yeah? And this is why we are promoting earth as very ecological material, which just transform back to the earth when when it's not in use anymore. These are the other projects. So my second answer, how to provide high quality architecture and built environment, would be natural materials. So to find materials that are recyclable and not causing the pollution. And now we are back to this image we've seen before. These are images from our summer workshop, and we were making this floor in the abandoned stall. It's very simple technique. We first dig 15 centimeters and then put gravel, and above the gravel we put earth mixed with straw and water, and then make leveling. And 12 young people were participating in this workshop. They were from Austria, Italy, and Slovenia. And in this 1 week, when we were doing this, we were building floor, but also we built a community. And people, we all connected for this 1 week. It was very important for us, and it's what I learned at that workshop was that community is the most important thing when we want to change things. Because if we talk about architecture, okay, we can show really nice examples, but it has to be community there who has this goal in mind that is common to all of them. And why the community is important? Because no house can be greater than the life that is lived inside it. So that's it.
Super. Thank you, Mateusz. Thank you, Mateusz Granda. And now I hope we have our first respondent online. We will listen to 3 short responses, and then we'll have a lunch break. Our first respondent is coming from Tirana, Sajmir Kristo. He's coming from academia. He's the deputy dean of the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Creative Industry at the Barleti University. Otherwise, also a practicing architect and urban designer. Also our partner in the Future Architecture platform for the last 6 years, organizing Tirana Design Weeks and Tirana Architecture Weeks. But as an expert, he was selected as a respondent because his professional practice was also developed, connected to making development plans and urban regulatory plans in the different cities of Albania. Sajmir, hello.
Hi, Mateusz. It's very good to hear you and see all of you there. And thank you a lot for the invitation, giving my response. I think the discussions till now were very interesting, but I decided that my response would be on discussing on the rehabilitation or rehabilitation in transition for the case of Albania. A few cases, a few discussions, few words about Tirana and Albania, a country that you might know now better with the presence of Future Architecture Platform and other activities related to architecture, but not only. You know, 100 years ago, exactly 100 years ago from today, this was the image of Tirana. It's a city of Ottoman heritage between mosques and churches, between old markets and different passengers, travelers going through the city. And the series of transitions that, and rehabilitations that this city passed from different regimes. Here we see the Italian fascism plans that were imposing these majestic boulevards on the city, changing totally its morphology. In a sense of rebuildment or a situation of reinvention of the city, it had really a huge impact on the capital of Albania. And as passing through history and through regimes, we see the impact of the socialist bloc imposed by the dictator Enver Hoxha, where living in common was living all together apart from one, the one that is ruling the country. And if we are passing very quickly every 2 decades through the previous slides, this image is very monumental for the world, but also is very monumental for Albania. Albania's Berlin Wall is the fall of the statue of the dictator. And if we are talking about the impact of architecture and the impact of different scenarios inside the built environment, how it changes, it shapes the lives of the people that live there, what we can say about migration, what we can say about freedom of movement, when Albanians try to seek for a better life abroad. These images go beyond the physical and metaphysical, the material and the immaterial, when you see thousands of Albanians trying to look for different new homelands to start their rehabilitation processes. And if we run it all over in the sense of urban development, we can talk about housing, we can talk about governance, we can talk about education, we can talk about urban development, we can talk about rural development, we can talk about industrial facilities and new economies, and the creation of clusters around a city which quadrupled its population in the last 20 years. But where did that energy go? Where did that energy that was wandering through history, and then refreshing some images now, took Tirana to what is today? This is the main square of the capital, Skanderberg Square. Maybe you know it very well from its nomination as one of the top 5 finalists for the EU Mies van der Rohe Award. And of course, this was a moment that 20 years ago that not only the square itself in 2005, but the way that people were living in transition had to be shifted. We see different movements between colors and ideas to regenerate, to reinvent public space. And of course, they had their success at that time. No? This is also a process of rehabilitation and the rehabilitation. But we see that sometimes architecture and in discussion with different concepts, new ideas should be present. You see the project from 51 and 40 from the new Skanderberg Square, a project that, as an initiative of Edi Rama, the mayor of the capital at the time, it took a long time to develop it. It takes a lot of time to understand these rehabilitation processes and, of course, implement them. And much more time also needed to see different obstacles and different debates that, of course, are happening in the city. And of course, they're happening in the level of the society also. It's not about only putting 2 bricks together or laying the concrete, but it's about creating a palimpsest in the social aspect. Indeed, the square took almost 10 years to be built, and here we see how it is today. It brought a new dimension for rapid urban development. You can judge if it's for good or for bad. In the end, it's part of the process. This process shows the need for new developments, new investments, creation of new retail areas, new spaces for sports. Here you can see inventions, creating new stadiums with towers. This is also a rehabilitation process. And how this tower looks today, a residential and commercial area. But maybe also speculations on how this tower could look before. And of course, in a country that was isolated for so many years, you have the symbolic element of its flag that is translated into collages and into architectural alterations and provocations, or even its geographical borders, being in the Western Balkans, how they can be translated into the image of a new residential complex. Nevertheless, we have also our national hero, how we can rehabilitate him into a building, how we can give architecture its shape, or a moment that is inspired from him. And as we are trying to rehabilitate public space, as we're trying to rehabilitate built environment, there is also processes that I would like to talk a bit more about it, on discussing how we can transform a city for children. How we can transform the city not for today, but how we can transform the city for tomorrow. How we can actually plan a new culture of education for children, new culture for public spaces for children. I'm not saying that the strategies applied at the moment are right or wrong, or are good or bad, but this is a good tendency to start focusing and thinking about a new Albania, a new Tirana. And in particular this year, because this year Tirana will be the European Capital of Youth in 2022, and is also the European Year of Youth, so it's a good business to reflect on the needs of giving to the youth, to children and youngsters, the right public spaces, the right attention, the spotlight that they need in order to create better cities for tomorrow. And this is an idea that you cannot only provoke and propose and discuss, but this is an idea that you need really to show with examples. And in this case, I must say that there has been an interesting approach on developing new educational facilities in Albania, due to the fact also that last year's unfortunate earthquake in November, 26th of November, had a devastating impact in many educational school facilities. At the moment, the country is under a very intense process of rebuilding, rehabilitating its educational system, not only from within, but also from the architecture that hosts it. And this is the example of Servete Maci High School, very close to the Tirana city center, designed by a prominent and very creative group of young architects, Studio Art 4. And they showed a good example on how schools can be present also today, in 2021. Schools that can really inspire the younger generation. And what about talking about education on a different level? This is an incredible and excellent initiative in Tirana, Tumo Tirana, which is taking the education beyond the borders of not only a physical facility, but also taking it into a dimension and the virtual reality world. Here you see youngsters from 10 to 15 years old that in the end, they create architecture, they create the space, the educational space that is inside it. Tumo is a center for learning, after-school learning for children that are very curious, very creative in several disciplines. In disciplines that actually are the professions of today and tomorrow. And it makes us think how we have to reinvent also ourselves as architects, how we were used to work before the pandemic and how we started to work now, how our processes of living have been rehabilitated, our processes of working, our processes of learning. And of course, these two processes can go in parallel. And if we talk about urban development, if we talk about impact in new spaces, this is the best case of a rehabilitation process. On the left side, we have the Enver Hoxha Museum, a building that was constructed, the Pyramid of Tirana, that was constructed in order to serve as the museum for the dictator, Enver Hoxha. And on the right side, you have the rehabilitation of that project, giving the former space of a museum for the dictator into the new area for Tumo Tirana, the new area for creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship that will be given to the youth of the city. So in the end, I think these processes require not only time and a clear mind, they don't only require this palimpsest of social development, But in the end, they require the full capacity to understand new directions for progress. And as Mies van der Rohe used to say, every building, every piece of architecture is as good as its client. So I think it's about becoming our better selves through processes like education, processes like investing in culture, and then thinking forward to see how our buildings will be shaped. Because as the previous speaker said, every life lived inside a building is always much better than the building itself. And really, I would like to thank you for your time. I hope you got my 2 cents for Tirana and Albania. Thank you.
Thank you, Sajmir Kristo. And our next respondent is coming from a business world again. This is Mr. Bogdan Krnovšek. He's coming from Chronotherm company, which is producing heat pumps, and you can see one of their beautiful heat pumps here on the stage.
So, thank you for invitation and to let us show you how important role will heat pump have in building rehabilitation in future. Just a second. Okay. In Europe, we have a very high goal to be carbon neutral till 2050. And that means that decarbonization will be also very important part of building rehabilitation. Namely, 40% of all energy is used in buildings, and 75% of that energy comes from fossil fuels. And to achieve this drastic reduction of emissions, Europe intends to prohibit to build new heating system on fossil fuel from 2025 on. So, what alternatives do we have? One of the best alternatives, as we see here on the presentation, are heat pumps, which reduces CO2 emissions up to 80% compared to other heating systems or fossil fuels. And if we use electricity for heat pump from renewable sources, then can we speak about zero emission heating. And why are heat pump so cool, so promising, and such a good alternative? Because, as the name says, in essence, heat pumps are pumping heat from environment, where we have a lot of renewable heat in air, water, and ground. And this heat is pumped to a building heating system, and then this heat eventually escapes through walls and roof and windows back to environment. And for that process, we need just a small part of electricity to operate. And these are the fact that the heat pump are most environment friendly and most cost efficient heating system. Okay, so modern heat pumps present one system for total comfort of home or building that provides heating, cooling, and domestic hot water. And further combination also ventilation. And heat pumps are suitable for any kind of heating systems, for floor heating, fan coils, radiators, and so on, up to 65 degrees and more. Heat pumps, modern heat pumps, have also very good weather and noise protection, which is crucial to ensure reliable and silent operation in rain, wind, snow in winter. Noise is more and more troubling emission, which influence on our health and causes a lot of dissatisfaction and a lot of angry neighbors and disputes. That's why we developed one of the most silent heat pump on the market, which is 40 times quieter than requirements of European directive for heat pumps. So these heat pumps can be installed everywhere, even in front of the bedroom, and will not disturb anyone. And heat pumps are smart devices and offer great connectivity. Our heat pumps are IoT, Internet of Things, already from 2013, and allow users to control their home comfort remotely. And the highest value of this is that we can ensure or enable us to give customers instant remote help, because more than 70% of all issues on heating system, on heat pump, we solve remotely. And this make us cost efficient and easier for us and for customers, and more cost efficient. Of course, heat pumps can also be connected to a building management system, BMS, smart house systems, and are a very promising tool for future electrical smart grids. Okay, heat pumps, architectural problem or new element. In the past, we saw it as a problem because in many cases, when modern architectural building was finished, at the end, investor installed in the front of this building some typical Asian air conditioner looking like heat pump, and totally destroyed all effort of architects. That's why we developed heat pump adapt with help of architects, which is monolithic design in which we can, with different colors and materials like corten, inox, and so on, totally adapt to architecture and surrounding of the building. That's why we see now heat pump as an opportunity and new important architectural element. So we are aware that space is money and that every square meter in the building is a big expensive. So the trend in heat pumps is going towards modularity and compactness. If we in the past need a separate big boiler room for heating system, now we need only half of square meter or 1 square meter on hallway or in utility closet. And to have a whole heating system. So, due to complexity of the heat pump and need for heat source, heat pump is not quite one-on-one drop-in with gas boilers. So, if we want to replace as many as possible fossil fuels boilers with heat pumps, we need versatile installation options. Especially in multi-apartment buildings with individual heating. So, as you see here on presentation, our new range of heat pump, Versi, enables versatile installations. For example, we can install it in attic, as you see here, indoor. Then we can install it outside, outdoor on the balcony or outdoor next to the building. Or we can install it indoor in utility or hallway. So, I'm sure that you were wondering what the hell was this, and now you know. This is one possible installation of heat pump that we developed specially for Dutch customers that are moving from gas, natural gas, their own gas, to other heating systems, and heat pumps present one of the most interesting alternatives. So they have the only space they have in buildings or in houses is attic for devices and utility and so on. That's why we developed this solution that can be transferred through staircases on attic and installed and to get air from the roof. Okay. As you saw, heat pumps offers solutions for rehabilitation of different types of buildings, from houses to apartment buildings, multi-flat buildings, then commercial and tourism buildings, and eventually industry and district heating. And our solutions we make solutions from 1 kilowatt up to 3 or more megawatts of heating capacity. So now, just a few words about Chronotherm. We have 95 employees, and we are developing and producing heat pumps for more than 30 years. And we strongly believe that heat pumps can be a really good tool for fight against the global warming. We have 82,000 heat pumps on the market, and around 60% of all heat pumps that we produce, we export to 12 different European countries. Mostly in DACH region, where noise and design is very, very crucial for customers. Okay, so our heat pump will help rehabilitate your building and will help you to protect your value of your effort. So thank you, and you are welcome to contact us.
Thank you. Thank you. And before we leave for lunch, another perspective from the business side by Mr. Dusan Lukic, new mobility project manager at Porsche Slovenia. Welcome.
So hello everybody. I don't think this is, oh, it is on. It's now on. Okay. So I am a little bit nervous, I have to admit, not because I wouldn't be used to doing presentations, I do this all the time, but I just realized that I'm the last thing standing between you and lunch. So sorry. Okay, I'll try to be quick, but the thing that we heard right now, before and especially now also from Chronotem, are really interesting. And now I'm representing Porsche Slovenia. You would think, okay, what are those guys doing here? They're just importing cars. But the main things that we are, you know, as a whole group, as a whole holding, as Volkswagen, we have decided to go, you know, to go eco. So we will be CO2 neutral by 2050. But what is even more important, we will stop producing internal combustion engine cars. We are switching to electrics, period. And in Slovenia, that means, because we have 35–40% market share, that basically means that sooner or later, from the more than 1 million cars that are on the road in Slovenia, and they will go electric, 400,000 would be ours, as they are now. And we have to charge them, of course. That takes electricity. Now, with the electricity, the problem is not how much do we have. We have enough. The problem is the last mile. The problem is getting it to where the charging happens. And that's why we decided that we have to build a whole ecosystem. We cannot just sell the car, because we will have unsatisfied customer, they will have problems at home, there will be circuit breakers tripping, there will be whole communities without power, and so on and so on. So we decided to build a whole ecosystem consisting of car, consisting of charging solution, consisting on getting green electricity, so basically building a solar power plant, consisting of an energy storage, because, you know, solar power plant does not work during the night, and consisting of a smart system that connects everything and also can connect to smart home, can also control the heat pump if necessary, and so on and so on. So just to explain you a little bit how does it go, it's quite easy. Actually, we need to first do just a little bit of theory. So how do we charge electric cars? You can charge it just by plugging into a normal Schuko output that we have all over Europe, more or less. But that takes time. That is very high load for a socket, which can burn in time, and so on. Then you have this home wall box. This is basically your home charging stations, which is the best. It has the cables. You come home, you just plug it in. It's smart. It won't overload, and so on. And then you have, of course, the fast DC charging stations, which are more or less meant for transit traffic. So when the battery is empty at the highway, you stop, charge for 15–20 minutes, you then go on. Okay, so where do we charge? 85% of charging is at home or in the office. So basically where you have the most influence. And then everything else is either public AC charging, so when you go to a shopping center and you plug it in, or when I arrived here with my electric car, there is a public charging station at the parking, like 200 meters from him, so I plugged it in. Or, as I was saying, the fast DC charging. Now we come to the home charging, and when I'm talking about home charging, it could also be, you know, business premises. It doesn't have to be a house. But we are talking about revitalizing, rehabilitation of let's call the rural areas. And what we have to know is there the problem of the grid not being up to providing that much electricity is even bigger here in Slovenia. So we had to go into what is called edge of grid solutions. So we have to help the power distributors. They're expecting us to help them. So how much power do we need at home? Well, basically, any home could have enough power. Why? Because we can just use, if you have a lot of power, if you're leaving somebody that there is a power transformer really close by, you can use any charging station. Just plug it in and use all the electricity you want. Maybe it will be expensive, but at least there will be no circuit breakers problem, there will be no transformer problems. You can, if you know that there is not enough electricity, just limit the power, set it in your charging stations, just limit it to, I don't know, 5 kilowatts. So we are on the safe side. Or you can go smart. You can go with dynamic charging, which means that there is some device that is controlling how much power goes into your car. And this is the thing. So you can just say, okay, I have, I don't know, 10 kilowatt available power at home, and I have this dynamic charging. So if the charging station senses that, for example, the heat pump has kicked in, taking 2-3 kilowatts, and that would take you over the limit of the circuit breaker, the charging station will reduce power of the charging, so you don't do that. The car will be, I don't know, filled maybe half an hour later, but that doesn't really matter because a normal Slovenian driver does about 40 kilometers per day, so basically he can drive an electric car for a week without charging, so that's not a big problem. So what we do, we say, okay, what we do right now, and we've done for quite a many customers, we sold them electric car, we sold them, of course, and installed also for them the smart charging station, but to provide green electricity, we also sold them and installed them the solar power plant, which is, a nice thing. We know how to do it, but then we have to go to the next step, the one that I'm talking about. So it's not solar power plant, and then when you don't have enough energy for solar power plant, you take as much as you need from the grid. No, you have to turn it around. You say we have small solar power plant, our charging station is smart, the extra energy that we produce in solar power plant, we have to store it somewhere. So we developed, together with the Slovenian company TAB, home energy storage system. Why? Because the current batteries on the market are not okay to be built into buildings. They are built on the same battery cell technology as most of the cars, which can be, let's call it, a little bit flammable. We said, okay, that's why they are usually outside. We said, okay, we need something that can be built inside, so we developed together with TAP, we used different chemistry, which is completely inert, it's not flammable, and we also say, when we also went, for a design that can stand somewhere and not be an intruding part of a building. Of course, it is small. This is basically about 40 centimeters thick, 1.30 meters high, so it's not much bigger than this stand here and just about this thick, so you can also hide it as you can hide a heat pump. And of course, then we have a box that controls everything. You can see here. This is what the customer sees. So basically, what we do is, if you remember the picture before, this arrow that connects the house to the grid is really thick. Sometimes you take a lot of power, and in the future, in 10 years, when we have dynamic tariffs for electricity, this will also be horrendously expensive. If you will take a lot of power when the grid is under very much load, it will be much more expensive than taking power when there is not much load. So we go for thinning the line, taking as little possible or sending as little as possible of energy to the grid. Of course, as I said, this has to look good. You can see that our solar power plants can be completely hidden in a nice modern house, and of course also our storage systems go for the same way. So yeah, that's the whole point. And this is not a theory. We are actually doing it. It's sometimes, somebody says, yeah, well, as I said in the beginning, you're a car manufacturer. Why don't everybody else thinks about it? Well, we've realized that actually we wouldn't be doing it, but the power grid companies will not do it, and the energy distributors will not do it. They are not doing it. So there are not many big players, and we are, as we will be selling that much electric cars, a big player. So we said, okay, then we will do it, and then we are trying to tell this also to the people that will design and build most of the new buildings from now on. Be it new buildings, be it rebuilding, but architects and investors are those that we see as our biggest partners, because, you know, when you do a building, it's a 30, 40-year project. It will stand there. Technology will go on. It has to be ready for future technologies. And of course, just before I finish, I was talking now about one building. When we are talking about, I don't know, villages, for example, we can combine these buildings and we can do a community out of them, with each building having everything, or maybe building them as central solar power plants, central storage, central maybe even a hub for charging cars, so not every house has to have it. That is also one thing that we have to be aware of, and then combining all of this into a community that again interacts as little as possible with the grid, because the future of mobility is not going to be just electric cars. If we just switch electric cars, normal cars to electric cars, yeah, we did something for the environment, but still, if we switch million for a million, we still have crowded streets, we still have lower quality of living because we need a lot of parking spaces and so on and so on. So, and we know that the mobility will change. We think that about 20 to 30% less cars in 10, 15, whatever years we will be selling. And we have to replace that. How are we replacing that? With offering the mobility services. Vehicle sharing, multimodal mobilities, digitalization. So basically we have less cars, they're more on the road and less taking space within community being parked. And when you, again, think about revitalization and rehabilitation, you have to think about this too. There has to be also a place for, I don't know, centralized charging station, for place where these car sharing service cars can be parked and so on. So this is a thing that has to be a little bit in the head of everybody when we are talking about what will happen in the future when we are switching to electric and digitized mobility. We don't even call it e-mobility in Porsche Slovenia, we call it the new mobility. So, okay, I was quick and I hope nobody died from hunger yet. So that's all from my side, and have a good lunch now, probably.
Thank you. So we came to the end of the first part, and since we are sitting now here for 3 hours, we have to move our feet. We are going to walk to our lunch venue, which is in Maribor Theater. There is staff waiting for you outside to show you the way. And we are staying there for 1 hour, and quarter past 1, we move back and we start here the next panel at 1:30.
so...
To pa na projekcijo in pa se mu bo zavrtila. Jaz sem pogledala 4 minute, tako da se bo tukaj vrtila, mu pa govoril.
Ok.
Tako da ja. To. Špila, španžel ne bo imela nič.
Ok, to pa pol to.
To pa to.
Dobro.
To bo, se še kakšen dan pa bi že imeli vse.
To je to. So za gospoda, da se nam znaje mikrofon.
Ja.
To vse.
Če sem že glih šla kupiti, a ne? Ja, sam bo ena še pred dnevno, ne?
Gospod Markus, on da ima tak samo pogovor.
Ja, pa ne rabi, ja. Ja, okay. Ja, okay.
Okay.
On bi rad samo preveril, če je njegova prezentacija.
Če je prezentacija gor. Vaše ime pa primek?
Mihajlčič Sina, oziroma ali pa bolj pod Polono. Polona Filipič tale bo.
Aha.
Sam pogledam, če je vse gor.
Ja, kjer vi lahko kaj pogledate.
Drugače pa potek desna, ne, kako pa kaj.
Ja,
Tukaj levo desno, pa to vse.
Ja, to poznam, okej, v redu. Nisem imel vse gor, tako da.
Se bomo izklopili kar vašo prezentacijo. Da ima prednost, pa bom jaz tak prišla, okej, pa vam bom nastavil, tako da brez panike.
just final two. Perfect. That's it. Okay. Thank you so much.
Dobar tek. Mahlzeit. Welcome back from lunch break. I hope you exchanged many business cards. If not, this is a friendly reminder. We're here to get to know new people, to make networks all over Europe, to enforce high quality in architecture and our built environment for everyone. I had a very nice lunch break with a friend of mine who is not sure yet whether she should go back home or use the chance, because after this conference there was an excursion offered tomorrow to Ljubljana and Venice, and she said maybe there is other people going to Venice, so she would like to know who is participating in this excursion tomorrow. Please, I don't know, raise your hand or stand up. Uh-oh. Yes? Is there somebody? No, sorry. No colleagues for you to join. You have to decide on your own whether you go to Venice or to Vienna. Now we're back in Maribor. And the first panel in the afternoon is about linking policies and resources. And the host of this panel is Markus Bogensberger. He's an architect. He was teaching at the University of Technology in Graz. He was leading the House of Architecture in Graz. And now he is the coordinator for the topic Baukultur in the region Styria and the Styrian government. Welcome on stage, Markus. It's yours.
Thank you, Elisabeth. Blood pressure normally is quite low after lunch, so but I hope our circulation will get very active again, because we have a very exciting panel ahead. As Elisabeth said, we have panel 3 now, and it's called Linking Policies and Resources. But in the beginning, I want to say that, because I'm also part of the organizational team from the Austrian team, and I think this is really a very nice moment of this event. The conference is in full swing, and it's also one thing we should remember, that this is really a cooperation between Austria and Slovenia. This is also a cooperation between Graz and Maribor, or Gradec and Marburg, who are both cities are part of the broader region of Styria. It's kind of a cultural sphere, and I think this is how we should think about Europe, and what's the essence of Europe, to come together and celebrate our common culture, but also challenge the tasks together. Because mainly the problems are very similar, at least what I've seen yesterday and today. We have, in the Austrian part of Styria, have the same issues active than you have here in the Slovenian part. Just want to give you an overview what you will see in the next almost 2 hours. We will start with another interesting region, with super region South Tyrol. Then we'll hear more about a manual for mayors, about rehabilitation. And then we will have 3 interesting responses from the ACE, from an international point of view, then from your deputy mayor, and then from a very renowned artist. So we start with South Tyrol. Everybody who is into architecture knows South Tyrol for many years. It's also a mixture of culture somehow, this place, and it's very well known for really high quality architecture, and also for the zoning laws and regional plannings, which is very advanced and often visited by expert groups and so on. I would like to ask Matteo Bolgan on stage. He's working with Bedevilla architects. Bedevilla architects also have a kind of connection to this region because both of them studied in Graz and founded their office in 2005. In my personal view, it's a young office, but it's not that young anymore. You can also see that they are in business for quite a long time because they have realized a lot of buildings, and each of them is really can be published and is extremely high quality. They are very much working on the integration of buildings in the existing local built environment. And one thing I want to quote their kind of company statement: we are concerned with the cycles of the materials used, their durability, but also with the use of traditional craftsmanship methods, a knowledge that we thought was lost, and above all, with the fact that materials live and evolve over time. They really deal with these issues. Matteo is working with Bedevilla architects. He studied in Venice, one city we just talked about because everybody wants to go there. And 2018 he started to work at the Bedevilla architecture, and we are very looking forward to your lecture.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thanks to be here, and thanks, of course, for the invitation from all the Bedevilla office. I would like to start just to a little introduction about our office. The Bedevilla is located in Bruneck or Brunico in Italy, of course, in the South Tyrol. And Bruneck is a small village very near to the edge of Austria. Our building is inside our office is inside one of the most old or ancient building in all the entire South Tyrol. We are more or less 10 collaborators plus the intern. We want every time to try to have more person that came from other country and not just Italy. So we have Italian, German, Austria person, because we really want to have different kind of approach in our project. But at the beginning, like I hope you will say after with the 3 projects that I will present, every project starts from the same philosophy. And about the project, the first I will show to you is a single house that we call Casa. Casa is in San Vigil, in the municipality of Marebbe, near Bruneck. And we call Casa because Casa comes from the Latin words of casa in Italy, or house in English. And the Latin is a language spoken in the area where this project is located. This new house is set in the middle of the Dolomites in Val Badia and the foot of the Kronplatz, one of the most iconic and more known mountain in all Italy. The clients are 2 owners of one of the most iconic hotels in the town of San Vigil that was built in the beginning of the 19th century that remain unchanged until today. So the project started at the beginning of 2018 when the client contacted us, and our task was to completely rethink the entire area. And the project consists in 3 phases. The first begins with the construction of the house that we'll see now. Then we follow it with the extension of the hotel, and finally we complete this project in a few years with the construction of a new spa building. Until now, the project provides just the house, like I said. At the beginning, the task was more difficult than we expected because we had just a really limited space to work. Later, we realized that the only solution could be create a central square where all the new buildings would face. So in the model, you can see the 2 new volumes that presenting the house and the spa building. The 2 buildings came from the same firm, revealing the independence from the surrounding buildings. The house, however, is placed in a higher position in order to have more private position and a garden for its own use. For the formal definition of the house, we focus on 2 fundamental aspects. Inspired with and stimulated by the very spiritual and religion vision on our clients, the buildings is based on an archaic form of a house a pure form, which reminds a temple also, where the lights come from above. And the shape of the roof is also taken up by the windows to frame the magnificent surrounding landscape. As in a temple, so the opening have to be monumental. So the relationship between the interior and the exterior have to be as close as possible. So in this way, the valley and the UNESCO World Heritage mountains want to be enjoyed when you are inside this house. On 30 October 2018, an event changed the idea that we had about this project, because a storm really hit our forest, a storm that we call Vaya, that's changing the form of our forest forever. From this event, we and our client, from a sense, we can say, of responsibility, of attachment to the land, we decide to change the structure of the house. Because initially, the idea was to build a concrete building. But after the storm, we decide to reuse the material that the nature gives to us and to give to this material a new life, using this wood for the construction of the house. For construction of the house, the best trees and the best views was carefully selected from the tallest one, so no handmade trees were used for this project. The shape of the elements making up the house and the workmanship require these elements were so particular that they require so much level of details that much of the workmanship was done by hand. As an innovative assembly system, we use to assemble the walls. So we use this innovative system just to assemble the walls interior and the exterior. No glues, no resin or nails were used to assemble and mounting the house. Everything was done through a system of wooden joint and screw. But not just the stone, just the wood, but also the stone was carefully selected from the mountains. The dolomite rocks were taken directly from the near mountains that is property of our client. And this stone provide a unique color and vein. So for this way, we decide to use the dolomite rock because for us, just a few other stones can provide these same feelings. And we use it for the walls, for example, and also for the floors. The entire house is prefabricated. As I said before, the interior and the exterior wall was made of solid wood and have been dry and laid together using wooden joints and nails. Only the underground part was made by concrete with the dolomite rock. The external walls are 36 centimeters thick, consisting in 6 layers of 6 centimeters each one. And thanks to this innovating laying system that I spoke before, the walls disperse very little heat, so the house doesn't require any kind of insulation. Of all the introduction, we lead to the shape of the finished house. Like in the idea that I said at the beginning, this finished house remained the same, so an archaic, a clear, a simple form, where there is no distinction between the roof and the facade. The dominant form of the roof makes the house recognizable from a distance, while at the same time remember its protective form. The shape of the windows is a recurring element. The large windows, that in German we call Erker, enrich the volume, giving more three-dimensionality and formal articulation to the house. It's interesting, I think, to note how these windows contribute to change the form of the house. In each elevation that we have seen, the building is different. The house, depending where you look, can seem slimmer, sometimes can seem more monumental, more closer, or sometimes more open to the outside. The exterior skin is made of small, thin, and hand-cut wooden panels that is water-resistant without any additional treatment. And we decided to not use other treatment because we expected that over the time, the wood would take on aging patina that would soften the image of the house. So as time goes by, the skin will change the color, giving to the house more and more charm and character. And for us that we know the buildings when we build it, it's amazing to see how it's already very different from we made it. And we know that the buildings continue to change over the year and over the season. And these have another aspect, because in this way, the life cycle of the materials and resource has been very extended. So we reduce the environment impact and the cost in the long run. So inside, the simplicity and the clarity of the exterior is also reflected in the interior. The rooms are clean. Just the wood is the element that embraces all the house. And the wood is this material that we extensively use in the local tradition for the interior panelings, thanks to its warm color and smell. The large windows flood space and the entire rooms with the natural light that come from outside. And great importance was attached to the social and cultural aspect of sustainability. Not only the house, but also the furniture well built, handmade by the craftsmen from the Badia Valley, who were able to enrich the project also with their knowledge and with their experience. So we really think that using the traditional, regional, and reinterpretate the method that we use in the past allows us to preserve the local culture and conserve this really old know-how that for us is a kind of know-how that is a risk of disappearing due to this technological process and increasing standardization. The second project that I will show to you today is not a house, is a service building. It's the Servicegebäude in Kreuzbergpass. It's another building situated very near to Bruneck, to our office, in the municipality of Sexten. The project started because according to the concept of the Nature Park administration, in some characteristic and recognizable building have to be erected in an individual strategy and important points in the UNESCO World Heritage Dolomites area. And one of these important points is the Kreuzberg Pass at an altitude of 1,600 meters. The Kreuzberg Pass is a place stepping into the history. The Romans built the first road that they call Via Claudia Augusta Altinate, because in reality it's very high, the mountains, but it's very easy to reach. So the Romans already built the first road. And that road remained very important until the beginning of the last century. After a short period of abandonment, the new road was built, and which today offers spectacular tours of impressive mountain heritage. So in this context, the main purpose of the building is to use various service functions, such as information, for example, for trails, hunts, and for the UNESCO heritage. And thanks to its shape, the building creates a very close relationship between the surrounding mountain formation. The steep height roof increases its visibility from a distance, making the new building an important landmark and a point of orientation in the middle, also we can call, or nowhere. With this low roof, the structure seems to reduce its appearance when you approach the buildings. And it emphasizes its function of protection, shelter, and invitation to enter. From the long side, there are two passages to open. So how you can see in the plans, for example, the biggest one that we call with the number 1. Inside there is an exhibition space with an information cloister and also a little restaurant. And there is another little space, a little passage with number 5 that where you can reach the bathroom and the service area. With the section inside, you can see that the form that the building have outside, we try to maintain also inside. So when you enter inside, the building show to the visitor in its entirety and height. So we decide also to use and to not reduce the height inside, because metamorphically we want that when you enter inside this building is like when you enter inside of a mountain, of a peak. Externally, the outcore of these buildings is made with concrete from the Dolomites rock, white concrete Dolomites rock, and the inner core is made not in concrete, but we decide to use a hand-cut large wood, which is used for the door, but also for the partition walls. And these partition walls are reaching up to the ceilings just to have more feeling of the height of the building when you enter inside. So the two main materials are very clear, very linear, are concrete and wood, and we decide to add some precious element. So we decide to add this handmade solid amber colored glass, like an element that connect these two main materials, concrete and wood, and in this case are like little windows that brings the lights from outside to inside. And nice, because in our idea, this element can remain, in this case in the concrete, like a reminiscent of a precious stone set in a rock, like the same stone that you find inside our mountain. But if you can see the same element in the wood, can remind you the resin that comes out of a trees. But when we try to add some details, we don't want to that this detail is just decorative, but have to be a purpose. So in this case, for the concrete elements, have to be windows that bring the light inside, and in this case, in reality, is the door handle. So through the combination of this natural material and the craftsmanship, we think that the buildings provide the feelings of security and the value, even in this hard and very isolated location. The last project that I present today, this time is another house, not a single house, but two houses that we call Wohnhaus in Pliscia. It's a private or our private house, and the biggest one is the house of one of the founder of our office, and the other is a house to rent for the holiday season. The loneliness, the calmness, and the closeness to the nature, these synchronize our daily routine and bring us emotionally closer to the surrounding and the environment. So from this brief thought, we can start to tell you about the project of the houses in Pliscia. The houses is a modern refuge set in the majestic mountain landscape of Dolomites in an altitude of 1,200 meters. The project is part of a really, really small village, just 25 persons live there, and most of the buildings in reality are farms. And from these buildings, our project take inspiration, and we try to create this kind of building in relation, in connection with the traditional building. The house is open to the valley. There is no other buildings that can cover the look to the valley. In fact, the two buildings have this kind of huge windows that reclaim and invite the nature to come inside. And the large windows offer a breathtaking panoramic view of the surrounding mountains. The interior, like in every other project, is very clear, with the use of the local materials. Here in the plan, you can see the two houses that I talked before. So there is this middle stairs that connect the two houses. The living space or the living room in both houses are situated in the part that look to the valley. The main house have also this kind of really huge loggia. So a space, protect space that you can leave the outside also during the winter season. That there is very, very cold, I have to say. And part of the house are also inside the mountain. So in that part, we can find the service part, so the staircase, the bath, and also the stube. The stube is one of our most important part of the house in Südtirol. So where there is the heater and where you can enjoy the winter season. Inside the interior, so the walls are made with the same dolomite concrete that we really like to use, because we discover with the time that the dolomite rock bring this really white color of concrete and are really soft to the touch, some sensation that we really, really like. And the floors and the doors are made of pine wood. So through the careful selection and use of the material, nature and traditional elements are reintroduced into the interior of the house. Collectively, the contemporary and the traditional create a unity inside of this space, and this unity gives the project his own identity. The building is completely self-sufficient. There is a water resource. It uses solar energy and geothermal energy, so providing the project with the necessary energy source. The union of these two aspects, innovation and connection with the territory, is something that is possible for us and is something that also is very important for us. We like to end with this image, because an image that we perceive that the nature is right there, outside the door or outside the windows. And this is our philosophy, so it's something that you can find every time in our project. The really deep connection between, in this case, the mountains and the new buildings. Because the mountain and the nature for us, for our culture, is something that not just can be, but have to be lived in every moment of our life. So, thank you so much to be here. I hope you enjoyed the presentation.
Thank you, Matteo, for presenting us these really beautiful projects. I think that we can also feel that one of the resources you use is really the landscape and the tradition of architecture and craftsmanship. And in a very, almost a little bit sad moment, also the wood, which is produced through a catastrophe, and turn it into something positive. So really very interesting approaches. So now we go on, and concerning our title of our panel, we move to policies. We now will hear something about the rehabilitation manual, a manual for mayors, which is developed by the University of Ljubljana, the architecture faculty. In the program, we can read that Ms. Polonia Filipic will hold the lecture, but she unfortunately can't be here today. But we are very happy to welcome Sinan Mihelcic. He is a young architect, a collaborator at the university, and he's also leader of the Stein Group, which is a collective of young architects, and we are very looking forward to your presentation.
Okay, thank you to host us here. Welcome everyone. I hope you are doing great during these times here and after the lunch. So as you heard, my name is Sinan Mihelcic. I'm here on behalf of Polona Filipic. And I think I'm gonna introduce to you today some kind of very interesting project or manual, how we call it, that we are developing at the moment at the Faculty of Architecture in Ljubljana on the idea of architect Aleš Vrhovec, who came to us and introduced this, let's say, this project or this hopefully one day movement through Slovenia to tackle, to start to deal with with this very big problematic rural or suburban areas that we are having a lot of them. So lecture, or let's say the presentation, is made in Slovenian, so I will speak in English, so I hope I will be good enough to kind of translate everything to you. So if anyone would have some questions, please just raise the hand and I will try to explain it even more. So let's say in Slovenia, as we heard already during yesterday and today, we have a lot of these rural areas, or by the latest research, global latest research, we can also mostly define it as suburban, because the reality is that most of the people living in rural areas or so-called rural areas, they're living there in they're living their suburban way of life. So it's kind of the paradox, but it's really, really difficult to tackle these problems. And all this that I'm going to present today was thoroughly researched by students in the workshop that they had in this year. They made a tremendous amount of research, tremendous amount of work. They produced a lot of interesting results, interesting solutions that hopefully you saw it yesterday evening in the exhibition in House of Architecture in Maribor. If not, please visit it today. It's really worth to see. It's in Slovenian language, but sometimes even the images are good enough to understand this big problem or this big phenomenon of suburbanization of the world, as Roger Keel would call it. So let's say in Europe, and the same is in Slovenia, I believe it's the same in Austria or any other European countries or everywhere in the globe. Most of the land is covered with settlements, which are rural, suburban, so whatever you want to call it. And Slovenia is pretty much the same. We have a lot of rural areas, and we don't really have a good policies at the moment how to tackle these issues, how to tackle its problems. So in the history, of course, we always had this programs, some policies, some movements, what to do with rural world. But it was more focused on agriculture, it was more focused on farming, it was more focused on the forestry rather than settlements itself. So we didn't really know what to do with settlements. And what happened, suddenly the whole country was sprawled with the one-family houses, with very low density housings, and it's still ongoing. So I hope there are some mayors here today, or that some mayors will listen to this presentation later, or they will get this manual that we are preparing to understand what is actually going on. But okay, this is a short history, how these programs, initiatives, European Union initiatives, how they work with the rural areas. But I think now would be about the time that we start to seriously talk about what to do with housing in the rural or suburban areas in Slovenia, even on the European level. And I hope this new European Bauhaus will actually tackle this, and that we will get some policies in the future, European policies that would deal with suburbanization as a phenomena. So the image of Slovenia, so density of the population is something like this. So we have very strong, let's say, density. It's in Maribor and Ljubljana. All the rest, as you can see, it's pretty low. And let's say this image would be even different if you would just see where the big cities are. So because some of these yellow municipalities, for instance, Kamnik, which is the municipality I came from, it just on a very small spot, it's very dense. The rest, it's probably green. So this is the situation now. So we have to accept it. We're having this, and I would say, as much as I know Austria, I travel there quite a lot. So it's pretty much the same. So you have some very strong centers, urban centers, but the rest is just sprawl around. Also this image, so this statistic is depopulation. So the dark color, it's where the people are moving in. Light color is where people are moving out. But again, the situation is even worse, because sometimes, all these, let's say, people or inhabitants, sometimes they are living somewhere where they are actually not. So they live in Ljubljana, but due to some economical benefits, they are registered in some municipality out of Ljubljana. So, I mean, we all know that most of us, we would like to live in some urban center, Ljubljana, Maribor, maybe Koper, but the areas around, they are lacking, or they are having this, not even a brain drain, but mostly people are moving toward the city centers where they think they will have more opportunities. So this is, let's say, the underdevelopment threats in Slovenia. So you can see most of the region, except the central Slovenian region, are being threatened by the underdevelopment. So they're lacking of the infrastructure money, etc. So creative potential or the human capital. So all these things are happening there, and we shouldn't just forget about them. We should be very aware that it's happening and that it's there. Okay, this is some of the statistic about moving people around. So what is happening? There's nothing new. I think you read this a lot in different magazines, newspapers, etc. The other thing is also what we research, or let's say the students, what they research during their workshop was let's say typology. What type of houses we have. So, and mostly what you already saw it in previous presentation, also yesterday. Yesterday it was mentioned. Mostly we have one-family houses. So between 65 to 70% of built infrastructure in Slovenia, it's single-family house or maybe two-apartment house. But in general, this is quite a lot of houses spread all around the countries. So let's say this one is interesting. If we exclude urban centers or so-called urban centers in Slovenia, we can see that 150,000 houses or apartments in the rural areas in Slovenia are empty. So this represents a great potential, I think. I mean, potential or a threat. So we built all these houses and suddenly they are empty. So you ask yourself, what to do with them? So how to tackle this problem? So it's there, so something has to be done with it. And the same is in all aspects of our built environment. So we have almost a quarter of empty apartments. So out of the urban cores, out of the urban centers, but even in the urban centers, this problem exists. So it's really, really interesting, and it's good it's good example, or let's say information to tell us what is going on. So people are just moving out because they lack opportunity, or they think they lack opportunity. They would like to go somewhere else, and let's say we don't have really good, or we don't still have an answer or good policies, to stop this trend. Some statistic during the workshop about how many people usually live there in these apartments. So what is the average square footage of the apartment? So it's 92 square meters. So 3.3 person live in one family house, which is in average. So I mean, if you imagine, usually these houses are 250 square meters with the floor plan of 250 square meters, and mostly like 3 people are usually living there in this kind of in this size of a house. It's pretty worrying data. Also here you can see, okay, this graph for anyone who doesn't speak Slovenian. It means when the houses were built. So for instance, this one was before 1946 and so on. What worries me that even the new houses that were being built in Slovenia, like 8,000 of them is the last one there. Almost 8,000 of them are empty. So it's really, so it means that we have some policies. We are building the houses, one family houses, in the areas where nobody wants to live. So why is that? I don't know, but I think something is wrong here. So I'm asking myself, or let's say, if we compare it now with the recent happening in China with Evergrande, the situation is the same. You build houses, apartment blocks somewhere where you don't need it. So I think it's economically bad, it's socially bad, and also environmentally bad. So we have to rethink this, we have to do something about it, and students were very clear when they were figuring that out, that it's wrong. we should think our policies, and I hope this manual in the future, it will offer to the municipalities some of the insights and possible solution what to do with these issues. Okay, so let's say a lot of this research was done during the workshop, and to me it's super interesting, I admit. And just the last one here on the right, you can see, like in Slovenia we have 1.2 million of single-family houses, which is 1.2 million people live in one-family house, which is a lot. So I would say really, really a lot. So I would call it sometimes. For myself, I call it like we are actually a suburban country, so not even rural, not even urban, but definitely suburban. Okay, so if we look at our landscape, our rural areas. So what is kind of the development goals we have to achieve here? Of course, some of the policies that are already being implemented through the European Union funds and some initiatives are definitely to support competitiveness of the farming, of the agriculture, of forestry. So this is already going on pretty well. So we have another problem coming in. It's already here. Global warming or global climate change, if I state it correctly. We have to adapt to it. It's going to be very problematic. Every day in the media we can read something new, what's going to happen, how it's going to happen, and we can also see with the latest development all around Europe that it's not. This is not a joke anymore. So it's here, and we have to be prepared for it. Also, our built structure, infrastructure, it has to be prepared for it. So this is something we will have to tackle in the rural areas. And of course, we have to support the know-how and the innovation in the rural areas, because people who are still living there, they have to feel that they are not being left behind, but they are actually being the same as someone who is in urban centers. So we are dealing now strongly throughout Europe with urban centers. So everywhere you can see cities are being renovated, prices are skyrocketing of the real estate, etc. So something is being done, but not in the rural areas. Rural areas are probably the next new frontier that we're gonna have to develop, and also in the practice. Maybe the last year it was interesting. This Rain Koolhaas exhibition in MoMA in New York. It was very good ones. Or everything that's happening now with the new European Bauhaus. It's showing us, okay, this is the area, this is the field, we have to do it. So what we'll do, or what our manual that we are preparing now is going to do. So we'll try to show to the municipalities, to the mayors, how to stop some type of depopulation, so how to bring people back, or at least what you can do to keep this process, let's say, in a kind of normal. So how to reuse or how to renovate all these old buildings, or this old, all the built infrastructure that you already have, and of course how to recycle everything that you already have. So it's kind of the idea to say, okay, stop opening new areas, stop opening new areas for building, stop greenfield investment, because it's you're just adding to this problem, but rather think how to, in a way, renew existing. So maybe add a little bit density to it. How to do something with this? This is the basic idea or the focus of this our manual and what we are working on at the moment. So our philosophy is: we have a problem. Let's make this problem an opportunity. Don't build new, but rather reuse what we already have. So we heard yesterday quite some interesting thoughts already on this topic. So I hope we will manage it through this. So let's say some statistic. What we are doing on is 1.2 million people living in these houses. 45 billions is worth of all this building fund, or how should we call it? And the average is 1973. This is the average year of the house. So a lot of them, they will have to go into the renovation now. So I would also call it now a huge economical opportunity. So all these houses that has to be renovated, if we tackle this problem right, it can be really some new, or let's how the European Commission call it, like we can have our new Green Deal. The other idea of this manual or guidebook is to start to establishing the communication between the partners. So definitely ones are municipalities, private investors are then the second one. Economical private sector is the third one here. So you have to attract different, let's say, from the banks who are financing this renovation to, let's say, construction companies, local labor. So all these elements or entities, they should be kind of incorporated in this. So in the process and in this movement, from top to bottom, I think it's really important that that this complex process of renovation is includes all these partners in the that are already working on these topics. Then we would like to develop kind of the communicative some kind of tool for communication, so that the investors, they would have easy access to some basic ideas, what can be done, how can it be done, what are their options. And of course, the end result we hope we will achieve, it's some kind of the nicer environment, better built environment for all of us. I mean, this is why also one of the points why we are doing this. This one is a good one, I think, that we would have not just for the restaurants, but also for architecture, that we would have kind of the Michelin star for the best architecture. Of course, we have all these awards everywhere, but speaking about the sustainability, I think it's a bit more complex. What is a good architecture or urban plan? Which one is sustainable, which one is not. So it could be interesting thing to start this. So maybe Aleš, who is very engaged in Zbornica or Chamber of Architects in Ljubljana, this could be a new projects for the next year. Anyway, so all the renovations on the topics of energy, zero carbon society, all these kind of things, I think they are already on a different agendas. We just have to put it into the motion and get all the people, all the small investors on board. So let me say now a few words about our manual. So what we are trying to do. It's not the manual, I think it's just the first phase or the first initiative. We hope that this will grow more into the movement through Slovenia and neighboring countries, let's say it like this. It's not just going to be one booklet that you quickly read, but it's something bigger, something that we could call seriously a movement. In this manual, we will briefly or try to describe the process of renovation. So we already know, like the first part is vision. You have to know what you have to have, the idea what you would like to achieve. That's pretty much, you have several scenarios and you pick one of them. When you're doing the project and preparing the project, we will introduce some of the ideas, how to help the investors on a legal basis, on the technological basis, on the basis of energy renovation, etc. So I think it's really important that you have all these opportunities if you are renovating your house, that you can ask someone, or at least even from the professionals, even the architects. Sometimes they don't know everything, and they have to ask, they have to rely on someone. I think the most important now that we are working on is financing, because the financing, it's of course at the end everything stops or starts with the finance, and it's really important that the big financing structures are on board with this kind of the project, and also that the municipalities, which are sometimes very small, understand that they have to group in a clusters to apply for certain European funds, because sometimes you just have to have a project for 50 million euros to apply for some, European Investment Bank funding. So it's really important that we have these structures explained, and we try to help the municipalities how to actually tackle these problems and give them. I hope we'll also establish some kind of the frameworks or some kind of the let's say offices that would also offer the legal and all this bureaucratic, if I might call it that way, help for the municipalities. Another thing that I strongly think that's important here is tax policy. Without the proper tax policy, it's very difficult to achieve some result. This is more on a national level, so it's going to be difficult to solve it on a municipality level, yet they do have some options, they do have some maneuver space there. And at the end, of course, we will present some ideas about the good practices, how to actually involve the private sector, which is the third very strong element here. So without a strong private sector, it's difficult to achieve some results. I won't stop here, like theoreticals on this, we already cover it very well. So why are we doing this? What is our initiatives? But more, I will say something about the possible scenarios. Let's say this is mostly based on the students' research or their ideas. So what type of the scenarios we will present in this handbook? So we have, of course, what we want to do is to attract more people, to repopulate, re-inhabitate the houses that we already have in the rural areas. So there are several scenarios. Of course, you can divide on different options. You can add something to the houses, etc. So all this is very strongly explained in maybe more in a theory. But sometimes when you look at when you talk with the local municipalities, they are not so aware of this, how it can be done, why it's good to be done. So I hope this manual will bring that forward, and that the mayors who are responsible for their municipalities, they would understand why this is good, why this should be beneficial for them. So scenarios will be very well presented here. Another thing that will be presented is, of course, some catalog of the possible solutions. So there are a lot of them. I won't explain all of them here, but from the energy point of view, of course, we have a lot of different options, and it's good that somebody who will read the manual or who would go through this booklet will understand what are the options, what are the possibilities, not only from the technical perspective, but especially also from the financial and some economical benefit that you can get when you do it and how you do it. Of course, sustainable mobility, this is another very pressing issue or topic, because suddenly what happened if you follow the development of our societies, like 30 years ago, we lived very different life than we live today. So we are much more flexible, we travel more, we are always connected through different social networks or mobile networks. So the way we live today, it's something that's unprecedented from the history. So it's also, I think, we through the point of urbanism, we have to understand what is going on. So mobility, in that sense, it's let's say it's very important, and we will present a lot of these let's say ideas what can be done here. Self-sufficiency, it's another also political topic. So how to achieve it, or how to achieve it in a bigger manner, or higher percentage. This was also one of the things that we talked a lot. And of course, kind of the cross-generation, different programmatic approaches. So what you can do in these rural areas, how you can tackle some of the legal problems of programs, what kind of programs you can attract into these one-family houses that might not be only the houses for the living, but they could become something else also. So how to do it, and what are the types of programs that we are counting on it. Of course, so I already said a few words about this, probably for the mayors the most important part. So how to finance all this, how to attract investors, how to attract funding. I think this would be important. So, of course, the first level is private investment. So with some loans from the banks, this is usually what people do. But sometimes you also have economically very weak areas that cannot afford all the renovation or expensive renovations. So therefore, you would have to go for some national or European funding. You would have to apply for it, which means that it's difficult, or you have to have several projects together to fulfill certain norms. So this is something that we would we would focus on it. Also, there are some ideas about how we should grade differently this type of investment. So it means if we want to seriously develop the rural areas, then we should prepare special European fundings just for this type of projects. But I mean, this would have to be discussed on the European level, not on the national. And then we also have some investments, very strategic investments, private investments, or some businesses that would be interested to invest in renovation in order to generate some kind of income in the long term. So, for instance, many companies dealing in an energy sector, they're already working on it. So they kind of offer you some kind of the free renovation in order to then you pay like a higher price for the energy in some longer term. So all these things are possible, and we have to discuss it. We will discuss it here in this manual, how to achieve it and what to do with them. Then the manual, of course, it has to have some good examples. There are some nice examples in Slovenia of renovating these houses. So it's up to you to decide either you find it nice or not nice, or what do you feel about all these houses. But of course, we try to select some positive projects from our world, so that the investors, they would see, okay, it can be done. It can be interesting. We can do something similar. I think it's a good to show good examples of renovations. So they are very different. So I just show here a few of them. I mean, it's nice to show it. And for the end, I would also say that it's not just we are not just focusing on architecture. Out of this project, we already started with the interesting urban plan project in municipality of Trzin, which is typical suburban municipality right next to Ljubljana, and we are doing exactly this with Combinat Arhitectia, Faculty of Architecture. We started this in Slovenia. We call it OPPN, which is detailed urban plan. And what we are doing, actually, we are trying to figure out how to renovate these houses, these row houses, and how to, make it more livable, how to offer the owners or the people who are living there some kind of benefits. So it's really interesting that the municipality actually jump on board and say, okay, yes, we want to do this because we want to keep it nice, so that the neighborhood will be nice. But on the other hand, we want to allow people to, have more space, do something. So it's in development, and I hope that next year, if we will be invited to some of these nice events, we could already present the results of this urban plan. So I think I spent my half an hour here. So if there is some questions, ideas, or something, you can just ask or raise your hand, and I don't know, I might be able to reply. Thank you.
Yeah, I think basically there are lots of questions you raised, because this is really extremely interesting and inspiring work you're doing. It's really important work, yeah. And I think this is a very good example of how powerful universities can be, yeah. Because you really have the resources, the intellectual resources, and you also have students who learn from it, but also can contribute to work on showing the issues which are around, really. Yeah? So this is really good stuff you're doing, and I'm definitely will ask you to come to Austria next year when you report, and maybe your work is finished, and then we can share ideas, because we definitely have the same problems. Yeah, and the numbers are really astonishing. Let's say at least 150,000 vacant places. This is really a shame that we have this kind of overproduction or around us. Yeah.
I mean, I would just also say that university is not alone here. There were basically two universities, Maribor and Ljubljana, and without the chamber of architecture, I think it's who gave the initiative. Also, the ministry, it's an important partner here, and the same I would say also European say, change this process or this very, very complex problem. So I think just the university is not enough. It's one small part in all this big story. And I hope that this story will go further, that we will actually achieve some improvement on a systemic level, not just few good examples, but systematically we will achieve some renovations and seriously tackle these problems here that we are having. We cannot do it alone.
Yeah, I think this is a very good, important remark also. But I think that the universities, they have a kind of special power they can generate, yeah? And it's something different. The ministries have other logics, and they are in a long tradition of seeing things more or less, and it's very good to have this kind of fresh and maybe also a little bit bold access to topics, yeah? So we are now going to the phase of the responses, and I would like to introduce to you Eugen Bănescu. He's board member of the Architects Council of Europe. He's coming from Romania, and he's an architect and urban planner, co-founder of Planwerk Studio in Cluj, and he contributed to the rebirth of public space and the transformation of the planning professional practice in Romania. He guided the urban design studio at the Cluj Architecture Faculty on brownfields transformation, so also maybe almost a similar approach. And as an executive board member of the Architects Council of Europe and coordinator of the Baukultur thematic area, he follows the European Urban Agenda and the Partnerships for Culture in the European Heritage Alliance. So please, stage is yours.
Hello, thank you very much for the introduction and the kind invitation to take part. First of all, I'm very happy to return here after 9 years. I was here 2012 when Maribor was culture capital of Europe, and I like very much the improvements that I had the chance to see. Today I will show a perspective from the east, a little bit east and then Slovenia. But noticing the discussion in the last 2 days, I'm sure you will find also very common topics in the development. And the subject of dwelling and housing is a very sensitive subject that we should not be left to treat alone, architects, I mean. We should be encouraged and sometimes really enforced to open up professionally, to work with other professions, to understand the reasons why these things are happening before we find architectural solutions to the problems that bring other problems with them as well. So therefore, I think understanding the evolution of the situation, we have to follow up a little bit the recent history. I could see similarities from the Albanian presenter earlier, before lunch. And we should be also aware that in some countries of Europe, the situation was very different. And the jumps in political and economical steps also had an immediate and crucial influence on the way people lived. Mass housing is a huge factor, and it was also a trigger of what we have today, because in the times where the modern cities were reshaped and increased in population, moving lots of people from the countryside to the city to work in factories, the whole ideas followed up the modernism, the Charter of Athens, and the way the cities were shaped, but having all the tools that you could dream of in the box. Economical power, political power, social pressure on the population, and the whole country to yourself. So it was really a dream job to finally make the modernist dream come true. So it was. And also combined with the fact that the public opinion and expressing opinion, what was happened was a public derelict. So it was really dangerous to express opinion. So all these things have moved after 46 years of dictatorship to a state where housing was a public matter. And interestingly enough, some of the facts happening there or back then are something that we try to regain now, to raise responsibility in the political and administrative factors to deal with housing in a responsible way, not to leave housing become a complete market commodity and to leave the free market rule the housing market. So that's why some research of young researchers are now looking back at the political policies from the time that were producing so much quantity and sometimes also quality. Well, then the change came in '89, and the freedom that everybody was looking for also had immediate effect on the built environment. All policies were abandoned, all guidelines and everything else, because it was part of the communist regime. So total freedom was there on the table. Client was again the only ruler of what the planner were doing and the architects. Planner were actually very much diminished as a role in society because they were immediately associated with the previous time. So actually the development was free. Everything legal, everything with papers, so no situation of illegal dwellings or something, but lacking guidelines that were imposing something for the common good. The private initiative and the private advantage was the only thing that mattered. Well, some of the results are clear. Economical hits or incentives were the only thing that guided the development, and the need and the demand in the society, in the market, has proven a good partner for all this development. Basically, everything that is built is also sold and occupied. We have absolutely no vacancy, or so little that it's really not worth mentioning in the former housing production, but also in the new one. And luckily, also other professions are looking a little bit at this. Here are photographers and anthropologists looking at the phenomenon of a financial wave of mostly black money made in the foreign countries by families who are split, with the working part being active in other countries, but coming back into homeland, investing in their own villages to show a little bit of pride. That's why the project is called Pride and Concrete. You can look it up, very interesting photographs of families coming from Italy, France, and Spain, or other countries, really jumping up in scale because of the pride, not only because they needed it. So most of these houses are also not really fully inhabited. So, and people are going back into the countries where they work, and meanwhile they have children and have settled abroad. And in the villages that are now occupied with such huge houses, only the grandfather remains to take care of the empty houses. And another form, I'm jumping a little bit through the topics, but I want to make a broad example selection of the factors that are influencing houses today. And these are new examples with quality, with good architects, lots of money involved, of social engineering new communities based on shared values, on some things that we have seen in the B-series science fiction movies from the 70s, of forging new types of societies controlled now financially because other means do not exist, of selecting the neighbors or the future inhabitants and isolating them from the society in such a way that the children are protected. I'm sure you know what I mean, and also this type of gated communities appear all over Europe. They are all sold out, no? Because it's something that you really desire. Well, basically to wrap up the situation, the public housing stock, which was almost everything, over 98%, was also sold completely in the 90s. So we have now a big number of small owners. We don't have any societies that own many apartments. Only now the developers are still small scale compared to other countries in Europe. So basically it's an explosion of micro ownership. that is very difficult to, not to regulate, but also to move to stay behind a common idea for renovation, for example. It's completely impossible to renovate really thoroughly a block of flats because you have 50 owners or how many apartments you have. It's very seldomly that two apartments are owned by the same owner. So basically you deal with everybody at the same time, all the time. Then, of course, the state has retreated itself from any responsibility. So there are no policies in power, there are no guidelines. Basically, everything that had an effect was a follow-up of European financing conditions and nothing else. That's why quality and affordability have basically disappeared as factors from the market. They are just incidental and they're relating only to the good coincidence with a good client who can also afford himself to produce such a factor. And basically as a contract, as a social contract, there is a broken type of society where the administration and the political and economical factor and society, they all are having their own gravity. They don't really communicate and they only force each other to act. There is no common plan. Well, to the positive part as well, as I told you, there is no vacancy, so we don't have this type of issues at least, which is good. The demand is also a powerful factor, so this means that the demand in the market will slowly increase also the quality. This has been already proven in the last 10 years at least. And then all types of housing models or examples that we have are now in a social type of social focus. The socialist mass housing as well as the new suburbs. They are all expensive. They start to mean something, so the new buyers or the tenants as well or the owners know that things are increasing in value, so they take care a little bit more what's in them. And then we have also a very good driver, that it's a good partner for change, sometimes the best, the discontent, unhappiness with the quality of the housing of the living. And in many areas, the quality really stops at the gate of the courtyard, of your own courtyard, or at the door of your apartment, because the common parts or the areas, the new neighborhoods, especially the new ones after 1989, they almost lack any really common quality. And people become unhappy about it, and they demand the local administrators, the planners, the architects to raise a little bit more, or the neighbors to raise a little bit more the bar to produce more quality. So unhappiness and discontent is sometimes the only thing we have to use as a tool. And then, of course, in the design panels that we have in every country and every municipality almost, public amenities that were lacking, we were basing on the socialist level of public amenities, which were enough at the time, but then the quantity at least increased very much, the built quantity. Now the public amenities start to be negotiated. Public realm, urban design, kindergarten, education, health, green areas, and so on, and sport facilities. What we have produced with my colleagues, at least, because we are active now 20 years into dealing with municipalities on urban planning and strategy and public space, is to provide and to illustrate, to provide at least the imaginative tools for politicians, administrators, and citizens to imagine things that are very abstract and very difficult to grasp if they are not illustrated. And we have made in the building codes for cities or local plans how reassembling the plot structure, turning it from an agricultural type of ownership to an urban level can provide public amenities. Or providing visual guidelines for the urban regulation to show a little bit the increase in quantity, how the plot can be divided, how the green areas and how the urban space can be related to the public space, to the and the private space, and also providing guidelines of good and bad examples, as you do and as you have shown yourselves as well. Then also using the the neighborhood unsatisfaction. Many NGOs have been created by neighbors who are unhappy with the quality of the development. Of course, many of them participated into this situation before, but then this is all, the link to discuss about quality. It's something that is generated a little bit easier than just providing tools for the quality. But on the other side, to enable the new buyers to be more aware of what they're placing their money on, guidelines are provided that calculate the distance to the public amenities or the evolution into the neighborhood area or the value. So to be a little bit more aware on where the money goes. And to the rural side, the chamber has initiated a complete coverage of the country after typical cultural identities. You see all these colorful small regions. They have their own type of individuality in the rural occupation guidelines to help the normal usual inhabitants, but also many new ones. I'm sure that every one of you almost knows at least one family who moved already to the countryside or wanted to move in the last 2 years. So a lot more new inhabitants to the rural areas are using the built environment that they find. They unluckily ensure that a lot of heritage also disappears through modernization. So all these guidelines are showing how the increase in quality and sometimes also in quantity on the same plot can be done in such a way that the quality is preserved or produced. All these guidelines are public. You can find them always online, and sometimes are very useful even for architects who don't know enough, like we all knew. And now for the wrap-up, I think that we have to really push the pedal down to provide more quality guidelines for housing, to be able to debate them, and I liked very much the previous intervention for the guideline for the mayors, to ensure in a way that the development and the planning level, which is the crucial one actually, not only the architectural one, is not bound to speculation only, but has also some breaks or some channel to move towards quality. And then to enable the residents to participate. They are most of the time only witnessing the evolution of life, basically affecting their own living space, but they are seldomly involved directly into having a word. And they're dealing among themselves now, but I think a lot can be done if you try to structure a little bit this negotiation span between authorities and professionals. And then as architects, of course, being myself one, we have to repeat ourselves that our projects are not for the clients. This is most of the time what sometimes the schools were teaching us or the society, but the projects that we do are actually for people and also for society. We produce a type of common quality of a common good that should allow, for example, much more activity besides the residential one. Of course, we will still have some type of monofunctional housing areas, but we have to open them up because this is a type of resilience that we are providing society that you don't really are bound to the functional segregation that was the Bible for the last 100 years. And then, of course, to become ourselves engaged citizens, at least in the neighborhoods where we live. We also live somewhere, no? And we can participate with our knowledge a little bit better among the neighbors, as neighbors. And of course, I would tell you, because it's just a coincidence with the previous intervention, I can tell you that a bad mayor is no excuse. We have worked with lots of bad mayors for a long time, and this was always used as an excuse that the mayor is responsible for everything, and he's not. And there are so many things you can do also with a bad mayor. So I would wrap up like this, telling you a little bit also the impressions in my response to some interventions before. I think the question we have to ask ourselves is to see if we have every right to housing. We were speaking about the right to produce housing, and of course this is a right that many people don't have at a sufficient quality. But we have also seen interventions where people who don't really suffer from the quality of living still produce housing in areas where perhaps no housing should be. On a nice landscape in Slovenia, you don't need a mirror box that you can remove after 30 years. This is something that you really have to ask yourself critically when you produce built space. And at the level of planning, I think this is the crucial battle that we have to fight a little bit together to use a little bit what you have seen in the bags for the last years, for the last days, land use done right. I think this is one of the best mottos I have ever read in the last time, and this is something we advocate also at European level, but also at national level, with every mayor that we have that needs to coordinate and understand the drastic limitation that we have to improve and we have to produce. This is no excuse to go on like this, producing at least building land. You have seen already many people speaking today and yesterday about limitation of the building surface that we have. If we don't do this, we can make many conferences on the topic with very little result. So this is actually the key to everything, and of course good architecture will always help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eugen Banescu. Great lecture, really, really inspiring. So I think this is a perfect panel. I'm very happy to have this kind of great lectures in a row. And I agree, mirrors won't let disappear our problems. And mirrors are better to look inside and think about ourselves for a second. But now we are away from the topic of bad mayors. We are back to good mayors, and I would like to introduce to you Gregor Reichenberg. He already was introduced to you as a politician, as the deputy mayor of the municipality of Maribor, but he, of course, is also an architect with a rich experience, and he studied architecture, what else, in Graz, at the same time as I was studying there, and also the Bedevilla boys were studying there, and he was also working at Konrad Frey and Boris Podreka, and now runs his own office, and we are very looking forward to his response to the issues.
Technical problems. I think these technical problems are so huge that maybe we could change the... sorry. I think the technical problems are so huge because my keynote presentation is on some other architecture system than this one, so maybe we could change the follower. And I would go later on, yeah.
So we'll do a swapping. And I would like to introduce to you István Husyan. He will bring, I guess, a very different view to the topics than people who are working in the field of architecture or urban planning every day. He's an artist, and his work is dealing with atmospheric, temporary, site-specific installations. I think, as far as I read in his CV, he moved around Europe very much. He was born in Ljubljana and works and lives between Ljubljana and Brussels. He got his degree in Venice at the Accademia di Belle Arti, And he also started to run an exhibition space in Brussels in 2012, and we are very looking forward to his input.
Hi, I'm Istvan, and where is my technical help? They're supposed to prepare it. But anyway, I'm just going to say first, thank you for the invitation, and thank you to all the speakers, very interesting stuff. Yeah. And my presentation, maybe it will be more about people and houses than houses and people. And it's actually a story about a piece that I did in Zagreb, in the house of Wenceslav Richter and his wife. When they moved into the house, it was a typical one-family house in the sleeping area of Zagreb. And then they slightly renovated it into a living quarters and an atelier. And then at the end of his life, Wenceslav again renovated the house into an exhibition space because they donated the house to the Museum of Contemporary Art in Zagreb. So this place now works as an archive, and it's an exhibition space, and the museum invited me to do a piece there. And I call this piece From Top to Bottom. The story of legendary Zagreb firefighter Matija Juricic is the basis of my piece I did for the Wenceslav Richter and Nada Kareš Richter collection in Zagreb, through which I explored my own family history, observing it not only in a personal, but also in a symbolic way. In the 1930s, at the time when the great economic crisis was reaching its peak all over the world, the unemployed carpenter Matija Juricic carried out an unusual venture in the center of Zagreb in search of work. In the morning hours of 6th of April 1932, he climbed the tower of the cathedral, where, risking his life, he, quote, balanced on one leg, and then, to the astonishment of all who watched, stood on his head and remained balanced like that for a few seconds. During the following 2 days, the front pages of the daily newspapers reported on the brave young man from Pula and his great desire to become a firefighter. They wrote that he intended to perform acrobatics for 2 hours to show a high level of physical fitness and agility, the main prerequisites for firefighting jobs. However, due to the strong wind, Juricic could not stay on the tower for long, and after a few poses started to climb down. Juricic's descent was accompanied by huge applause from the gathered crowd of citizens, but he was taken to the police station accompanied by a police officer. Nevertheless, Matija Juricic's greatest desire was soon realized, and he was employed as a firefighter. Thanks to his unusual undertaking, he was recorded in the history of the city of Zagreb, proudly bearing the nickname Cathedral Man for the 36 years that he spent in the fire brigade. The story of the famous Cathedral Man, a relative who realized his noble life dream of saving people in danger, is preserved in my family history. In Matija Juricic's venture, I see a well-planned job application, but also a carefully thought-out way of using the symbolic values of architecture in order to realize his dream. The pinnacle of the cathedral tower was used by my relative as a pedestal on which he performed several acrobatic poses, and thus managing to establish communication with the gathered crowd, in the same way that statues of saints, rulers, and heroes on the facades of sacred and secular architecture do. I see the poses that Juricic made with his own body as sculptures that would not have had such a strong social and symbolic meaning if they had not been performed on a pedestal that is the top of the cathedral tower. By researching personal family history, I connected my own and Juricic's story and built a layered structure of the relationship between the historical and the contemporary, and between private and public memory, while physically preparing for more than 2 years to evoke Juricic's performance. I see the family home of the architect and artist Wenceslaw Richter as a temple of modernist heritage and a place based on humanist values. And so my idea and intention was to make the roof of the Richter collection a pedestal on which, repeating the movements performed by my relative, I would display sculptures with my own body, hoping to be recognized and affirmed as a contemporary sculptor. In 2018, I began to develop an art project, the center of which, in addition to researching family heritage, was to achieve high physical fitness throughout tireless exercise for almost 2 years in order to perform sculptures on the roof of the Richter collection. The most demanding of this is described in a newspaper article which says that Juricic, to the astonishment of all who watched, stood on his head and remained balanced like that for several seconds. However, this year when my performance was to take place, my work began to encounter unplanned changes as the COVID-19 pandemic spread. In the spirit of all events, we recall the famous Chinese proverb, "The disaster never comes alone." When lockdown was declared in March as a measure to protect the safety and health of the population, Zagreb was first hit by a catastrophic earthquake, and a few months later, the city was flooded during heavy rain, a phenomenon which, according to meteorologists, happen only every 400 years. Many people were left homeless after the earthquake, and numerous historic buildings in the center of Zagreb were damaged, including the symbol of the city of Zagreb, the cathedral. The earthquake severely damaged the south tower of the cathedral, and if we delve into the past, according to surviving photographs, its south tower of the cathedral, and if it is right to assume that Juricic performed his acrobatics on that same tower back in 1932. With a lockdown in place, almost all economic activities ceased, while physical distancing and a series of restrictions completely changed all aspects of our lives. The new situation has caused a crisis at the economic, social, artistic, and personal levels, and many artists have consciously or unconsciously reacted to the distorted picture of our reality. My artistic work began to change in the new circumstances, as I reacted to the effects of chaotic everyday life in which people's destinies were changing almost overnight. I placed the Richter collection at the center of my interests, as well as the people who are connected to this space in various ways, from artists and teachers attracted by the creative energy of the place, students who man and run educational programs and process Richter's archive, all the way to janitors and cleaners who take care of the house and sculpture park. With the intention of seeing how the temporary closure of the Richter collection has affected associates who can be defined as precarious workers, the concept of the precariat and precarious workers, whose emergence has been noted since the 1980s, was affirmed by the British theorist and economist Guy Standing. Its great opportunity, it concerns a non-standard model of temporary or occasional work in which many initially saw a great opportunity for mobility, flexibility, and the choice of work models to encourage motivation and creativity. However, over the time, it has turned out that the model is not resistant to crisis and developing a sense of uncertainty and insecurity in workers, even in stable economic systems. Collaborators in various professions have experienced in various ways that it has been impossible to work, cooperate, and occasionally visit the Richter collection during the temporary closure. My art project from top to bottom consisted of a performance in which artists, students, and collaborators participated at the invitation of the Richter collection and spent about an hour together on the roof of it. The participation in the performance connected in various ways, unconsciously formed various sculptures with their bodies, recorded in aerial photographs, rather like my famous relative, the cathedral man. The white roof of the Richter collection was thus used as a pedestal for the sculptures. Investigating the blueprints of the house, I singled out the blueprints for the roof that changed as the house took its final shape. I intervened in a collage technique with newspaper clippings depicting people being rescued in various ways after the devastating effects of natural disasters. From this position, the Richter collection has taken on the role of a kind of a refuge, a place that, like a natural shelter, can provide a temporary feeling of security and protection.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this was really very inspiring also. And at least if I got it right, you are physically on top of your performance still. So, does everything work? Okay, so then we continue.
Okay. So, architecture platforms are not compatible, as we could see now. So, but we have a solution because we're creative. So, thank you for having me here in a slightly different role. I'd like to say this is my primary role, architect. I would like to make a different statement here. I would like to invoke in each and every one of you who are architects to deepen your thoughts and to be aware or more aware of your responsibility as an architect. So what we are doing has echoes in the future. So we're really, really responsible. We're lucky, but it's a heavy burden. Of course, we are always challenged by the different strategies. On the one side is the investor or the client. On the other side is our agenda, personal agenda, and of course our state of mind. In the history, we have had a lot of false steps, faux pas, which literally means false step. Just for illustration, after the Second World War, there was this Doramat radioaktive tandkrem, which is the radioactive toothpaste, which was really very popular. And also some other things with radium were really popular, like Revigator, a machine who made perfectly still water radioactive, which was sold as for your healthy. So what I would like to say is that we are really challenged to be honest to ourselves, to our thoughts, and to our responsibility to the broader community. I would like to present you some projects of my office. This is illustration of Fokuhila haircut. Fokuhila means, from Wikipedia, vorne kurz, hinten lang. We laugh now, of course. But on the other way, we have this lumbersexual. This is also from Wikipedia. It's lumbersexual is a word for this guy, for his style. I don't know. Maybe it is a false step. Maybe it is not. We'll see. I would like to show you now some projects of us, or some thoughts, some different scale projects, some small, some large, some being built, some being not built. But either way, our way of thinking, our way of handling this wider responsibility as architects. Footbridge Studency was one project which we won, who we won on some competition, and we were trying to emphasize the bridges in Maribor. The footbridge is located in the city center. And from this picture, you can see all of the bridges, or almost all the bridges in Maribor, every bridge has a different topology. We have analyzed these topologies. We have the double-story bridge, the Titos bridge, which has an image of span. Then we have a railway bridge. It has a truss system and a support from the old bridge, and asymmetry from Koroshki bridge. And then we have made this. We took this existing topology and made a new typology out of it. That was our idea. And we came to this solution. It was already, the pillars in the river were standing there, and we had to use them because it was really cheap and intelligent thing to do. And we have made this structure, which is a wooden bridge with the steel truss rod mainframe. The flanks are always the same size, but because of this triangular structure which is carrying the bridge, it appears that the bridge is wider on the banks and smaller in the middle of the river. We won some international prizes for this bridge, and we were like really happy and proud of ourselves. We have done the thing. And then we were asked to do another bridge, another footbridge in Maribor, which stood or was supposed to stand in the historical location of the old bridge, which led to city center of Maribor in medieval times, from the medieval times. And we were thinking about, okay, we have said what we have said already in our Studenci footbridge, and we wanted to deal with the idea of a contrast. We wanted to do something completely different, something new. It was an idea of a vertebra, of a spline, which gave us the idea of connecting two bridges. We took a how do you say, cell. How? Yeah, cylinder, yeah, like a tube, We took a tube, yes, exactly. And we took out the spaces, the places who were stressed the most. So we have kind of achieved this structure, which was kind of optimum. The idea of contrast was also to make the bridge not only that you walk onto, but the bridge where you walk into. So it is its own space. Without a support, 140 meters span to connect the riverbanks in city of Maribor. And that would be this contrast idea of a new intervention in the city center, also by night. And there is another project, a smaller one. It was an addition to a house. We called it Z. This is this typical house about which Aleš was talking. I don't know how many thousands of them are being built or empty, or I don't know what, in Slovenia right now. I have a name for this type of house. I call it Mojca, because it's a typical Slovenian name, and I think it should have a feminine name. So the investor wanted to enlarge this house, not to make it smaller, but to enlarge it for 4 people. And we wanted to kind of connect we took it as a quality, this existing house, and we wanted to add something new, which has a DNA of the existing house as well. So this is the plot, typical plot, and the addition is being positioned on the western part of the existing plot. The image was, we wanted to achieve we wanted to make, our basic principle was to make a new vertebra, a new pillar, a new stand for the new family, because the mother of the owner was left in the old house. She wanted to be there in the basement, in the ground floor, and the upper floor, and the new house was for her son and for his family. And we wanted to make this clear gesture that the new house has its own vertebra. So on this picture you can see the materialization of it, which is the stone part is the vertebra, and the soft parts are kind of in air connecting, kind of lightly levitated, connected to this new vertebra. But the idea was also that the part which is connected to the existing house has the DNA or from the surface of the existing house. Another project was some skyscrapers being built at the very edge of the city, Maribor. There's a forest, here, and there's the urban area. And our idea was to kind of make this intersection between the nature and the urban. For the skyscrapers, we wanted to make a building which has two faces. One face who is looking to the city, which is this on the left. It is more organized, it has a rhythm, it is more urban. And the other three faces who are facing the excuse me, who are facing the nature. So this is then the expression of this skyscraper. This is this wild facade with this, like I say always, like it's unshaved. And the other facade who is more organized. It has the skyscraper has really interesting vertical connection because it changes and opens to north and south, and the whole building has split level system, which means you have only one or maximum two neighbors per story. And then in this settlement there's also a residential building where we kind of emphasize the idea of a treetop. What does a treetop actually mean? What kind of a form does a treetop precisely have? Because there are branches and leaves and smaller branches. And what is the form? We draw it like simplified. Huh? And what does it mean to live in a treetop? So we want to make a building which has this landscape of a wood, of a forest. So it's like it goes up and down. And we wanted to make this intrigued facade, which means that one would ask himself, where does the building begins, or where does the landscape ends? So it has different layers from where you can tell or not tell where the building starts or where it begins. Is this extreme white part, or is it this part where this framework is, or even inner? The next project is the Slavia complex. Every major Yugoslav city has had at some point hotel, which was called Slavia, of course. Maribor was not different. It was really decent architecture at the time, and the owner who bought this kind of got a deal with the bad mayor, no? That he could build. They counted the stories, and the new mayor let him to build exact number of stories, but each story was 1.5 meters higher. So it was really, could be really a tragedy for the urbanist, for the impression of the city of Maribor. So this was also a competition which we won. So we were talking about the height tectonics, of the height. And we entered the vision strategy, because at some point you have to make a deal with the investor, of course. We kind of dissolved the base, which was enough for us, and we took some volumes from the base and put it up. That was our major idea. So on the base, where we have the holes, we put it up. And we also make the materialization of it, that the upper part of the building, which is urbanistically too large and too big, or exaggerated, we wanted to make the image of it to kind of reminds us on the, let's say, romantically starry night, or in the day, that it would be polished mirror, as somebody has said, disappearing in the blue sky. The project of the new art gallery in Maribor, we have asked ourselves for the typical Maribor people. Which landmark, which memorial is theirs, let's say, which memorial that they would really identify with. And of course, it was the World War II memorial, also known as, of course, Kojak. The Kojak was a criminal series in the 70s. The actor was this guy, Telis Savalas, and because of his shaved head, this World War II memorial had instantly got the nickname Kojak. And we took this as our inspiration for the contextual art gallery design in Maribor, for Maribor people. And we want to make a building as a structure which evokes searching for the hidden truth, really for the truth inside. So we did a building which reminds a bit of Kojak and this Slavko Tichec form, and with these canyons who are really showing us that the truth is, or the precious thing is inside, hidden inside. Then I think the last project that I would like to show you today was complex Koper. Besides Slavia, which was always in Yugoslavia a hotel, Koper, at least in Slovenia, there were always restaurants, Koper, which were called Koper. And this restaurant is located in the main square in Maribor, in really old building from 15th century. And it was really a devastated, it was really a ruin. It could be also demolished in a way. But it was a huge challenge for us, because the investor, he bought really only 2 stories, and because of the height of the attic, he saw it as a potential. And our idea was, and of course this house was really protected by the heritage maximum protection. And the challenge was how to get light, natural light, in this huge attic. And we have really invented a system of glass panels which you can move, rotate, and with some different situations. One is when you have a roof window, normal roof window beside, or you can have a loggia and you can go out. It was really, now you can see this is the buildings, these 2 buildings with these glass interventions on the roof. they were really happy about it, the natural heritage colleagues. Now Slovenia has a problem because they demand always in this kind of interventions this kind of roof, but this kind of roof is really expensive. So we have left the things which we found in this old building, really that we found nice. We have keep them as they were. Like for instance, this wooden roof and these walls. We have just kind of left them as a reminder or for the past times, let's say. And this artifact there is really also really nice. It's an oven and doors. And their program is some restaurant and business area and some flats. This is this image of the loggia you can see behind. You can really step outside and you go out. And this is on the loggia. You're at the city center, main square, in a historical building where you can have a new space usable for the modern people for now, which wasn't there. This is again a feeling of the loggia. And some situation as well with the Velux, with the roof windows normally. So, a question. Is this faux pas our thinking? I think that the future will determine on the long term if we are thinking enough or too much, or if it is acceptable for the future, or we will see. So thank you for your attention and have a great time.
Thank you very much, Gregor, and absolutely 100% positive that your work won't end as radioactive toothpaste. Unfortunately, we can't have the discussion now, but the good news is that we have coffee now for 15 minutes, and we'll see each other at 3:45 again. Thank you very much.
Not. Now I see. We are online.
Yes, we are
welcome
here.
Back.
I hope that has nothing to do with our moderation. Welcome back in panel number 3. Before I introduce it, I heard that with my question after the last break, I had some people thinking about going to Venice. So here is my friend who's thinking about it. You might gather. Yeah, there's more hands up. Who wants to go to Venice? Okay. You can connect after this panel. Perfect.
And there are people going to Vienna. Please stand up, everyone who is living on a train to Vienna.
Who is going to Vienna? After, I mean, tonight, this evening? Because... Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You can have a walk together to the train station. And network a bit, exchange business cards.
So let's continue.
Yeah. Welcome back in our last panel, and we will talk about nothing less than the future of the countryside of Europe. Small topic. We're going to discuss the future of the countryside, and we will talk to 3 panelists. One, a politician who's working on a regional level, then an architect and a journalist. And we will hear 3 different perspectives. And again, my dear moderator colleague will be the host of this session. Therefore, the stage is yours.
Thank you. We are more than ready, and I think Mr. Apostolos Tzitzikostas is already online. He will talk about the creative potential of regions, cities, and towns. He's a politician. He studied government and international relations at the Georgetown University in Washington, and he holds a master's degree on European public policy and economics from the University College of London. As politician, he served in several roles, as member of the Greek parliament, then first as vice government, but later also as governor of the region of the Central Macedonia and head of the metropolitan area of Thessaloniki. And now he is here in a role of the president of the European Committee of the Regions. Mr. Tzitzikostas.
Great privilege and a great pleasure to join you at this interesting conference. Well, as you already probably know, the countryside, some 80% of EU territory, is today the home for almost 140 million people, 1/3 of Europeans. So that's why I think that this discussion that you're going to be holding today is very, very interesting and important. As regional governor, I know that the countryside has a lot to offer. Places of living, sustainable food, climate buffers, bioeconomy, renewable energy production, industry, tourism. Of course, unfortunately, the socioeconomic developments, such as the urbanization and the globalization, are leading to population decline in these areas. The erosion of rural infrastructure and service provision, and shrinking employment opportunities in our countryside. So there's a growing urban-rural divide today. And many, especially young people, prefer to leave the countryside, and those that stay may feel left behind. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, we have noticed a slight change in this pattern, especially for regions with good physical and digital connectivity. The extension of high-speed broadband to the countryside allows today rural stakeholders to play an increasing role in the evolving digital economy and society. Moreover, urban and rural areas are increasingly interconnected and at the same time interdependent. Such an example is innovative Romanian city, Cluj-Napoca, is working to close the urban-rural gap by building new local ecosystems that include the rural areas around the city as a way to fight inequality and imbalanced development, which would increase in itself rural poverty, depopulation, and brain drain. So we now, ladies and gentlemen, have unprecedented European funding available in order to support this revitalization. EU member states' investments in digital infrastructure and in skills under the new EU Recovery and Resilience Fund and with the cohesion policy instruments will further help to close the digital and connectivity gap. But we also have initiatives such as smart villages gaining traction on the rural development agenda, coinciding with the ongoing reform of the common EU agricultural policy. And now we also have the renewed commitment from Europe to rural communities and the development of rural areas with the long-term vision of rural areas and its rural action plan. So these bring novel opportunities for the countryside, for new quality jobs and for better services. And they enhance the potential for rural innovation. Today, the European Committee of Regions welcomes the new European Bauhaus initiative and the dedicated communication and looks forward to continue the cooperation in the new European Bauhaus community and the new NEB Lab. Earlier this year, our committee organized a vivid online conversation on the new Bauhaus with Commissioners Gabriel and Ferreira, with the participation of mayors of European capitals of culture and European capitals of innovation. And this new Bauhaus is about bringing the Green Deal to the local level and giving it a soul and identity, boosting the transformation in our regions. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is essentially place-based. The new Bauhaus initiative gives today an opportunity to all of us to harvest the creative potential of our regions, of our municipalities, involving citizens, local communities, business, the academia, in co-creation and transformation to create well-adapted and sustainable solutions that would make the Green Deal tangible. This is equally important in cities as in the countryside, with villages and small towns. So being legally responsible and holding an excellent bottom-up and territorially respectful expertise, our local and regional authorities all across Europe can contribute to the design and the implementation of sustainable projects that are in line with the architectural diversity of our villages, of our cities, and of our regions. After all, you know that many small or remote villages and towns need regeneration today to become more attractive to their inhabitants and to attract sustainable tourism, while at the same time making the most of their local identity, their history and their culture. So we can do more to ensure today that our rural cultural heritage is respected in these regeneration initiatives and to promote a holistic view on how we want to develop our countryside on the long term. As example for you, in Morazzone, Italy, public-private partnerships helped to regenerate the center and increase its potential for sustainable tourism. In this process, an essential element was definitely the inclusion and the preservation of local cultural and architectural traditions and materials. This said, we need to support research in the renovation of buildings in areas subject to landscape-based or historical constraints so as to ensure a respectful integration of renewable energies and materials. This should also be one of the cornerstones of the new Bauhaus initiative. Moreover, I would like to stress the importance of integrating the various levels of planning from single building to a district to the entire region, factoring in sustainable mobility, reduced land use and greater biodiversity. So, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is essential to facilitate the wide participation, the ownership, and the engagement of all parts of society and of citizens in increasing a better future, in particular involving young people in decision-making. New forms of governance, multi-level, decentralized or participatory governance, which stretch all across generations and involve the young in decision-making, are championed by many successful rural regions. So, to conclude today, I would like to quote Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, when she said that rural areas are the fabric of our society and the heartbeat of our economy. They are a core part of our identity and our economic potential. So let's continue working together for investing in it and developing a stronger, better connected, more prosperous and more resilient countryside. Let us keep working together for all of our people in our villages in Europe, in our cities in Europe, and in our regions in Europe. So thank you very much again for your invitation and your attention, and I'm really looking forward to hearing how your discussion will go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tzitzikostas. And now we continue with Krunoslav Ivanishin. Krunoslav Ivanishin is an architect from Dubrovnik. Welcome. With a degree from the University of Zagreb and a doctorate from the University in Ljubljana. He is a partner in his design office and an associate professor at the Department for Design of the Faculty of Architecture at the University of Zagreb. He was previously a research and teaching assistant at ETH in Zurich, a lecturer at the Technical University in Graz as well, and the postgraduate study program in Barcelona. We would like to hear your perspective on the future of countryside in Europe.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for invitation to this nice place. I will talk quickly because 30 minutes is short time and I have a lot of images. I was invited to say something about a family house, a house. What do we mean, or what do people mean when they say house? So in the beginning, I shall show you some images illustrating this, answering this question, which is impossible to answer, of course. And then I'm going to show you 3 projects or 3 family houses we built in our office. We built more than 3, but those 3 are interesting, I think. In this image, women make fun of Diogenes the cynic, who was famous for spending his life looking for a honest man, who opposed Alexander the Great, but who lived in a pit house or a tub or this ceramic jar, his modest and yet very extravagant house. Here we have Bedouins in a tent from maybe 100 years ago, people who live outside of history. For them, time is not changing. This is an ephemeral house, or maybe not really a house, ephemeral home, almost shapeless, from outside all black, but very colorful and elaborate in the interior. Interiors of Bedouin tents are composed or are elaborated with this kind of woven textile. Or here we have Rainer Benham and François Dallegret's home, which is not a house reduced to something which is like a contemporary or modern fireplace, the installations and ducts. This is Gottfried Semper, terrace of a Mediterranean villa. he was asked to build a Mediterranean villa, but in place which is miles and miles away from the Mediterranean. It is his only building on the sunny side of the Alps, on this side of the Alps, in a border place between Switzerland and Italy, and the client was a custom officer, and his very sophisticated wife. This is Le Corbusier. His illustration of the fifth principle of modern architecture is his project for a home or apartment, the Bessèges apartment, among the rooftops of Paris. Very extravagant place, as you can see. And this is something from my practice. For a competition we made for a family house in the center of Zagreb for a very rich and sort of extravagant person. We made a kind of reference interpretation of Le Corbusier's project. In Paris, this is what is in local dialect called castle, but it is more like a manor, like a big countryside house of nobility in Dubrovnik, in the surroundings of Dubrovnik from the 16th century, which, when you look at it as elevation, looks like something very static, but in fact, it is in a very dynamic relation to the artificial and the natural elements of the setting. This is mon uncle's house from Jacques Tati's movie, a dream house for somebody, maybe. This is another dream house from the same movie, Villa Arpel, very modern, with for super modern people, ready to subordinate everything in their lives to modern architecture. And these are Mrs. and Mr. Arpel enjoying their modern home. Because building a house for somebody is also has to do with the lifestyle of your clients. And this is very special lifestyle. American family in the underground home during the missile crisis in Cuba. This is a kind of paranoid lifestyle. Or another kind of family in very natural setting without a house with this pond in the background. And in this image there is also a pond in the background and this wooden deck in the first plan. It is called the platform, the moon viewing platform in Katsura Palace in Kyoto. This platform, you see it on the top of this floor plan, is like centerpiece. It gives the sense to the entire huge home, house, palace. You can say that the entire the house is in the function of this moon viewing platform. And this is Philip Johnson's glass house, imbued with the landscape in different ways, set into the landscape. But I don't have the image here, but in his residence, in his big garden, he has all the underground parts, which are not so exposed like this one. This is how red bunker dominating the sea. This is how Jean-Luc Godard described Malaparte's house on Capri. This is a scene from Godard's movie. Allegedly, or famously, this is from his fictional autobiography. Malaparte was paid a visit in his red bunker by Feldmarschall Rommel on his way to El Alamein in Africa. And then when Rommel was leaving, he asked Malaparte if he built the house for himself or he bought the house which already existed. And Malaparte replied that the house was already there and he designed the scenery or the view. This is a scene from my construction site a couple of years ago. This is a scene from another construction site. And there is a house, of course, there is a scene, but there is also the house, and we are talking about houses here. This is a detail of the project from 2005, long time ago already. And this is the first, or this is the topic around which the first project I'm going to show you was done, was evolved. It is called Patio with a House. You see these two sketches. The void is in the center of this project. In the eastern suburbs of Zagreb, in flat land, but close to the, not really the mountain, but like a little hills with chestnut forest. You see the section and the plan. It is all in one level, with rather big living area, and these rooms which make any family house in other two wings of this house, surrounding the empty space in the middle and the wooden deck on the opposite side from the living room. So this is the forest, and you see the houses in the surroundings are not very interesting, like usually in the periphery of a big city, and therefore the house is not the house doesn't show any interest for the surrounding houses. It shows some interest for the forest. You see in this image. In this patio there is grass, there is wooden deck, and on the interior facades of the interior elevations of the house, there is this brick, overheated brick, which is very cheap, but also very good for facade because it becomes water resistant. And this is a view from the living room, and this is the view from the street through this ribbon window, and then through the living room, and then comes this courtyard. The neighbors, while we used to go to the construction site for 1 year during the construction period, the neighbors named this house Konzum. Konzum is like in Croatia, it's the most popular market store for food. Yeah. The second project has a little bit pathetic, maybe, or very ambitious name. You will see why. It is remodeling, but throughout remodeling of existing semi-detached house from 1960s in residential area of Zagreb. What we had to do first, we had to introduce some holes into the house, some piercings. So from the sides, but also from above. And in this image, painting from Egon Schiele, you see the moment of conception of Perseus, which according to the myth, which I like very much, was my favorite myth when I was a little boy. Perseus, his father Zeus came to his mother Danae, which was closed into the underground chamber, which had no openings except one opening on the roof, and Zeus entered the room in form of golden shower, of golden rain, and this is how Perseus came into being. In a way, this myth about conception of Perseus may be considered or may be understood as a myth about discovery of interior space in architecture, myth about the beginning of architecture. This is the handprint of great master Lorenzo Bernini in a piece of marble, but showing also the handprint of Hades, the deity, the god of the underworld, attacking or abducting Persephone. She's Perseus' sister, and they are both kind of ideal mythical personalities without how to say, without any sin on themselves, but living and spending the time in their midst between the underworld and the world above, between darkness and light. And you see how in this famous sculpture by Bernini, which is white, made of white marble, in those places between shadow and light, where hand touches the flesh of Persephone, how this white becomes yellow, black, blue, yellow. And there is, I believe there is certain parallelism between those two images. And this image, which is the steel staircase, which we introduced into that ordinary house from 1960s and made, and this is how we made this house into a very special place. You see, everything is white, but there is also blue, there is also red, there is also yellow, because there is a roof light on top of it in form of the truncated conus, and then this staircase falls down into this darkness, into the cellar, and this is from interior, from below up through the hole in the middle of this staircase. You see how it was made. It was made with in very thick iron plates, welded on the side. And this is the interior with the view to the back, to the front. And the outside skin we added, so we have changed bones, but we have also changed the skin. We put this pale brownish brick with white, thick white joints to emphasize the volume, the monolithic character of this thing. You see it from the front side. This is from the side towards the neighbor, where you can see how we managed to introduce light into the underground floor, into the souterrain. You can see it also in this section. This is another section, longitudinal. And here are 3 floor plans. It is a very small thing, but very nice, I think. This is the spiral of this animal, which is a fantastic animal because it defies the ideas of evolution, because this is the animal that never changed. This is the animal which stayed the same for millions of years. So to the entire geological time, the fossil and the creature we can see today, there is no difference. And this is the spiral of the staircase during the construction. And this is the spiral finished. Of course, there were some irregularities which we did not plan. Of course, we planned everything perfect. But you know, the workers are like cyclops, like creatures from before the great flood. And then when we had to decide about the color, we decided that the best color would be white. So shiny white. Why? Because it would bring the traces, the handprints of those unknown masters, not really masters, but workers, and keep them as a part of architecture. No? Like in this is the brick, mud brick from a very special place in Luxor in Upper Egypt, designed by Hassan Fathi. This was a very interesting Egyptian architect from 1960s, but it would take me too long to talk now about Hassan Fathi. But there is an interesting thing in this image, and what it has in common with this image are those three lines, which are the handprints of the man, the worker who built it. This way he leaves his mark. He becomes a work, in a way, becomes part of something much greater, an arch, a dome, whatever, a palace. And on the other hand, it helps, it contributes, when you put bricks one on the other and you use mud as for joints, then those three lines help to make it more rigid. Now we go to Dubrovnik. This is a fantastic machine, tramway made in Graz and brought to Dubrovnik 100 years ago by boat or by ship because there was no road. So Dubrovnik, this was a matter of civic pride for Dubrovnik to have tramway before any other big, before much bigger cities in the Balkans like Sofia or Athens didn't have tramway, and little Dubrovnik already had it. It came by boat, and it ended in 1960s in dramatic event, which you can see on the right hand side. So Dubrovnik is not only this kind of place from the postcard. In this third project I'm going to show you, we shall look at Dubrovnik from above, from a very high perspective, like in this image, which is from the period of the tramway on the previous image. So this is a view from above. This is also a view from above on Dubrovnik, little bit scary. This is a Yugoslav soldier in 1991. Scary, but certain beauty, special kind of beauty, also cannot be denied to this image. There is certain beauty in this too. So this is the topic, so to say, of the third project, which we named Villa in the View, in the eastern suburb of Dubrovnik. And with this house, or while talking about this house, I will also try to say something to answer this question, how to look at Dubrovnik, because it is very important how you do look at things as an architect, because there is a very direct relation between looking, the way of looking, the way of drawing, and the way of building. So we must look from a very distant point of view, from the satellite. This is the Mediterranean Sea. This is the detail of the Mediterranean Sea. Dubrovnik is in the front. We are looking down the Adriatic coast. On the bottom is Ravenna and Venice. And this is on the opposite direction. Dubrovnik is again in the front. We are looking to the opening of the sea, because the Adriatic Sea is like a big sack. So this is up, Otranto. And this photograph illustrates my answer to the question how to look at Dubrovnik from this perspective. From the mountain, down the mountain, and then above the city, which is like a big war machine controlling the entrance to the Adriatic Sea. It is the only city in the eastern Adriatic shore or Croatian Adriatic shore which has a view to the open sea. So Dubrovnik must be looked at with north up, contrary to the convention. Normally we put, it has to be looked at with south up, not with north up, like in normal maps and plans. So these are the walls. And this is a short text by Nikola Dobrović, who was a very famous architect, very radical architect from 1930s. And he said, This has something to do with Malaparte's villa and with Jean-Luc Godard's interpretation of Malaparte's villa, the red bunker dominating the sea. The unity expressed in the image of the whole, the form which is following the terrain and not opposing the terrain. So these are these very organic walls which are built of the same material as this rock, and in a way they became part of the rock. And this is where we are with the last project I'm going to show you. This is the villa, very new, very white, in a way obscene in this kind of beautiful landscape, with this 13th century Benedictine monastery, which is one of very few buildings in Dubrovnik which survived the earthquake in 18th century, very precious. And this house is built, I said the villa in the view because it is built to catch the views, with these platforms instead of roofs, which are, so you can walk the house without ever entering the interior of that house. You can walk on those roofs. It is like a big gun or big cannon. The scenery is changing as you walk the ramps, the roofs. In the middle is again void, this pool. And this is house from the lower side. To the left-hand side is a house built by, I forgot the name, German architect from 1920s, member of Werkbund from Wrocław or Breslau. And this is the house from above. And this is the way to look at this house, and this is also the way, to my opinion, to design in Dubrovnik, from down the hill. And these are the plans. The plans are maybe not nice in a way that the plans of very symmetrical buildings or very simple buildings are, because they are adapted to the terrain, to the existing things like existing olive trees. This is something from the interior. So you see the traces of the wooden scaffolding on the ceiling, and on upper side of the same slab we have these wooden planks. And this series of photographs, black and white photographs I'm going to show you now, also bring us close to the topic of this conference. This house was built as a summer residence, but due to the COVID pandemic, it became a permanent home. So my clients, who are of Croatian origin but living abroad, they came to Dubrovnik in August 2020, and they stayed until today. So the client himself is a talented photographer. This is not his first vocation, but he has a certain ambition. And these are the photographs he made during the 1 year they spent in their new home. So there is the landscape, the olives, but there is also life. There are people living in this house. It is spectacular in the evening because of the sunset. So this is a situation in August. This is a photograph taken, I took during the construction period, which lasted very long, so I don't know exactly which year, but this is like in November, December. Sometimes you have almost incredible kind of colors. And this is again summer. House is already finished. There is this cannon moving up and down, and then there is this view from behind the veiled landscape, which is to say, or to conclude the discussion about landscape, that landscape is the condition of our spirit. That's all.
Thank you. And now going to the last lecture before we make final conclusions. I would like to invite here Boštjan Videmšek. Welcome, Boštjan. Boštjan is a journalist, an award-winning journalist, a writer. He used to be a foreign correspondent and a crisis war reporter for the biggest Slovenian daily Delo. He also contributes in several international media, European, American, Australian newspapers and magazines. But why we invited him here is because he converted from a war journalist to an eco-journalist, to say it very simply, in a very simple way. But we could also say this is the new war that we have to fight now. And he recently wrote a book, Plan B, which is an examination of the climate change crisis and the ingenious novel projects, ways that people around the world are finding to fight them. And I'm really anxious to hear about it now. Welcome, Boštjan.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's a pretty bizarre feeling to try to talk to people who are used to building houses. You know, I spent 25 years covering events where people were destroying houses, more or less. And that still is one of the reasons that I actually, after essentially covering all major conflicts from 1997 until today, changed my professional, also personal path and career. Even, let's say in 2004, 2005, I have found out that the major, or one of the biggest drivers of modern, it's really hard to use this word, modern conflicts is it's climate change. And most of the modern conflicts, modern wars, are happening where the real consequences, not the ones we are talking about and we are putting them somewhere in the near or abstract future, are already affecting the lives. And these are the places which are the hottest, the driest, and close to the poorest in the global context. I'm talking about Sahel, Middle East, parts of Central Asia, and of course Northern Africa. And yes, professionally and personally, it was a frustration because majority of the wars which have started during my professional career are still ongoing. So facing the inability of my profession as a journalist to have a real impact in, to use this very popular and not at all cynical way to contribute to better world through my work, I have really decided that it has been enough and it's time to find something else and also to completely change the narrative. Because I think that the easiest way, it's hard, of course it has consequences, it creates sentiments and sediments. It's really easy just to describe the consequences and ask questions. As journalists, this is what we do. And I don't think that somebody who has seen a lot, somebody who has experienced a lot, and somebody who has the knowledge and the experience, and of course this privilege of public access or the access to public can only ask questions. I think it's definitely not enough. I think it's it's escapism as such. It's a comfort zone. I think I'm talking about journalists who have experienced some. our main goal right now in this, I would say, ground zero or a breaking moment is to offer answers. And the climate change as such, I'm calling it climate crisis, as it should be called by our politicians everywhere. It's the main front line of humanity, and not only of humanity, of the ecosystems, of biodiversity. And I found this as a platform of so-called constructive journalism, where you don't go out there and just describe what you see. You don't go out there and come back home, press send on your computer, and your job is done. You go out there, and your goal is, and the ambition, or even the mission is, to find the answers, to find the practices who are already existing, in this case, in the fight against the climate crisis. And together with the photographer Matjaž Krivic, a World Press Award winner, you can see his pictures here, we went out to a long journey, which is ongoing somehow. And the result of this journey is a book, not only a book, it's an open project still, called Plan B, How Not to Lose Hope in the Times of Climate Crisis. And our goal was not just to offer or to find the best solutions who are existing out there, but also to somehow make them applicable, or to put somehow available in copy-paste mode to local, regional, and global public. So we have decided to create a manual of a kind. And on the other hand, we have also decided during our work, it was not spontaneous, it was not by chance, but somehow during the work we have found out that there are different driving forces which are creating the algorithm for the communities when, where, and how to move. And there has to be a U-turn inside the societies which are already facing the climate crisis. So, and what we have found out, to put it in a nutshell, is that the societies which are already facing the real consequences of climate crisis are, of course, the first to react because they have no other choice. The second thing, we can put this in the context of the famous American psychologist Daniel Kahneman idea that, or thought that humanity is just not wired, evolutionary wired, to react properly, to face properly the climate crisis. That means that if a threat is not direct, if threat is not here and now, we don't react, we postpone it. We react with reflex, not with reflection. But if the threat is here and it's now and it's direct, like a truck coming in front of me, or putting you, if I'm putting the finger directly to your eyes, we will react. It's from the bottom up. And that was extremely interesting to witness, and still is, because we are, I don't know, somehow traveling around the world and offering these cases to different societies which are hungry for solutions, of course. The third thing is that everywhere we went and we were looking for the positive cases, there was a man, there was a woman who had a good leadership, how to say, skills, or leadership DNA somehow, and somebody who was courageous enough to risk his own or her own tomorrow for a better future of the society, and who was using the plural, not the singular, in his or her understanding of society, and also politics, and also economy. And the fourth or the fifth line of the algorithm is that majority of these, how to say, communities, majority of these successful cases were based also on some kind of business model or a business talent, where people were not ashamed to ask for grants, to prepare projects, where people were self-confident enough, they had enough self-esteem to believe that their project, their aspirations will be properly recognized. And if we are talking about building Europe, this is what I think literally is Europe being different Europe, literally being built in the real time. So there are several cases we have presented in the first part of the book, and one of the cases I always try to emphasize or to present more passionately or more emotionally than the others, it's if we are talking also about the suburbia or the farmland or I don't know, the countryside or the smaller communities, the regional development, is a little island called Tilos in the Dodecanese Islands in southeastern Mediterranean, which has become, it was in April 2019, if I'm correct, the first energy-wise self-sustainable island in the Mediterranean. Of course, I'm talking only about renewable energy, 100% renewable energy generated by solar and wind, a hybrid power plant. And when we talk about building, when we're talking about building I don't know, the modern cases or the cases to be for the future, I think we always have to have in mind that, I don't know, the energy transition, the transition in, I don't know, more sustainable building, architecture, society as such, politics, economy, name it, cannot be achieved without, in the first place, change in the social paradigm. And Tilos as the island, as the society, it's a study case of, of how the changed social paradigm has influenced the energy transition and the also political, economical, and name it, transition in all possible directions on the island. This was a demographic catastrophe in late 70s or mid 70s. The island was nearly completely empty. People who were there were 70 or 80 years old. All younger people went out. It was the last years of the fascist military junta in 1974 and 1975 when the island was clinically dead. And at that time, in November 1975, when the military junta regime collapsed, a young, fresh doctor, I would say, came from Rome because he could not study in Athens because of the fascism. His name was Tassos Aliferis. He came to Athens and met, together with other fresh new doctors, Andreas Papandreou, the new appointed prime minister. And Mr. Papandreou asked the doctors, where do they want to go? Where do they want to serve and give their practice? And Mr. Aliferis, he was at that time, I don't know, 24 or 25 years old, said, I want to go somewhere where nobody else want to go. And okay, it was Tilos. And the young doctor went to Tilos, and I would say the rest is history. Because from total demographic, infrastructural, economical, political ruins, himself and his friends have created a working utopia. Utopia is not an empty word. We know the Thomas More book, Utopia is happening at the island. The king Utopas, who has created, together of course with the people, the Utopia itself has built, the people of Utopia have built the channel which has separated them from the mainland, and this is how Utopia became a working utopia in the book, which was written in 1516, I suppose. And even at that time, the idea of the island, of the isolation of the island, of the society which can be, if it's not already, self-sustainable, has been presented as utopia. And there are not many cases in history where this utopia has become a practice as such, something that could be copy-pasted, applied more or less everywhere in the Mediterranean, or everywhere where there is enough solar and wind energy and the conditions are right. So an energy transition in Tilos and all the new buildings, all the new infrastructure, whatever came from it, was not built on the opportunistic needs, which are in many cases behind the greenwashing processes which are going now in big time. But they were built, as I said before, first in the change of social paradigm. Tilos was the first place in Greece, before it was legal, to organize the self-sex marriage. It was the first place in Greece to prohibit the hunting. It was the first place in Greece also to recreate or recover the antique walking paths. And it will be the first place in Greece next May. It's still off the record somehow to be fully zero waste island in the Mediterranean. And it was the first, as I said before, renewable energy only driven self-sustainable, fully self-sustainable island in the Mediterranean. So on one side you have this change of social paradigm where you have really open progressive society which is used to kind of permanent change, which is not hidden or caught in the status quo. And on the other side, you have the energy transition, you have the high tech coming in, you have the universities which are using this island more or less, more and more, not more or less, as a study case. And you have scientists coming in, you have people from other islands, mayors from other islands in Greece and all around, also from Corsica, from Kos, coming to Tilos to check if this is possible to copy-paste it to their own islands or places. And I think that this is super promising. It was not expensive. The European Union, under its European Commission, actually under its program Horizon 2020, invested, I think it was 12 point something million euros in the project, but in the project which has created its own battery storage system. So, as they say, also in the rainy day, they have their own energy and they produce more than they need. And what we have found researching around the world, but mostly, of course, Europe, we are here to talk about Europe, I'm only going to talk about the European cases, is that many places, like here we have Tilos. The second place, of course, is Iceland as a country which has made a tremendous change, social, political, in energy transition, and so on. But the second case, which I would really like to present here, to offer you how is it possible, or to present you how is it possible to completely change the environment, physically and also metaphysically, are the Orkney Islands, the northeast of Scotland. It's 20 little islands, which were always some kind of very windy during the history. It's like it's a place where Northern Atlantic meets the Northern Sea, and it's a place with very strong tide. It's a place with very huge big waves, and that's why it was chosen somehow by the European Union as the center of European marine energy. That means tidal and wave energy. This is one of the cases which will, in the future, have, in my opinion, very strong influence in our goal to reach the zero carbon society. It has happened. This is what we see, the Orkney Islands in this photo. It's an extremely beautiful place. This is Tilos. These islands were, let's be honest, a shithole 15 years ago. But when the project started, it was one of the poorest places in UK with the lowest quality of life. But 2 years ago, I'm going to describe what has happened in the meantime. The place was voted as the best place to live in UK, and on the other hand, one of the places with the highest GDP per capita in UK. The transition was enormous, revolutionary. I also hope evolutionary of a kind. It's not only because of the generation of of tidal and wave energy. This was for many years in, let's say, beta version or in the research and development phase. Now some cases are already working on industrial scale. It's super promising. A lot of money has come in. Two different universities were open also. One which is researching where you can study the renewable energy. It's not that easy to do it in European Union these days. Oh yeah, but it's not in European Union anymore. Brexit is not affecting the case anymore. Here, just to add it. And two things were happening at the same time. People were fully dependent on fossil fuels, on oil and coal coming from UK. 100% of energy they were using was coming through the undersea grid, very old rusty grid, cables coming from the national UK grid. And there were power cuts all the time, and they were like sick of it. They wanted to make something for themselves. And this has correlated in the matter of time and in the matter of ambition with the developments in the marine and energy industry. And once fully forgotten, not hardly on the map existing islands have become a kind of miracle in the way they develop. With establishing dozens and dozens of wind turbines, mostly on the farms, the islands have become self-sufficient in the energy use 5-6 years ago. At this moment, they produce 180 or 190% of energy they use. And they have decided, and it's only wind, to be clear, it's the marine energy, the tidal and wave energy is not included in this generation yet. And they have decided not to renovate or to renew the old grid connecting them to UK, and they have decided to keep the energy, not for themselves. They have decided to use it for the production of hydrogen, but not hydrogen we talk about. Most of the hydrogen we talk about these days is not green. It's extremely expensive and energy demanding, electricity demanding process to produce hydrogen cells. But and it's not green, as I said, it's black. It's mostly produced by non-renewable carbon-driven sources. But on Orkney Islands, they put 70 of maybe 80% sometimes of the energy they produce only by renewable sources, mostly wind, into the production of green hydrogen. And this hydrogen they use in their ferries, which connect the islands, in the public transport, and in the cars, and which are used by the how to say, public workers or workers who work for municipality. And it's super beautiful to see how a small society has actually rebuilt, to use the word you use here, itself on many ways, as I say, infrastructural, on the level of energy, also social, and they have become also, it comes with it, an economic miracle. And I think in this book, Plan B, we are presenting 10 plus cases like that, and the second part is connected to something which is also important in the transition to how to say, post-carbon society. If this is not another utopia, it's about the transport, it's about the lithium, which we see here. It's about what is going on, not only the positive stories, of course, also the side effects of it. But what we're trying to do, what we're trying to present with our work is that there are solutions out there. It's that the change is possible, that it's so easy to be cynical, it's so easy to be sarcastic, it's so easy to say it's impossible, it's fucking overwhelming, we cannot do it, you know. Michael Mann, an American writer and climatologist who has recently published his new book called The New Climate Wars, it's writing that it's absolutely not fair when we are talking about conquering the climate change or thinking about climate change, climate crisis, to put the blame or to put the burden, responsibility on the individual, on you, on me, on anyone of us, because this is just a tactic of corporations, of states, of power players, of the elites to keep the status quo. It's the game which benefits the fossil industry most, because if I have this as a citizen, feeling that I cannot do much, that this is going too far, that it's unstoppable, that climate change is an apocalypse incoming. Yes, it is. But if I'm taking it personally, if I decide, for example, not to have kids because of this, because I'm afraid what will happen to them, are they going to burn? Are they going to drown? You know, this is making me passive, not active. It's actively making me a passive citizen, and it's happening on many levels. And this is grotesquely horrendous to do it, you know. And the tactics which we are seeing in the last couple of years is that we have this idea, okay, we are separating the garbage, okay, we are kind of using less energy, okay, we're doing this, maybe we'll drive electric cars, maybe we'll do this, but it's not about personal choice of a consumer or in what kind of house you will live. The responsibility lies out there, and it's there where the guilt is. It's where the emissions are still lying, and they will stay there. We have to know that emissions are bigger than ever, and we just finished the hottest summer in the future of measuring the temperatures. And yes, there are solutions. Yes, we have found them. Yes, we are offering them around. And no, we cannot stop the climate crisis. We have two choices. One is dying till we die, and one is to live till our deaths, until we die. And using the existing solutions is to use life before we die. So, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Boštjan. Stay here, please. Take this microphone, please. Oh, one more thing. Before you start leaving, we would like to make the final picture of the conference with you. So stay on your places, but stand up. The photographer is coming here. And raise your hands and wave.
Thank you.
Woo, thank you. Okay, Boštjan, please go ahead. Sorry for this short interruption. I will keep this microphone. It's only two of us.
It's only two of us?
Yes.
All right.
But first, because we are doing this project together with our Austrian friends, there's another interesting example in your book in Güssing.
Güssing, yeah.
Could you tell us about it?
Oof. Güssing is a bittersweet story, you know, because it was probably people who were coming from Austria, especially people who were coming from Graz or the nearby area, Burgenland, know about the case. It was the first so-called model community in Austria already in the late 90s. It's a very small city, 4,000, not a city, a townlet, 4,000 people on the triple border, Slovenia, Austria, and Hungary. It was a God-forbidden place during the Cold War. There was no even the railway going to Gizing, no connection of any kind to real world. There was no highway, and the place was completely forgotten, actually. You know.
Yes.
And it was very close to the Iron Curtain. Maybe that's the reason, but.
And that was the positive. What was the positive side?
No. This is the how to say, the background, you know, and the city council was paying a lot of money for coal and oil to heat the place, for the electricity. They were always over the budget. And in the middle of '90s, of course, it was the time when Austria entered the EU, and there was a lot of money coming in on the regional and European level. They have started using a gigantic amount of biomass which was there in the woods. First for heating, then for electricity, and in a couple of years they have become the first energy-wise self-sustainable community or city in Austria. And 120 similar cases as a model community have then been recognized in Austria. But during that time, biomass was the next big thing, and it was successful. The electricity tariffs were high, and a lot of companies, renewable energy or IT companies were coming there. The European Center for the Development of Renewable Energies was open in a place like that with 4,000 people, and also a kind of economic and industry zone where you had like a dozen big companies exploring and researching new stuff, and lots of new jobs, and this has become a hub for modernity, and I don't know, for building the future, literally. But then, of course, when the development of renewable energies got much faster, and the tariffs have fallen, and the solar panels become much more cheaper, and things like that, and China came in as the main player. Of course, these companies left. And I put Gizing in the book, or use it as a trigger what could happen next. Because it was a successful story, but
we can learn about it as well.
Yes. To observe and learn somehow. It was a successful story, but in my opinion, it has over-invested itself, not only financially, but also on the level of ambitions. They had no self-restraint. This is, in my opinion, the core of ethics, you know, individually and on the collective level. So this is the bitter part of the story. But they are learning from their mistakes, and they are already thinking of new projects, using nearby villages as study cases for renewable energy projects. And their ambition is to build the first renewable energy university, private of course, in Austria with campus at this place, you know. And yes, and it's of course close to Slovenia, and in Slovenia we are in kind of 13th century in the way we generate renewable energy and think about future, and also on the level of democracy and open society. So I offered this case to wider public as a middle finger, I would say.
There is a there is a microphone here also, if there are any questions from the audience or comments from the audience. Elizabeth will help me if you raise your hand. But if not, Boštjan, as we are talking here about the countryside and the renovation of the countryside and what role it should play in the future of Europe, you were talking about the projects that are actually happening on the countryside, that are not happening in the city, in Tilos, on Grids, in Orkney Islands, in Gusing. What do you think? Is this the place of the future innovation? Or is this the place?
I'm not qualified enough to offer an answer. But on the other hand, we all know that 3/4 of the world population, rapidly growing world population, will live in the cities in 2050.
Yes. Sorry if I put it the other way. Are these the places where the future of the world is going to get resolved or not?
I hope so, but this is not. Do not understand me wrong, but with rapidly growing population, the role of countryside will diminish, I think. I'm afraid of it. Because the demography in this moment means urbanity. More and more and more and more, and all the predictions, all the analyses are giving us the very urban, I would say, dystopia. And what I'm trying to do with my work is maybe working, as I said before, working with already existing utopias, you know, and this is definitely not something that will save the soul of Shanghai, you know. This is not something that will save Abu Dhabi or Singapore or Miami, places which will be under a meter of ocean in 20 years. It's very complex, and we have to put it always now in the context of climate crisis, of the rapid and IPCC, which has always been, in my opinion, super conservative and gentle in publicly expressing their fears about our climate future. In its last report, they showed not that much restraint because they know that the shit has already hit the fan, and that it's now or literally never that we can react. So the future of countryside, in my opinion, it's not only the future of positive cases, it's also the area which is now more or less empty, offers space, and this space we will have as a society, as a privileged part of the world, offer to the people, to millions of people who will be forced to leave their homes due to the consequences of climate change. It's already happening, but we have seen nothing yet. We haven't seen nothing yet.
Yes. Any more? Any questions now from the audience?
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for these inspirational presentations, and I'm also referring to the one given before by Mr. Ivanishin. And I think both of you have presented, let's say, good examples in different fields, but let's say referring both to an island solution. So you were talking about the perfect island, the utopia that is real. Mr. Ivanishin, I think, was referring more to a social island. I'm not sure if this is going to be, let's say, available architecture for everyone, what he presented. Although it's very aesthetic, and the new European Bauhaus has the ambition to bring together, let's say, the needs for the future in terms of climate change, what we need to do, how we need to act, with also the sense of beauty and creating a new aesthetics of change, of transformation. So I would be interested a little bit in your opinion on that. How could that be accomplished to break the silos, to make a, how to say, gusto for this change, for this transformation process, because we all know motivation can be very difficult if it's only connected, the change is only connected to restriction, self-restriction, and dystopian, let's say, outlooks. So is there anything from your perspective, and maybe also Mr. Ivanishin could answer to that from his perspective, how we could embrace, both these sides could embrace each other to make the big change? Because the island solutions are fine, be they social or be they local geographically, but
behind this is the question, is it better to have 100,000 people leading the perfect life and the perfect transformation, or do we need rather 6 billion people in the world to do something better?
Markus?
Yeah, I think my question almost continues, but I would like to add a positive maybe view on the developments. Apart from the climate crisis threats, which are obvious, yeah. But and I think it's a very nice thing that you used to be a war reporter, yeah, because you know better than me that almost all wars in the past had direct connection since the Second World War with oil and gas, yeah, and with the power supply, yeah. So this was one of the main drivers. And if you look at the wars at the Middle East, Near East, then this is all about oil. In the end, yeah, a little bit, but I don't believe in wars about religion. I believe in wars about oil.
Water.
Yes, this might add, yeah, but basically the main drivers were about oil, yeah, and so but the issue with local and energy production, which also gets in connection with local food production, because this is in a close connection, yeah. Then water, of course, will be important, yeah. But this could be one of the major peace projects of the last since we can think back, yeah, because it would totally change the political structures. If you are independent of energy, you are not listening to somebody else because they can't force you to do something, because they can't cut you off of energy or anything else. Yeah? So this might be a total transformation of our society and political systems, and could also be a trigger for, if you think a positive, of a really more peaceful world, because you don't have the need to conquer some oil fields in Russia or wherever, yeah, or in Iraq, or because you don't need them anymore, yeah. And so this could be, but this is not anything which is talked about. That this energy transition might be a very large peace project in the end, yeah. And I think this is one thing we should think more about, yeah.
Can I react?
Yes, please. Do.
If I would speak Arabic now, I would say Inshallah, you know. It's God's will, you know. But I could not agree more. I couldn't agree less with you. You know? All is more or less history. And it was a short part of the history. Before oil and after oil, it's water. And even last 10 years in the Middle East, the main conflicts, like Syria and Yemen, were not driven by oil. Both of these conflicts are mostly driven, if we are putting the political and geopolitical reasons aside, by water, by drought, by climate change. 10 years of the 21st century in Syria were the driest ever. And this has made such a demographic shift that a big part of people, mostly Sunni, were forced to leave their countrysides. Now we're talking about countrysides. To move to the cities, to the big cities. For example, Aleppo, which was for years one of the main front lines of the Syrian war. And with that, the demographic shift and also religious shift in Syria created a potential for war. On the other side, with the lack of water, both two main Middle Eastern rivers, Tigris and Euphrates, are more or less from the upper flow controlled by Turkey. Turkey decides how much water will come to Iraq, how much water will come to Syria. And this has affected, and it's still affecting the region, the conflict, the geopolitics, much more than all the oil combined in the last 20 years. Oil, in this case, is history. Yes, oil will affect much less the global relations between US and China, US and Russia, but US and China have many other much more dangerous, how to say, possible front lines. For example, Taiwan these days. And be very aware in next couple of weeks what will happen in southern China Sea. This is the next front line, big front line. And there is no oil in this story. Yes, there is lithium. Yes, there is cobalt. Yes, there are rare earths, rare minerals, which are driving the so-called green revolution, but not oil. Something else is there. It would be beautiful to have chance for energy transition to be a driver of peace. But in existing geopolitical environment, in the existing global bipolar disorder, I don't believe that something like peaceful transition through energy transformation is possible.
Mr. Ivanishin, there was a question from the audience, from you, which I will probably not be able to repeat
I hope it
completely.
is not, is this working?
Works.
I hope it is not about sustainability, because everything I'm doing is completely unsustainable.
But it's about
nutshell, yeah.
how could we connect the architectural knowledge with these challenges that Boštjan presented to us.
It is very yeah, hard to answer these questions, but especially in the context of building a family house, of course. But when you go to a larger scale, then probably there is a way. Not probably, for sure, because architecture is about giving form to landscape, giving form to cities, giving form to human lives. And obviously we have to reply to the new challenges. If the water level rises for 1 meter or 2 meters or even 10 centimeters, I come from a place which is, yeah. But Dubrovnik, my city, could become like Venice. In 2010, I made like a series of, like a postcard. Like, what would Dubrovnik be like if the water rose for 1 meter? And then my idea, this is a joke, but it is not a joke. And what we do, we dig the main street, the Stradun, and we turn it into a channel, into canale, which it originally was. So in a way, we can go to a more natural state of things. No? I don't know if this answer is answering the question, but yeah.
Michael, did this answer your question? Yes. Any more questions from the audience, please?
Yeah, what about it?
I'm sorry, we couldn't hear. Please wait for the microphone.
No, it was about the island part of your question.
Oh no, I had another question before you answered the question of Markus Bogusberger. Also to you, where do you see, let's say, the ideas about, let's say, approaching or maybe collaborating more between this aesthetic side and also the side of climate change from your perspective? Because these were both, let's say, island solutions you have presented. The one is more a geographic island, the other a social island, aesthetic architecture for a few people, and the other thing is, let's say, the thought behind this is like, what could he do to get these two ways of thinking together, because that's what the new European Bauhaus asks for, finding a new aesthetic of the architecture or the building way of building under the conditions of climate change.
This is a question
for you, of course.
Yeah. There are books written about this topic. So in all times, you have answers from vernacular architecture, where people knew how to build, where people knew where to build a house in a good way, you can call it sustainable way, of which material, with which dimensions of windows are suitable for this or that climate, how to achieve natural ventilation, how to construct natural shadow, etc. Even though vernacular buildings do not always answer to the given challenges in the right way. For instance, in Japan, you have houses, Japan is full of earthquakes, but there are houses with heavy roofs and very tiny walls, which is wrong from the earthquake perspective. So vernacular is not like a holy scripture that you should follow absolutely. Then another possibility is something from modern times. In modern architecture, in 1920s, 1930s, in 1960s as well, you have very intelligent answers from very intelligent people, from great masters of modern architecture to the climatic issues. You can say that even the 5 points of modern architecture, as defined by Le Corbusier, have certain ecological aspects to it. For instance, green roof, or the idea that you should, if you occupy a piece of land with your house, that you should give back this piece of land on top of your house. Maybe not really like planting grass on top of the house, but like opening it for activity, not losing this space under the inclined roof. Then there are answers from more recent times, from tropical or areas which are very dry, which is kind of critical regionalism. It was called a kind of architecture which is, again, combining vernacular things with and contemporary scientific solutions with modern architecture, and you have, this is another tradition with people who made very fantastic things. Then one possibility I should quote at this point Glenn Murcutt, which is an Australian architect, who was he was telling a story how he made a house. The question from the audience was, what is sustainability for you? And the answer was, I built a house for my, brother, and then my brother complained that it is too warm in summer, and then his architect, his brother, answered, if it is too warm, take a shower. Then he was also complaining that it is too cold in winter, and then if it is too cold, you can put on something made of wool. Not you must in winter you must not be in your underwear, etc. So there are many intelligent answers, many possible answers to this urgent questions. I don't know what is the answer today. I don't know. I don't know if the water is really going to rise for 2 meters. I don't know what to do. I am not qualified to give this kind of answer. Take them to boats. There is a movie with
But
with Kevin Costner, right? There is this is one apocalyptic possibility is living on water. Another apocalyptic possibility is living underground. Third apocalypse would be to go to Mars. But I think we must stay on this on this planet and on land. They will the humans are capable of finding solutions to ever more complicated problems. Humans can live in Sahara and humans can live on Antarctica, so probably they will also survive in this kind of dire straits, which I hope will never happen.
We have a question from the audience.
Yes, I would like to ask Mr. Widemsek, from your experience, your point of view, do you believe that we as architects have to make a revolution today as we are building and to start a new phase, how we design and how we build? Because, as you said, we're in the point zero. Something has to change. Bauhaus was a revolution with aesthetics, yes, of course, but it was a revolution. Do we need now a revolution? Because all these 3 days we're hearing very interesting, very sophisticated things, but we have to be radical, have to be, there's no turning point? This is what I want to ask, your point of view, from your experience.
You know yourself that this is no yes or no question, and it's not black and white. The thing is, and this is what I'm thinking more or less non-stop, that if there was a moment in modern or recent history when there was no chance to afford Fach idiotism, this is now. It's not time for a single occupation solution, because this is time to put all the forces, all the knowledge, all the professions on board. And it has to be interdisciplinary as much as possible with the same goal. It's kind of, what we need, it's a global solution with all possible it's a mitigation. It's climate change and the geopolitical tectonics are not something that can be solved with physically talking tools. It's not talking that can be. It's not something that can be approached with a machine of any kind. It's something that can only be approached, as I said before, with the change of a social paradigm. And this is, we're already entering some kind of metaphysical era, I suppose. There is a huge need of a global climate change fight coalition. And I don't see this happening except in the Friday school strikes. I see it in young people, but I don't see it on a political level. What I see on a political level, it's of course the EU recovery funds, the new Green Deal in US, the regional and state-run approaches. But mostly they're driven by, helicopter money, and on the other hand, lots of greenwashing. I mean, officially I'm an ambassador of European Climate Pact, but I don't believe it's so much in it if it's not being driven by the real change. And the real change is change on a really, really basic social level. And that's why I have presented the case of Tilos, because it was a grassroots, and it was really something, you know, if that would be a fiction story, if that would be a novel, it would be called a Bildungsroman. You know, it was really something that was growing from grassroots, changing. You had all this, different screenplay approach, and then you had the final result, which is really a changed society and the energy and on all levels transformation. And the island physically due to architecture also, looks different, because all the players, all the actors were involved. You know, from politicians to business actors to scientists, you know, culture. And one important thing, you know, I have forgotten to mention in this case, and for me it's crucial. I didn't know Greece is my second country somehow, but I never heard about Tilos before. I know the accent. Yaso, huh? That's why I said it. You know, it's social exchange. So. And I didn't know the name of the island, you know, until 2017. At that time, there was a project called Tilos Hospitality Center, which, in my opinion, I was covering migration and refugee stories for years and years, writing about it, reporting about it, going all the way from Syria to Europe on foot. So, and Tilos was the place, the only place I've seen where people were accepted immediately, given without any fucking bureaucracy, fascism, or losing any little spot of dignity, chance to work, chance to go to school, chance to socialize, and chance to stay people, as you and me, as everybody. It was a radical case of radical humanism. And this sounds Zizkians in the accent, but yes, this is what we need. A radical case of humanism.
Thank you. I think this was a great message to finish this discussion. Thank you to both of you for your contributions and for your answers. And now it's time to slowly close the conference. And yes, a few weeks ago, when Boštjan mentioned Friday climate process, in Milan, Greta Thunberg, if she would be here, she would say, New European Bauhaus, blah, blah, blah. Rehabilitation, blah, blah, blah. Green Deal, blah, blah, blah. And we talked about a lot about different things, and there are threats that things stay on this level as well. There are many threats. We experienced them when organizing the conference and lacking the support of the political representatives in Slovenia. And if there is no support all around Europe and all around the world, that is a threat. Another threat is ourselves. We have to re-educate ourselves, to reskill ourselves as architects. We learned a lot from these presentations that I think one of the threats is a very simplified and a very simplified self-perfection of an architect and his role of being someone who creates objects, either new or old or visible or invisible. But we have to think about our broader world, how we are playing in a system. We have to have this broader systematic view. And I'm sure that the topic of countryside was very relevant. That was very clear from all the presentations and discussions that we have, and this is the place where we have to build Europe in the future. Either we name it countryside or suburbia or something else. There is a lot of knowledge that we have about it already. There is a lot of research that is going on in that relation, and we have to keep connecting it and working together. But not to talk too long, someone else prepared a better and more thorough summary of what we talked about.
Yes, no blah, 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 but a summary of 3 days of conference. Spela Spanzel will now make the summary and just a few words because her biography is really long, but she led the nomination of Josip Plečnik in Ljubljana for the UNESCO World Heritage. She is in the committee of the UNESCO, also in the Council of Europe. She was in the editorial board for the Davos Declaration, also the quality system, and she works in the Cultural Heritage Directorate of the Ministry of Culture in Slovenia. This is your stage for this easy task of making a summary of 3 days of conference. Or, yeah, maybe you want to go there.
Okay. Super easy, huh? But it was my mistake probably to take on this task. But I have some visual aid also, and you will recognize it. So I will just put it there until our colleagues join me on the stage to do the final wrap up. So you will see what I mean. Okay. Dear guests, colleagues, friends, including those following us online, in his speech some 2 weeks ago in Venice, Sir David Chipperfield expressed his conviction that the challenges of global warming and the growing social inequality forced us to address issues that affect much more than architecture and design, but which challenge us to consider how we must act in response to these conditions we find ourselves in. Even more, to measure all development by its contribution to these issues. As a recipient of both the EU Prize for Contemporary Architecture, Mies van der Rohe Award, and the European Heritage Award, Evropo Nostra Award for the same project, the Neues Museum in Berlin, he spoke of quality of individual buildings and collective format of buildings and public spaces, linking it to the understanding of the space and its context. The notion of protection, giving value to the existing buildings and grounded in our appreciation of the past, also results in the protection of certain buildings and parts of our environment, for example, historic centers, while most parts of the cities where people live and work are treated with indifference. Sir Chipperfield also noted the disconnection between distant policy making and the realization on the ground. That is the inability of mayors and planners to resolve issues that shape the communities in line with the existing legislation. The importance of planning process that was mentioned, and the lack of horizontal connectivity between different administrative responsibilities. And finally, the role of professionals, architects and planners. In conclusion, the focus on the process, identifying and resolving issues connected to the quality of life and the shared responsibility by politicians, administrators, professionals and citizens alike is the only way forward. Now, let us see whether we have effectively addressed these issues just mentioned, issues mentioned in the language of a world-renowned practicing architect, rather than in our jargon that we have been using the past 3 days, with some exceptions notably, thank you, Boštjan, and to which we probably need to resolve back now to target the EU audiences. Let us assume that we are now all convinced of the social, emotional, cultural values that weigh equally to technical and functional aspects of building culture. And this should always support our thoughts and ideas. And bearing in mind all the presentations of real-life cases, concrete programs and plans, even commitments from administration that we heard, inspiring speeches, And finally, some good old storytelling that gave us a sense of community belonging. Our conference Building Europe could not have come at a better time. Since the adoption of the Davos Declaration in January 2018, lively debates on architecture in the context of culture have taken place at international level. As much as the adoption of this declaration put the concept of high-quality Baukultur on the political agenda and reminded us that both building is culture and creates spaces for culture, it has also inspired scientific, expert, and strategic reflections on the issue of high-quality architecture and built environment. The so-called Davos process also brought us a hands-on instrument called the Davos Baukultur Quality System, enabling the assessment of Baukultur qualities in places with the help of the following 8 criteria: governance, functionality, environment, economy, diversity, context, sense of place, and beauty. A framework has thus been created, the one that acknowledges activities in the countries or regions where Baukultur was formally recognized and has been practiced for decades, as well as in other environments where the aspirations of architects, planners, heritage experts, and local communities still needed to be articulated as such. The development has a strong European dimension indeed. The working group of EU member states experts have been working diligently to present relevant issues connected to architecture and built environment across Europe and to put forward recommendations for EU institutions and national authorities. We look forward to dive into the full OMC report, smartly entitled Towards a Shared Culture of Architecture, and take inspiration from the multitude of European practices and recommendations for policies on different levels of action. The digest is there. With the launch of the new European Bauhaus, the European Commission contributed a valuable impetus to achieving the European Green Deal's vision, also with the help of culture and creative sectors. Strong Commission's commitment for further development of this initiative, mobilization of available EU programs and funds, as well as the recognition of good practices, examples and concepts that show us tangible change that improves our daily life, as the communication puts it, all give us encouragement for the future support and attention given to the subject matter. Similarly, several presidencies of the Council of the EU devoted attention to issues of architecture planning and sustainability, putting forward relevant policy documents. As early as 2001, the Council resolution on architecture quality in urban and rural environments flagged architecture as being, and I'm quoting, an intellectual, cultural, and artistic and professional activity, and the heritage of tomorrow, unquote. The Council conclusions on architecture from 2008 highlighted culture's contribution to sustainable development, including architecture's capacity to mainstream, again a quote, a high-quality living environment, unquote. Let us also recall the urban agenda for the EU, or the new Leipzig Charter, that strongly highlighted the good governance for urban development from only last year. Austria gave a vital impulse with the Conference on Architectural Policies in 2018, placing the architectural policies as priority on EU cultural agenda. Therefore, we've been delighted to have joined forces with the Austrian partners in organizing this conference, and the Slovenian presidency will present the conclusions to be adopted by the Council of Ministers responsible for culture in November. This conference is thus seen as a contribution to the ongoing reflections and aims to deliver a strong message to feed into the future policy document. And if you only look away from the infamous policy context for a moment, it was the pandemic that shook us and reminded us that the importance of physical spaces and how we can live together, the theme of this edition of the Venice Biennale, that calls on architects to imagine spaces, and I'm quoting again, in which we can generously live together, as the curator stated. To sum up, it seems that a strong policy already exists. We collected experiences and identified actors. We recognized good practices and inspirations that can guide us further to the implementation of culture-centered policies at national, regional, and local level. The shift, or rather say the umbrella of well-being of citizens and communities, quality of life being the central axiom, together with the care for the planet, let us not forget that, demands our continuous engagement, interdisciplinary approach, synergies across the sectors, and an inclusive process to be conducted consciously and before irreversible decisions for our built environment are taken. Hence, we will still advocate for continuous strategic and political discourse, and this is exactly the cue for the rapporteurs that I've asked to join me here on the stage for really the final conference conclusions. So please welcome Gerhard Jagersberger, Elisabeth Leitner, and Aleš Vrhovec. Just take it off. Yeah. No, that's better. Okay. With the help of the colleagues, we will try to recall the main points of the conference over the 3 days, also for the participants that might have joined us only for the part in Maribor and missed the fun we had in Graz, particularly on the way here to Maribor with all the stops, but that's another story. The intention is to summarize the main emphasis of the panels we've had over the 3 days and the main outcomes. Perhaps not the intended, but the surprising that came out, please. So no blah blah. This will then serve as a basis for the final conclusions of the conference that I'm going to attempt, articulated as messages to be addressed to the EU member states, institutions, and relevant stakeholders at all levels. So we will be sending you documents. Be prepared. We will then invite you to discuss and approve with additional suggestions and comments, of course. So the microphone will go around. We are, hopefully, the voice of over 300 participants in the course of the 3 days of the conference from 20 European countries, which is not so bad. Just to state that for the purpose of the legitimacy, if ever needed. So let us start in 2 minutes, please. And the colleagues didn't know my questions, so this should be interesting. So let's start with Gerhard. Valuable expert work, collection of experiences, case studies, and potential synergies at European level that were discussed in Graz. Please give us a digest using the following buzzwords: dissemination, capacity building, and mainstreaming that were introduced in the wrap-up and outlook to the future. Or you can always change it with your messages that you got that were very Mediterranean: streets for long tables, ice cream stands, and partner cooperation and positive energy. And this is where I have to explain the little napkins, because we had a meeting of directors for architectural policies yesterday, and we had a good discussion, and it was not a very formal one, so we used everything that came to our hands to have the ideas written down. So even the bureaucrats can be creative or innovative. So this is the proof that I wanted to give you. So please, Gerhard.
Thank you so much, Spela. I want to start with 5 words that it's really sure that's not blah blah. What I just heard, which intrigued me very much, is the real change can happen. I think one conclusion from the conference could be to just keep it as simple as possible, that the built environment has a massive impact on well-being on our lives and so on. And I was thinking when I heard the panel, the discussion before, that so many things are combined and come together with the accelerated climate change or climate emergency. It's, for instance, the food security. So just to name a short problem, as you know, Vienna is surrounded not only by woods, so it's a very green city, as you all know, but also the wider surrounding is more or less our food, where our food comes from. So it's a big area, the Machfeld, the Weinviertel, and so on. And there is a prediction, and it's not the worst case, that quite very soon it's not possible to have the same possibilities we have now. So the big change have to go on also to secure food. And we know after this time of pandemic what that means. So just to give a little thought what that could mean. And now to your words. Yeah, thank you for inviting me. It's a surprise. So yeah, I think the first was dissemination. So it's very good timing. I think that during the conference there is also the report of the OMC group going online. So on the 6th, the report of the OMC group went online. So that means already kind of dissemination of the knowledge, but it has to be much more, of course. So it's also an invitation to all of you to spread the message so that as many people as possible could connect. And I think what we also to keep it very simple, it's absolutely clear for me that the approach has to be interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, and just also as a small picture, we had these field trips in Graz with the Terrassenhaussiedlung. I'm sure you all know that, and Eugen Freund led the tour. And there were so many things considered already at this time in the 60s, 70s. And by the way, he is a very successful writer of crime novels. So there is interdisciplinarity already there. And we heard it from René de Graaf that you have very much to deal with different disciplines. So the second one was capacity building, what you mentioned. So the field trips showed very much, I think, already what's the most important, and that is the direct experience, I think, of architecture, the direct experience of the built environment. And so it's possible to build up step by step more capacity, more consciousness, and so on, to get connected with as many people as possible. And the third one was mainstreaming. Yeah, yeah. This is already said that it's in blah blah speaking, or governmental speaking, or administrational speaking. It's of course about intersectional approaches, cross-sectional approaches. Yeah, but I think it's very easy. It's for all of us. That's very clear.
Super, thank you very much, Gerhard. Can I just say that I had this quote written here, that's from one of the napkins, and it said strong momentum that should be developed, and I think that this was the perfect answer just to fit in the quote of one of our colleagues, so thank you so much. Now, Elisabeth.
Gerhard has said it all.
No. He was already talking about the field trips, that's true, but this is your area. So let's focus on the cases on the ground. See how good of a team we've become. Tell us what connects health, education, and housing, because these were the themes of our tours, for those who don't know. And more importantly, how to reach out to the communities, how to assure their participation and draw inspiration from them, and to overturn cynicism, defeatism. This is usually the moments where we turn to the civil society. And I will tell you the quote later because I think that you will say it anyhow in your own words. So please.
This is the moment where I understand what Elsa Brunner was feeling with stage fright. What connects education, living, and health is actually the question you would ask Markus, because he designed the tours. But the first thing that came to mind is people. And that leads me to your second question about how to get to the people, how to get the message to the people. And I think it's, with everything in life, it's about communication. And that you speak with people on an eye level. And that you try to understand what perspective they come from, what situation they're in, and find a language that we will transport the messages that we have been talking about the last 3 days in a way that people understand. That can be languages, European languages, but it can be languages between different professions, or like not professionalists, but normal people, stupid word. That would be the answer for the second. And the third one, cynicism, I think is sometimes fun in certain situations, but this topic is too serious to be cynical.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I can just give you the quote from one of the napkins, and it said, literally, "The strength of society in bringing about change is not to be underestimated." And I think this is a beautiful, end to your answer. So thank you very much. And for the last day of the conference today, Aleš, don't be frightened, but as we singled out one particular issue, that was the rehabilitation of a Slovenian family house in the suburbs and places in between. That's also a question of language, probably. That truly is an illustration of conditions of society at the time that resulted tangibly in architecture. This is probably one of the many issues we could discuss if we had a series of conferences around Europe. So maybe think about it. We need your outlook with the focus on collaborations with the local and regional authorities and partners from private sectors. And please go beyond architecture, but start with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Spela. I didn't know that the toughest part is going to come last. So I will really just, like to say that a lot has been said, and it was just perfect. It was just fantastic information. So maybe I would come again to the title of the conference in a reverse order. So we have Building Europe rehabilitation, and in reverse we have rehabilitation. And this rehabilitation is somehow is also very informative and really inspiring presentation by Boštjan Videmšek showed us. It's really about communities. So he was speaking about island communities, and this is what we were trying to tackle is extremely local problem. But what's the parallel to the, let's say, to Tajnos Island is that also Slovenia is somehow a very small community. So it's in a way it's even so it's easier operable. It's the type of the society that everyone knows everyone. So maybe this is somehow could give us optimism for next steps. And of course, what you mentioned, in our opinion, this could not help without the business sector. And that's what we are pointing out many times, local business sector, because local business sector is by the definition is tied with the local, with the surrounding. It's somehow grown with the environment, so it's in a way sustainable by itself. So I think this is really a fantastic starting point, and really maybe the type of the, let's say, to be able to present this also maybe gives us a chance that also the colleagues from all over Europe could find some interesting questions, maybe also even some answers, and that also this, what we were talking about, the movement, could somehow spill over Slovenia.
Well, that was a super, because I will now read the quote that I had from one of those napkins, or maybe it was the little block of paper that was there, and the quote went, the quote goes, "Going beyond, namely beyond our preconceived perceptions, deeper in our common values, creating our common soul manifested in architecture." Oh, it was the Greek one. Well done. Okay, so thank you very much, dear colleagues. I will now read the messages that we try to formulate, and then we will open the discussion. So maybe it's better if I have you here, just in case that there's too much, blah, blah in that. So please bear with me for 2 minutes, and hopefully you will be of opinion that we actually caught the spirit at some of the topics. So here it goes, in 4 points. We wish to highlight the process rather than focus on a single event or a policy document or an initiative that have all mutually contributed to a discourse highlighting cultural, social, and ecological role of architecture and built environment that complements economic, functional, and technical aspects. Therefore, we call for openness, flexibility, and continuation of this relevant issue for the future at various levels, with large array of stakeholders and within different domains. In practical terms, this means that we extend an appeal to continue devoting attention to the issue within relevant European bodies that gear also national activities, as it comes out strongly out of the conference. Secondly, we express earnest appreciation of expert work conducted in the framework of the OMC working group and around the Davos Declaration, as well as insist on making references to a number of relevant policies that include issues connected to our built environment for common good. We recognize the new European Bauhaus as an important impetus to the implementation of the European Green Deal with culture and heritage, creativity and technical innovation, already inspiring tangible projects on the ground and with the potential to grow into a movement. However, we shall also rely on the existing good practices, examples at national, European level and beyond, as well as existing networks, among others, the Directors for Architectural Policies, that allow exchange, convey experience, and allow long-lasting partnerships beyond particular professional groups or around a specific program. Thirdly, the well-being of all citizens and consequently a greener and just Europe for all is the prime aim of all our activities, and thus demands a holistic, cultural and people-centered approach, including a number of disciplines, professions, and sufficient time for strategic deliberations, for exchange and cooperation with the communities long before the decision-making process is concluded. Furthermore, our firm belief is that results are seen in our cities, towns, and villages, both rural, urban spaces, and landscapes. Means the local and regional authorities should be seen as strong partners. Similarly, We insist on respectful consideration of historic buildings and built environment that complement the contemporary architecture and landscape, and thus contribute to shared European values. And finally, the conference identified a number of current issues connected to creating affordable living conditions for all, from transformation of our living environments, redefinition of our dwellings, profound care for our cities and rural areas, to issues of mobility, available local or regional resources, and future business opportunities. The list is non-exhaustive, and we look forward to continuing our reflections and exchanges, exploring issues that are relevant for particular environments and communities, but all for the benefit of creating better life for the citizens of Europe and beyond. So this is what actually came out of all the inspiring speeches, of my personal toolkit that is hopefully becoming your toolkit as well. And we try to articulate it so we can then send it out to the European context that we are, and I dare to say EU context, that we find ourselves in. So I would be really pleased if we had some response from you, or let's say an indication that you agree with the spirit of what was written, because it would be really important for us that the messages and the main points are heard and can be communicated. So please, if we have someone very brave that hasn't said it throughout the conference, we would be very, very welcoming you to do so. No, it's not an agreement, it's not a manifesto, but it was an attempt to leave something tangible also from our conference, apart from the good sensations, the good feelings, and probably a lot of interesting talks that we had. And since we were really attempting to have a physical meeting, so sorry for all the mistakes, but they were all made in good intentions. I think it's Jan.
Yes, in the very last row. Thank you for a very good conclusion. I think it was very excellent. And also these 4 points I think are well on target. I would just maybe add a few small points. There were the word continuation of a dialogue you mentioned a few times, and I would actually, I would go a step further. I would say it should be intensified rather than just continued. And you mentioned, I think, in the third point, you mentioned urban spaces and rural spaces, and after this intense discussion of the in-between, especially thinking of the Slovenian context, I would add those in-between spaces because I think they make up a lot of what we are talking about. And then, in general, I personally, especially after this very inspiring talk by the journalist whose name I cannot really pronounce, I would maybe add a bit of a sense of urgency to act. I think that would reflect of what I heard in the last few days. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will do the small amendment. It's no problem. I'm used to it, you know, very early mornings. So, anyone else? Yeah, I see a hand there, but I don't see who it is. Sorry.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just have one comment in relation to the final point of your very, very excellent summary, might I say.
Thank you.
It was in relation to transformation. And if I just might suggest, and it's really just a thought, you talked about the mobility of the future with business opportunities, and I would feel that that is maybe not broad enough to reflect what you said before that. And I would say that with the spirit of this group, that there has to be a paradigm shift, and I think people did reflect that that is much more of a, maybe an expression of what we feel with that last point, that it shouldn't maybe suggest that they were looking at business opportunities. In part, maybe to add to that, I would like to say that in this pandemic era, I was very gladdened and humbled by the fact that everybody in this room made such an effort to come together after the last 18 months. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, do we have the third speaker? 3 is always a good number. Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
Hi. It's a really nice text you have prepared. I support really with all my heart this final text. I would like maybe to add something which was expressed yesterday at the meeting of architectural policy directors. There was we recognize the different states in which architectural policies are in different countries, and that the idea or the proposal was to urge somehow some common European architectural policy to be proposed as maybe something which can be can help the countries which are behind the beautiful and perspective politics, are countries which where architectural policy is already fully implemented. Maybe this initiative or this idea can be part of this final text. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I see another, yeah, please. Mateusz, yeah.
Yeah, also thank you very much. I think we all wish that these 3 days have an impact, and maybe we could take into account a kind of evaluation or seeing where we are in three years. I don't know how to formulate it, but a kind of reflection of what has, as there is an urgency, so I think in 3 years this would be good. And then I would also make another remark, with all respect what has been organized over the last 3 days, but what I missed today a little bit was the female presence and the female perspective. I think there are a lot of men on the stage, it's good, and I appreciate it, and it was very inspiring and interested, but I chaired over the last 2 years an expert group on gender equality, and I think it's very important that the women are also there, visible, and also in the field of architecture, because also on the pictures, so I recognize that there have been mostly men. But with a lot of respect what has been organized, and thank you a lot.
Okay, thank you so much. Just in our defense, I think that we had yesterday a wonderful female young architect. So we thought it would maybe make up, but you're absolutely right, and this is the fight, the internal fight that we will continue to have, so thank you. So, someone else? Otherwise, you know, there's, yeah, Chantal also. Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps I will propose to add something. In the beginning of the process about OMC Group, we met a lot of directions in the EU Commission who were interested about architectural policy in the field of their specific topic. And I think it's something we need to address and address again to the EU Commission. Of course, it's very important about values that we speak about architecture in the field of culture, but it's also important that we speak about architecture on the other levels in the EU Commission policies. Everywhere in our country, we receive a lot of money with the RRF plan. That's the name, I think. And in my experience, I think they didn't understood that architecture needs some time to be well developed in a way of connection with the people.
Thank you so much. Okay. I'm sorry, I don't see very well because of the light. Yeah, there's another hand there.
Thank you very much. I'd like first of all to pay tribute and to thank all the organisers of what I thought was a very, very successful conference. So well done to everybody there. I think the applause is very good. Just a very small suggestion on your item 3, and because it was across at least 2 countries, a situation was identified with one-off houses or single houses in the countryside and the difficulty that that has within sustainability. And I just wondered if you might consider adding some small note about sustainable settlement patterns as being something that we maybe need to address more fervently. But again, thank you all very much.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. Now, if I'm allowed now to, well, to be very practical, I will do the amendment. So maybe you can come to me later on, so I can do it really, you know, hands-on in a couple of minutes, so that we can send out this document as soon as possible. And again, it's not a heavy political document, but it's good to have something, you know, on the table for all of us and for those who will try to communicate through any channel that we have, actually, to be very frank. Because I have to admit, I got really scared with the first keynote speech in Graz, and those of you who were there, you will remember Rainer de Graaf giving a really harsh picture on the Europe, on the EU actually, and I thought that, you know, we might just run. But I thought it was a good symbol of, you know, starting with Brussels, like the center of the world in the roundabout, and we were talking about building Europe on a metaphysical, physical, very tangible level. And we came to Maribor, and I have to admit that I didn't know that it was a construction site, and I know that we literally had to get our shoes dirty, but I think it was also useful. And then I found that in our hotel map. Well, it was a map with all the practical information, and I thought it would be good to wrap up or finish off like that, from Brussels to Maribor. And it actually says that the next few months will mark a period of beautiful transformation. These are the words, I'm not making up. The medieval square, called Vojašnički Trg, will soon become a new addition to the evolving city of Maribor. Thank you for your patience. And this was the picture. So I thought it was a good finish to show that going from the Brussels roundabout, coming to Maribor, to a little street, a little square that is being paved, and we can only think about what is going to happen there. So maybe next year or the years to come, maybe we will do another conference. So with that, I'm finished. Thank you very much for your patience. And I think it's the thank yous, and someone is taking over. So thank you very much.
you. Thank you. You can all stay on the floor, please, actually. I think first it's time for me and Elizabeth to thank you. You were a wonderful audience. You were wonderful contributors to the conference.
Great networker.
Great networkers. Everything that we heard from you was really important stones for what we are building together. And just before we go to the final act, let me tell you that this is also the annual gathering of the Slovenian Chamber of Architects. And in a few minutes at 7 o'clock, you can attend the award ceremony of Zlati Svinčnik, the Golden Pencil, in the Judgment Tower, which is a fortification tower just behind this wall on the river Drava, the big round tower. It is also a gallery space where you can see the exhibition of the awarded and nominated projects. And before you go there, stop in the lobby and have a cocktail, the final cocktail together. And now it's time to ask Aleš and Gerhard to officially close the conference.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe we can stay. Yeah, okay. I think what we just saw, what we experienced, is really summarizes the fantastic title that was proposed by our Austrian colleagues, Building Europe. I have to admit, I was somehow not really, let's say, it sounded a bit European to me. But I think that what we experienced is building Europe in the true sense of the word. So we have something that we construct. We can also build up Europe in the Arnold Schwarzenegger way, like, bodybuilding to become more powerful. And also what I see here is true building Europe through social contacts, friendships, and discussion. So I'd really like to thank our Austrian colleagues, especially, of course, I have to mention Barbara Fehler, Gerhard Jagersberger, Markus, and all the rest. Sorry, I will not be able to name them all. Because I have to say, it started with a simple conversation in Brussels, the only one we had. Then came the corona. And after that, it just went on, but only via Zoom. We, as Slovene part, I have to say, there were obstacles, and you were always not only, you were really encouraging us. You were optimistic, and you were the kind of support we needed, knowing that we do lack some support, also some skills, and we really are deeply grateful to you for this. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Aleš. I think it was, if you consider the circumstances, really very productive, constructive process. And I think it was, the conference is the result of community building, friendship building, and we supported each other. So it was, yeah. I think it was unique to do it together, two countries, but I expected all other conferences now, a combination, 2 countries, 3 countries, 4 countries, or whatever organizations, so, or units. So yeah, it was, thank you so much. And it was very intense, but very, very enjoyable. And I think also a very good result. And I'm very grateful that I have a second chance now to thank you after yesterday. So yeah, Aleš, many thanks. I have a little bit, it's a little bit of a challenge, the surnames in Slovenian. So Vrhovec, Špela, Kuha, Špela, Španžel, Mateo Čelik, but also Vanja, Gregorc, Vrhovec, and Tomasz Krzysztof, Vlado Krajčar, Sasha Gastic as well, Barbara Šišik. So many thanks. It was really a great pleasure, and I wanted to ask you when we will do the next conference together.
Let's have a 1 week break, please.
Okay, thank you. and actually, we wanted to give you a small present, which is it's actually not so small. It's the Best of Austria book, which shows many best cases from Austria in the field of architecture, of course. And it's already a series of books, so I think you can try to have an overview over a couple of years already. And as it's a small present, but the book is not so small, Aleš has it already because so it's not necessary to carry it. So please share it with your team. So thank you again.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I would also like to ask Tomasz Krzysztof to join me. And please. And Barbara, would you be so kind to join us on the stage? So in the, let's say, in the spirit of some of our things that we went through and we saw on here, we have prepared for you as the, let's say, the permanent team, and as a let's say, our gratitude. It's you will see it's a culinary book of Anna Roche, who was presented today. It's a quite, let's say, new edition, so probably just could be interesting reading after the things that we saw and learned about Anna Roche. So, Tomasz, could you...
Okay, thank you, Aleš. So the thank you session continues. It will be very short, but still. Really, in the name of the Chamber of Architecture and Special Planning of Slovenia, I would really like to thank to organizers of Slovenian part of the conference. So I would like you to join me here. Špela Španžel first, please. Then Špela Kuhar, of course. Vanja, please. Vanja Gregorc. Mateusz Čelik. And of course, Aleš Vrhovec. Aleš really was like the soul of this conference. And the whole organization took, I think, more than 1 year for this thing here. So it was really a lot of work. Of course, it was more and more closer we came to this date. And yeah, it was amazing. Thank you, really. Thanks also, of course, to Austrian team, as I said at the beginning of the conference. And thank you all. You're really amazing audience. It's unbelievable that you're still here in such a number at this very hour after 3 days of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tomasz. May I have just one minute more? I think there's still space on the stage. So just 1 second. Well, the first thing I wanted to say, thank you to all of you, also from my side, and thanks a lot to the moderators, to Elisabeth Leitner and to Mateusz Celik. And as you all know, they have different hats at home and also on the way, so the moderation was just one hat, as we learned, as we know, yeah. So, yeah, but I will not list all your other activities now, but we all know that and we appreciate that very much. And if you excuse me just a second. It's a little bit more than improvised, I'm sorry for that. So I want to thank especially 3 persons, and one of them is Barbara Feller. I have the fear that she's already addicted to conferences because she also organized the conference in Vienna 2018 and she did it again and we were very happy about that. So thank you, Barbara, and all the best. A little bit of chocolate from Slovenia. And the second person is Markus Bogensberger. Please. And Markus supported us always and was had a lot of impact to the building of the conference. So lots of ideas were coming from Markus, and he organized the whole part in Graz, the excursions, and so it was a very fruitful cooperation also in the country, between countries in the country, so thank you so much. And the third person, is Veronika Walk-Siska, but I have the impression, yes, please, come on stage. And please come to the middle. So, what did the President von der Leyen say? The new European House is the soul of the Green Deal. So Veronika is really the soul of the OMC work. So she did a lot and nearly everything. So thank you so much, and I think it's such a wonderful result. And Veronika was also always very inspiring, and so it was a great time. So thank you so much, and thank you that you came also with your wonderful children. Even it's not always easy, but it was for us. It was a real pleasure to know them, and we will put you on the list already for the next conference for sure. And I learned your names, but I'm not sure I know it to spell it in Estonian. Sadeli, and Marula. And it's sun and moon.
Sun and, yes, sun
yes,
and moon.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. A bit of chocolate. Thank you.
Dankeschön.
Thank you.
Dankeschön. But may I also
thank you. Well, first of all, this is awareness raising from early on. So this is putting recommendations that we wrote in the OMC work in practice. And the OMC work was really a teamwork. So we have with us here those who contributed a lot. For instance, in the back row there's Jan Schultheis and Oliver Martin, who is not here, and not to mention Ukbekar, who was on the stage above us like a god, which he actually also was to quite a large extent, and many others. Tiffen is here, Evan Brou from France, who helped a lot, and so forth. So really a good teamwork. But I want to really thank the organizers. Barbara Feller. I don't know how you do it, but just to give you an example, did you notice that on our first night in Graz, coming back from the dinner on 5th of October, also the home back to the Hotel Weitzer was organized down the hill, so it would be easier to go home. So it's a perfect down to every little detail. And thank you so much, Gerhard, and thank you so much, Aleš. Both chambers of architecture, the ministries of culture. It's tons of people who have put such an effort into organizing such an event that truly crosses the border. So, and it brings different worlds together. And to the Slovenian colleagues here, I could relate quite well to a lot that has been discussed here yesterday afternoon and today, as we in Estonia also celebrated regaining our independence 30 years ago. So we know where we are coming from, we kind of know where you are, and so there is an echo in the air. And in response to all those discussions about climate change, we in Estonia are starting to think that, well, because at the moment we are adapting to shrinkage, but on the other hand, all the prognosis shows that we might be receiving quite a lot of interest later on. So let's see what the trends are. But this is clearly a sign that it's time to finish. So, so thank you for your reminder.